By the time we get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our Sometimes it's raining when it's full, and it's very hard to imagine what that would be like. Following this conversation is very close.
inventor and futurist, who has an optimistic view of our future of human civilization, predicting that exponentially improving technologies will take us to a point of the singularity, beyond which superintelligent artificial intelligence transform our world in nearly unimaginable ways. 18 years ago, the book Singularity is Near, he predicted that the onset of the singularity will happen in the year 2045. He still holds to his prediction and estimate. In fact, he's working on a new book on this topic that will hopefully be out next year. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ray. In your 2005 book titled The Singularity is Near, you predicted that the singularity would happen in 2045. So now, 18 years later, we still estimate that the singularity will happen in 2045. And maybe first, what is the singularity? The technological singularity and what will happen?
Singularity is where computers really change our view of what's important, change who we are. So we're getting close to some salient things that will change who we are. The key thing is 2029, when computers will pass the Turing test. And there's also some controversy whether the Turing test is valid. I believe it is. Most people do believe that, but there's some controversy about it. But Stanford got very alarmed at my prediction about 2029. They made this in 1999. You know, but
The age of spiritual machines,
Right.
and then you repeated the prediction in 2005.
2005. So they held the International Conference in America of Rabbi of AI experts in 1999 to assess this view. The people gave different predictions, and they took a poll. It's really the first time that AI experts worldwide polled on this prediction. The average poll was 100 years. 20% believed it would never happen. And that was the view in 1999. 80% believed it would happen, but not within their lifetime. There's been so many advances in AI that the poll of AI experts has come down in the years. So a year ago, something called particulars may be aware of, assessed different types of experts on the future. They again assessed what AI experts then felt, and they were saying 2042
The Turing test.
for the Turing test.
So it's coming down.
And I was still saying 2029. A few weeks ago, they again did another poll, and it was 2030. So AI experts now basically agree with me. I haven't changed at all. I've stayed in 2029. And AI experts now agree with me that they didn't agree first.
So, Turing formulated the Turing test. And
Right now, what he said was very little about the 1950 paper where he articulated the Turing test. He didn't just like talk about the Turing test, say how to administer it. And he said if they did it in like 15 minutes, that would be sufficient, which I don't really think is the case. As large language models now, some people are convinced by it already. You can talk to them, have a conversation with them. You can actually talk to them for hours. So it requires a little more depth. There's some problems with large language models, which we can talk about. But some people are convinced by the Turing test. Now, if somebody passes the Turing test, what are the implications of that? Does that mean that they're sentient, that they're conscious, or not? It's not necessarily clear what the implications are. Anyway, I believe 2029, 6, 7 years from now, we'll have something that passes the Turing test and a valid Turing test. And it goes for hours, not just a few minutes.
can you speak to that a little bit? What is your formulation of the Turing test. You've proposed a very difficult version of the Turing test. What does that look like?
Basically, it's just to assess it over several hours, um, and also have a human judge that's fairly sophisticated on what computers can do and can't do. Uh, if you take somebody who's not that sophisticated, or even a average engineer, they may not really assess various aspects of it.
So you really want the human to challenge the system
Exactly.
and its ability to do things that
Welcome,
common sense
welcome.
reason.
How are you?
That's actually the key.
How you looking
That's
there?
why we try to say don't do
Take a chance, take a hit.
this type of
Excellent. How'd you hear
tests
about
that
me,
would
friend?
involve assessing chains of reasoning.
All right. Well, right now, I'm live in 13 different Discords and 11, like 165 right now. Yeah, go to my YouTube. I'm live on 11 different YouTube. I'm live on Rumble. And I go to your YouTube and there is 0 viewers. I'm going to get a hit of this, okay? I'm going to get a hit of this. Well, you probably because you won't be looking at the right streams. I'm on Rumble, at least on some of these Asian ones. At least on some of these Asian platforms, they start with like 50. So I'm live on, if you include those, maybe 600 people, maybe 650 people. So we're just watching Ray first up. The Let Freaking podcast. I hope you have a good day. Hey, Ricky. Ricky was talking. Ricky was talking. Good up, Ricky. How you doing, bro? Hello, how are you? I'm a man. You are. You have the privilege. Which community is it from? Excellent. Have a good time. Kicking ass, taking things. Every day's a holiday. Every night's a feast. Do you know much about me? Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream at like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have more data than any person outside on the internet ever. This is a quote. Bill Gates coined the phrase in 19. Thank you. Bill Gates coined the phrase more than 3.5 years. So I'm live right now on 11 different YouTube streams and more than 33 different platforms on English. In addition, Bill Gates coined the phrase in 1996 Economist speak on making a trade rate. In 2018, the Economist magazine stated that Earth was that data was Earth's number one resource, and I have more that resource I don't find. And that may make you a very intellectual person, and then perhaps if that happens one day, Ricky, I'll make you and 30 tens of thousands. At least on Twitch, I got on Twitch I have 50,000. On Twitch I have 50,000. Um, but I have a lot of accounts. That's the thing. I have 100 different YouTube accounts. I have 200 different Instagram accounts. I have 300 different Twitch accounts. I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts. I have 2,000 different Twitter accounts and over 10,000 different TikTok accounts. So when you add them all up, it's probably a lot more than that. But the account that I have with the most amount of followers is 50,000 on Twitch. So with that, we talked about some things No. Yeah. No. 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 Okay, I'll switch it up. How do you spell this? That doesn't make any sense. No. Are you kidding? I was bonding with Rick. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I was talking to her about future technology my entire life. Yeah, I can. That's cool. I can follow my bloodlines back to the Bible. My grandmother's grandmother. I know. I don't need to. I have people in my family do it, and I trust them for that as well. That's fine. I mean, I could be an alien from another planet as well. I could be, dude, wait, I don't have to put up with this.
Um, but you can lose track of that. If you talk to them, they actually can talk to you pretty well, and you can be convinced by them. But it's somebody that would really convince you that it's you, whatever that takes. Maybe it would take days or weeks, uh, but it would really convince you that it's human. Honest language models can appear that way. You can read conversations and they appear pretty good. There are some problems with it. It doesn't do math very well. You ask for how many legs did 10 elephants have, and very well, okay, each elephant has 4 legs, and 10 elephants have 40 legs. You go, okay, that's pretty good. How many legs do 11 elephants have? They don't seem to understand the question. Do all humans understand that question? No. That's the key thing. I mean, how advanced the human do you want it to be? But we do expect the human to be able to do chain reasoning, to be able to take a few facts and put them together. Not perfectly. We see that in a lot of polls that people don't do that perfectly at all. So it's not very well, but it's something that really would convince you to be human.
Is your intuition that large language models will not be probably the kind of system that places the current task force 29? We need something
No,
else.
I think it will be a large language model, but they have to go beyond what they're doing now. I think we're getting there. And another key issue is if somebody actually passes the term for neutrality, I would believe they're conscious. Well, not everybody would say that. Okay, we'll pass the Turing test, but we don't really believe that it's conscious. It's a whole other issue. But if it really passes the Turing test, I would believe that it's conscious. But I don't believe that large language models today.
If it appears to be conscious, that's as good as being conscious. In some sense.
I mean, consciousness is not something that's scientific. I mean, I believe you're conscious, but it's really just a belief. And we believe that about other humans that at least appear to be conscious. When you go outside of shared human assumption, like animals conscious. Some people believe they're not conscious. Some people believe they are conscious. And would a machine that acts just like the human be conscious? Then I believe it would be. But that's really philosophical belief. It's not. You can't prove it. I can't take an entity and prove that it's There's nothing that you can do that would indicate that.
It's like saying a piece of art is beautiful. You can say it, multiple people have experienced a piece of art is beautiful, but you can't prove it.
But it's also an extremely important issue. I mean, imagine if you had something with nobody's conscience. The world may as well not exist. And for some people, like say Marvin Minsky, said, well, consciousness is not logical, it's not scientific, and therefore we should dismiss it. And any talk about consciousness is just not to be believed. But when he actually engaged with somebody who was conscious, he actually acted as if they were conscious. He didn't ignore that.
He acted as if consciousness does matter.
Exactly. But as you said, it didn't matter.
But that's not
Yeah. It's still contradiction. But that's true of a lot of people as well.
but to you, consciousness matters.
But to me, it's very important. But I would say it's not a scientific issue. It's a philosophical issue. And people have different views. Some people believe that anything that makes a decision is conscious. So your light switch is conscious. Its level of consciousness is low, not very interesting, but that's a consciousness. And anything, so a computer that makes a more interesting decision, still not a human, but it's also conscious at a higher level than the light switch. So that's one view. There's many different views of what consciousness is.
So if a system passes the Turing test, it's not scientific, but in issues of philosophy, things like ethics start to enter the picture. Do you think there would be, we would start contending as a human species about the ethics of turning off such a machine?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely come up. It doesn't come up in reality yet, but I'm talking about 2029. It's not going to be years from now. So what are our obligations to it? It has a different, I mean, a computer that's conscious has a little bit different connotations than the human. We have a continuous consciousness. We're in an entity that does not last forever. Uh, actually, a significant portion of humans still exist and are therefore still conscious. Um, but anybody who is over a certain age doesn't exist anymore. That wouldn't be true of the computer program. You could completely turn it off, and then the copy could be stored and you could recreate it. And so it has a different type of validity. You could take it back in time if you eliminate its memory and go over again. It has a different kind of connotation than humans do.
Or perhaps you can do the same thing with humans. It's just that we don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah.
It's possible that we figure out all of these things on the machine first. But that doesn't mean the machine is conscious.
I mean, if you look at the way people get, say, free CPO or other machines that are conscious in movies, they don't have to present how it's conscious, but you see that they are a machine. And people will believe that they are conscious. And they'll actually worry about it if they get trouble.
So 2029 is going to be the first year when a major thing happens.
So,
And that will shape our civilization as we start to consider the role of AI.
yes and no. I mean, this one guy, Google claimed that the machine was conscious.
That's just going to,
Right.
but it starts to happen in scale.
Well, that's exactly right. Because most people have not taken that position. I don't take that position. I've used different things like this, and they don't appear to me to be conscious. As we eliminate various problems, at least on climate change, more and more people will separate their projects. So when we get to 2029, I think a large fraction of people will believe that they're conscious. So it's not going to happen all at once. I believe it will actually happen gradually. It's already started to happen.
And so that takes us one step closer to the singularity.
Another step that is in the 2030s, when we can actually connect our neocortex, which is where we do our thinking, to computers. And I mean, just this actually gains a lot to being connected to computers that will amplify its abilities. I mean, if this did not have any connection, it would be pretty stupid. It could not answer any of the questions.
If you're just listening to this, by the way, we're assembling the all-powerful smartphone.
So we're going to do that directly. I mean, these are pretty good. These already identified our intelligence. I'm already much smarter than I would otherwise be if I didn't have this. Because I remember when I first spoke the Age of Intelligent Machines, there was no way to get information from computers. I actually go to the library, find a book, find the page that had the information I wanted, and go to the copier, and I got significant information tool was a roll of quarters where I could give the copier. So we're already greatly advanced where we have these things. There's a few problems with it. First of all, I constantly put it down. I've actually never lost it, but you have to find it, and you have to turn it on. So there's a certain amount of steps. It would actually be quite useful if someone would just listen to your conversation and say, oh, that's, so-and-so actress, and tell you what you're talking about.
So going from active to passive really just permeates your whole life.
Yeah, exactly.
The way your brain does. Your brain is always there.
Right. That's something that could actually just about be done today, where you would listen to your conversation, understand what you're saying, understand what you're missing, and give you that information. But another step is to actually go inside your brain. And there are some prototypes where you can connect your brain. They actually don't have the amount of bandwidth that we need. They can work, but they work very slowly. So if you could actually connect to your neocortex, and the neocortex, which I described how to create a mind, the neocortex is actually, it has different levels. So as you go up the levels, it's kind of like a pyramid. The top level is fairly small. And that's the level where you want to connect these brain extenders. So I believe that will happen in 2030. So just the way this is greatly amplified by being connected to the cloud, we can connect our own brain to the cloud. And just doing what we can do by using this machine.
Do you think it would look like the brain-computer interface of like Neuralink? Or would it be
Well, Neuralink can attempt to do that. It doesn't have the bandwidth that we need.
Yeah.
Right. But I think, they're going to get permission for this because there are a lot of people who absolutely need it because they can't communicate. I know a couple of people like that who have ideas and they cannot move their muscles, so they can't communicate. So for them, this would be very valuable. But we can all use it. Basically, be kind of it would be like we have phone, but it would be in our mind. It would be kind of instantaneous.
And maybe communication between two people would not require this low bandwidth mechanism of language?
Yeah, spoken exactly. We don't know what that would be, but we do know that the computers can share information like language instantly. actually can manipulate different parameters. So we talk about these large language models. Um, I have written that uh, it requires a certain amount of information in order to be effective, and that we would not see AI really being effective until it got to that level. We had large language models of like 10 billion bytes, didn't work very well. Finally got to 100 billion bytes, and now they work fairly well. Now we're going to a trillion bytes. If you say Lambda has 100 billion bytes, what does that mean? Well, what if you had something that had one byte, one parameter? Maybe you want to tell whether or not something's an elephant or not. And so you put in something that would detect its trunk. If it has a trunk, it's an elephant. If it doesn't have a trunk, it's not an elephant. That would work fairly well, with a few problems with it. Really good to be able to tell what the trunk is, but anyway.
And maybe other things other than elephants like trunks. You might get very confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure which animals have trunks. Yeah. That's how you define a trunk. But yeah, that's one parameter. You
So
can do
these-
okay.
So these things have 100 billion parameters, so they're able to deal with very complex issues.
All kinds of trunks.
Human beings actually have a little bit more than that, but they're getting to the point where they can emulate humans. Uh, if we were able to connect this to our neocortex, you would basically add more of these abilities to make distinctions. And it could ultimately be much smarter and also be attached to information that we feel is reliable. So that's where we're headed.
Do you think that there will be a merger in the 30s, an increasing amount of merging between the human brain and the AI brain?
Exactly. And the AI brain is really an emulation of human beings, and that's why we're created. Because human beings act the same way, and this is basically to amplify them. I mean, this amplifies our brain. It's a little bit clumsy to interact with, but it definitely, way beyond what we had 15 years ago.
But the implementation becomes different, just like the bird versus the airplane. Even though the AI brings in emulation, it starts adding features that might not otherwise have. Like the ability to consume a huge amount of information quickly. Like look up thousands of Wikipedia articles in one take.
Exactly. Or we could get, for example, issues like simulated biology, where you can simulate many different things at once. Uh, we already have one example of simulated biology, which is the Moderna vaccine. Um, and that's going to be now the way in which we create medications. But they were able to simulate what each sample of an mRNA would do to a human being. They were able to simulate that quite reliably. And we actually simulated billions of different mRNA sequences. And they found the ones that were the best, that they created the vaccine. And they did, and talked about doing it quickly, they did that in 2 days. And how long would a human being take to simulate billions of different mRNA sequences? To do it all, but it took many years. They did it in 2 days. And one of the reasons that people didn't like vaccines was because it was done too quickly. It was done too fast. And they actually included the time it took to test it out, which is 10 months. So they figured, okay, it took 10 months to create this. Actually, it took us 2 days. And we also will be able to ultimately do the test in a few days as well.
Because we can simulate how the body responds.
Yeah, well, that's a little bit more complicated because the body has a lot of different elements and we have to simulate all of that. But that's coming as well. So ultimately, we could create it in a few days and then test it in a few days and it would be done. And we can do that with every type of medical insufficiency that we have.
So curing all diseases,
Yeah,
improving certain functions of the body, supplements, drugs for recreation, for health, for performance, for productivity.
that's where we're headed. Because I mean, right now we're inefficient. We're but we've already shown the Moderna vaccine is actually the best. The vaccines we've had. And it literally took 2 days to create. And we'll get to the point where we can test it out also quickly.
Are you impressed by AlphaFold and the solution to the protein folding, which essentially is simulating, modeling this primitive building block of life and its 3D shape?
It's pretty remarkable that they can actually predict what the 3D shape of these things are. But they did it with the same type of neural net. The one, for example, the Go test.
So it's all the same.
All the same. They took that same thing and just changed the rules to chess. And within a couple of days, you've now played a master level of chess greater than any human being. Uh, and the same thing that worked for AlphaFold, which no humans have done. I mean, human beings could do, the best humans could maybe do 15-20% of figuring out what the shape would be. After a few takes, it ultimately did just about 100%.
Do you still think the singularity will happen in 2045? And what does that look like?
Once we can amplify our brain to computers directly, what happens in the 2030s, that's going to keep growing. It's another whole theme, which is the exponential growth of computing power.
And so looking at price performance of computation from 1939 to 2021.
So let's start with the very first computer, actually created by a German during World War II. You might have thought that might be significant, but actually the Germans didn't think computers were significant. They completely rejected them. The second one was also the Zeus 2.
And by the way, we're looking at a plot with the x-axis being the year from 1935 to 2025. And on the y-axis, the log scale is computation per second per constant dollar. So dollar constant computation. And it's growing linearly on the log scale, which means it's growing exponentially.
The third one was the British computer, which the Allies did take very seriously. Cracked the German code and enabled the British to win the Battle of Britain, which otherwise absolutely would not have happened if they had cracked the code using that computer. But that's an exponential graph, so a straight line on that graph is exponential growth. And you see 80 years of exponential growth. And I'll say about every 5 years, and this happened shortly before the pandemic, people saying, well, they call it Moore's Law, which is not the correct, because it's not all Intel. But they started decades before Intel was even created. It wasn't with transistors formed into a grid.
It's not just transistor count or transistor size.
Right? It started with relays, then went to vacuum tubes, then went to individual transistors, and then to integrated circuits. And the integrated circuits actually starts like in the middle of this graph. And it has nothing to do with Intel. Intel actually was a key part of this, but a few years ago they stopped making the fastest chips. If you take the fastest chip of any technology in that year, you get this kind of graph. And it's definitely continuing for 80 years.
So you don't think Moore's Law broadly defined is dead? It's been declared dead multiple times.
That's why I don't like the term Moore's Law because it has nothing to do with Moore or with Intel. But yes, the exponential growth of computing is continuing. It's never stopped for various sources. We went through World War II, and through global recessions. It's just continuing. Uh, and if you continue that out, along with software games, which is a whole another issue, and they really multiply. Whatever you get from software games, you multiply by the computer games, you get faster and faster speed. This is actually the fastest computer models that have been created, and that actually expands roughly twice a year. Like every 6 months, it expands by two.
So we're looking at a plot from 2010 to 2022. On the x-axis is the publication date of the model, and then perhaps sometimes an actual paper associated with it. And on the y-axis is trained compute and flops. And so basically, this is looking at the increase in the, not transistors, but the computational power of neural networks.
It's the computational power that created these models, and that's doubled every 6 months.
Which is even faster.
Yeah,
Transistor division.
yeah. Now, actually, since it goes faster than the amount of cost, this has actually become a great investment to create these. But at any rate, by the time we get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence many millions fold. And it's very hard to imagine what that would be like.
And that's the singularity that we can't even imagine.
Right, that's why we call it the singularity. The singularity in physics, something gets sucked into a singularity and you can't tell what's going on in there because no information can get out of it. There's various problems with that, but that's the idea. It's too much beyond what we can imagine.
Do you think it's possible we don't notice that what the singularity actually feels like is we just live through it with exponentially increasing cognitive capabilities? And we almost, because everything's moving so quickly, aren't really able to introspect that our life has changed.
Yeah, so, I mean, we will have that much greater capacity to understand things, so we should be able to look back,
Looking at history and understand history.
but we will need people, person like you and me, that actually think about these.
Think about it. But we might be distracted by all the other sources of entertainment and fun because the exponential power of intellect is growing, but also
It'll be a lot of fun. The amount of ways you can have, we already have a lot of fun with computer games, so they're really quite remarkable.
what do you think about the digital world, the metaverse, virtual reality? Will that have a component in this, or will most of our investment be physical?
And it's a little bit like Second Life, although the Second Life actually didn't work very well because it actually handled too many people. I don't think the metaverse has come to being. I think there will be something like that. It won't necessarily be from the one company. I think it's going to be competitors. But yes, we're going to live increasingly online. And particularly when if our brains are online, we will not be online.
Do you think it's possible that, given this merger with AI, most of our meaningful interactions will be in this virtual world? Most of our life, we fall in love, we make friends, we come up with ideas, we do collaborations, we have fun.
Actually, there's somebody who's marrying somebody that they never met. I think they just met her briefly before the wedding, but she actually fell in love with this other person, never having met them. And I think I think the love is real.
That's a beautiful story, but do you think that story is one that might be experienced as opposed to by hundreds of thousands of people, but instead by hundreds of millions of people?
I mean, it really gives you appreciation for these virtual ways of communicating. And if anybody can do it, then it's really not such a freak story. So I think more and more people will do that.
But that's turning our back on our entire history of evolution. Where the old days, we used to follow love by holding hands and sitting by the fire, that kind of stuff. Here,
Actually, have five patents somewhere you can hold hands, even if you're separated. And,
so the touch, the sense, it's all just something. It's all just
yeah, I mean, it's not just that you're touching someone or not. There's a whole way of doing it. It's very subtle, but ultimately we can emulate all of that.
Are you excited about that future? Do you worry about that future?
I have certain worries about the future, but not that touch.
Well, I agree with you. You described 6 stages in the evolution of information processing in the universe.
Dude, this is so
You
fucking
started to
stupid.
describe. Can you maybe talk through some of those stages, from the physics and chemistry to DNA and brains to the very end, the very beautiful end of this process?
So it actually gets more rapid. Physics and chemistry, that's how we started.
They fucking
So we
At the
had
very beginning of the universe.
lots of electrons, those things traveling around, and that took many billions of years. So jumping ahead here, kind of some of the last stages where we have things like soft activity. It's really quite remarkable that happens. And further physics and chemistry created biology and DNA. And now you have actually one type of molecule that described the cutting edge of this process. We go from physics and chemistry to biology. And finally, biology created brains. I mean, not everything that's created by biology has a brain, but eventually brains came along.
And all of this is happening.
It created increasingly complex organisms. Another key thing is actually not just brains, but our thumb. Because there's a lot of animals with brains even bigger than humans. Elephants have a bigger brain, whales have a bigger brain. But they've not created technology because they don't have a thumb. So that's one of the really key elements of the evolution of the universe.
This physical manipulator device that's useful for puzzle solving and physical reality.
So I think I could look at a tree and go, oh, I could put that branch down and eliminate the leaves and carve a tip on it and I could create technology. And you can't do that if you don't have the thumb. So thumbs have created technology. Technology also had a memory. And now those memories are the scale, scope of human beings. And ultimately we'll go beyond it. And then we're going to merge human technology with human intelligence and understand how human intelligence works, which I think we already do, to our human technology.
So create the technology inspired by our intelligence, and that technology supersedes us in terms of its capabilities. And do you often see us?
We don't know, but a lot of people don't see that. You've got humans, you've got machines, no way to compete with humans. And you can already see that. Lee Sedol is the best Go player in the world. So he's not going to play Go anymore. Because playing Go for human, that was like the ultimate intelligence. No one else could do that. But now a machine can actually go way beyond it. And so it's well, there's no point playing it anymore.
That may be more true for games than it is for life. I think there's a lot of benefit to working together with AI in regular life. So if you were to put a probability on it, is it more likely to merge with AI or AI replaces us?
And a lot of people just think computers come along, people that we can't really compete, but that's the end of it. As opposed to them increasing our abilities. And if you look at most technology, it increases our abilities. We look at the history of work and look at what people did 100 years ago. Does any of that exist anymore? People, I mean, if you were to predict that all of these jobs go away, be done by machines, people say, well, it's going to be, no one's going to have jobs. There's massive unemployment. But I show in this book that's coming out, uh, the amount of people that are working, even as a percentage of the population, has come way up.
We're looking at the x-axis year from 1774 to 2024. X personal income per capita in constant dollars, and it's growing super linearly.
So 2021 constant dollars, and it's gone way up. It's not what you would predict, given that we would predict that all these jobs go away. But the reason it's gone up is because we basically enhanced our capabilities by using these machines, as opposed to just competing with us. That's the key way in which we're going to be able to become far smarter than we are now, by increasing the number of different parameters we can consider in making a decision.
I was very fortunate, I am very fortunate to be able to get a glimpse preview of your upcoming book, Similarities Near. And one of the themes, outside of just discussing the increasing exponential growth of technology, one of the themes is that things are getting better in all aspects of life. And you talk just about this. One of the things you're saying is your job. So let me just ask about that. There is a big concern that automation, especially powerful AI, will get rid of jobs. There people will lose jobs. And as you were saying, the sense is throughout the history of the 20th century, automation did not do that. And so the question is, will this time be different?
Right. That is the question. Will this time be different? And it really has to do with how quickly we can merge with this type of intelligence. For the Lambda or GPT-3 is out there, maybe to overcome some of the key problems. And we really have enhanced human intelligence. That might be a negative scenario. But I mean, that's why we create technologies, to enhance ourselves. And I believe we will be enhanced. We're not just going to sit here with 300 million modules in our neocortex. We're going to be able to go beyond that. Because that's useful, but we can multiply that by 10, 100, 1,000, a million. And you might think, well, what's the point of doing that? It's like asking somebody that's never heard music, well, what's the value of music? You can't appreciate it until you create it.
There's some worry that there'll be a wealth disparity, class or wealth disparity. Only the rich people will be, basically, the rich people will first have access to this kind of thing. And then because of this kind of thing, because the ability to merge will get richer exponentially faster.
And I say that's just like cell phones. There's like 4 billion cell phones in the world today. In fact, when cell phones first came out, you have to be fairly wealthy. They weren't very inexpensive. They had some wealth in order to afford them.
Yeah, there were these big, sexy
And they didn't look very well. They did almost nothing. So you can only afford these things if you're wealthy, and of course, they really don't work very well.
So achieving scale and determining expenses part of
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
This thing is so
So these
stupid.
are not totally cheap, but they're pretty cheap. I mean, you get them for a few $100.
especially given the kind of things that arise for you. There's a lot of people in the third world that have very little, but they have a smartphone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the same would be true there.
I think all these people have cell phones.
I've never seen.
Yeah, so your sense is any kind of advanced technology will take the same trajectory.
Right, now something that becomes cheap and will be affordable. Uh, I probably would not be the first person to put something in my brain to connect computers because I think it will have limitations. But once it's really perfected, at that point it'll be pretty inexpensive. I think it'll be pretty affordable.
So, in which other ways is the online your book is life getting better? 'Cause I think
Well, I have 50 charts in there,
Yeah.
where everything is getting better.
I think there's a kind of cynicism about like if you look at extreme poverty, for example.
For example, this is actually a poll taken on extreme poverty, and the people were asked, has poverty gotten better or worse?
The options are increased by 50%, increased by 25%, remain the same, decreased by 25%, decreased by 50%. If you're watching this or listening to this, try to vote for yourself.
70% thought it had gotten worse, and that's the general impression. 88% thought it had gotten worse or remained the same. Only 1% thought it decreased by 50%, and that is the answer. It actually decreased by 50%.
So only 1% of people got the right optimistic estimate of how low poverty is.
Right, and this is the reality. And it's true of almost everything you look at. You don't want to go back 100 years or 50 years. Things were quite miserable then, but we tend not to remember that.
Literacy rates increasing for the past few centuries across all the different nations, nearly to 100% across many of the nations of the world.
On the way up, average years of education has been way up. Life expectancy is also increasing. Life expectancy was 48 in 1900.
It's over 80 now.
And it's going to continue to go up, particularly as we get to more advanced stages of simulated biology.
The life expectancy, these trends are the same for at birth, age 1, age 5, age 10, so it's not just the infant mortality.
And I have 50 more graphs in the book about all kinds of
What up,
things.
big guys? How are you?
Even spread of democracy, that
Not Shabbat.
we have some controversial issues, still
Good,
not
how are
going
you?
up.
But that one is gone way up. That one is going through
How are you?
Exactly. And somebody might represent democracy and go backwards. But we basically have no democracies.
We're watching
Creation of the United States,
Ray Kurzweil on
over 2 centuries ago. The scale
the
of
Live
human history
Streaming
is
Podcast.
totally
Talk,
different.
man.
Do you think superintelligence systems will help
All right.
with democracy? So, what is democracy? Democracy is giving a voice to the populace and having their ideas, having their beliefs, having their views represented.
Well, I hope so. We've seen social networks to spread conspiracy theories, uh, which have been quite negative. For example, being against any kind of stuff that would help your health.
So, those kinds of ideas have social media, what you notice is they increase engagement, so dramatic visual engagement. Do you worry about AI systems that will learn to maximize that division?
I don't even know what you're saying.
I mean, I do have some concerns about this. And I have a chapter in the book about the perils of against AI, spreading misinformation on social networks is one of them. But there are many others.
What's the one that worries you the most that we should think about to try to avoid?
Well, it's hard to choose. We do have the nuclear power that evolved when I was a child. I remember, and we would actually do these drills against nuclear war. We'd get under our desks and put our hands behind our heads to protect us from nuclear war. Seems to work. We're still around. So, we're protected. But that's still a concern. And there are key dangerous situations that can take place in biology. Someone could create a virus that's very. I mean, we have viruses that are hard to spread, and they can be very dangerous. And we have viruses that are easy to spread, but they're not so dangerous. Somebody could create something that would be very easy to spread and very dangerous. It would be very hard to stop. And it could be something that would spread without people noticing because people could get it, they'd have no symptoms, and then everybody would get it, and then symptoms would occur maybe a month later. So, I mean, and that actually doesn't occur normally because if we were to have a problem with that, we wouldn't exist. So the fact that humans exist means that we don't have viruses that can spread easily and kill us because otherwise we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, viruses don't want to do that. They want to spread and keep the host alive, somewhere.
So you can describe various dangers with biology, also nanotechnology, which we actually have experienced it, but there are people that created nanotechnology and stuff that.
Now, you're excited by the possibilities of nanotechnology, of nanobots, of being able to do things inside our body, inside our mind, is going to help. What's exciting, what's terrifying about it?
What's exciting is that that's a way to communicate with our neocortex, because each neocortex is pretty small, and you need a small entity that can actually get in and establish a communication channel. And that's going to really be necessary to connect our brains to AI within ourselves, because otherwise it would be hard for us to compete with them.
Yeah, I've been with it.
Yeah, yeah. And that's key, because a lot of the things like Neuralink are really not high bandwidth yet.
So nanobots is the way to achieve high bandwidth. How much intelligence would those nanobots have?
Yeah, they don't need a lot, just enough to basically establish communication channels to one nanobot. So,
Primarily about communication, between external computing devices and our biological thinking machine. What worries you about nanobots? Is it similar to the viruses?
well, I mean, there's the Great Goo challenge. If you have a nanobot that's wanted to create any kind of entity and repeat itself and was able to operate in an actual environment, you could turn everything into that entity and basically destroy all biological life.
So you mentioned nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your opinion about the 21st century and whether you think we might destroy ourselves. And maybe your opinion, if it has changed by looking at what's going on in Ukraine, that we could have a hot war with nuclear power involved, and the tensions building, and the seeming forgetting of how terrifying and destructive nuclear weapons are. Do you think humans might destroy ourselves in the 21st century, and if we do, how? And how do we avoid it?
I don't think that's going to happen, despite the terrors of that war. It is a possibility, but I mean, I don't.
It's unlikely.
Yeah, even with the tensions we've had, it's one nuclear power plant that's been taken over. Um, it's very tense, but I don't actually see a lot of people worrying that that's going to happen. I think we'll avoid that. We had two nuclear bombs go off in 45, so now we're 7 years later. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We've never had another one go off forever.
People forget. People forget the lessons of history.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am worried about it. But there's definitely a challenge.
So you believe that we will make it out, and ultimately super intelligent AI will help us make it out, as opposed to destroy us.
I think so. But we do have to be mindful of these dangers. And there are other dangers besides nuclear weapons.
So to get back to merging with AI, will we be able to upload our minds in a computer in a way where we might even transcend the constraints of our bodies? So copy our minds into a computer and leave the body behind.
Let me just grab one thing I've already done for my father.
That's a great story.
So we created technology. This is public about 6 years ago, where you could ask any question. And we released product, I think it's still on the market. It would read 200,000 words. And then find the one sentence in 200,000 words that best answers your question. It's actually quite interesting. You can ask them kinds of questions and get the best answer in 200,000 words. But I was also able to take it and not go for 200,000 books, but go through a book that I put together, which is basically everything my father had. So everything he had written, I had gathered, and we created a book. Everything that Dr. Kejima had written. But I don't think this actually worked that well because stuff he'd written, stuff about how to lay out. I mean, he did directed choral groups and music groups, and he would be laying out how people should, where they should sit, and how to fund this, and all kinds of things that really didn't seem that interesting. And yeah, when you ask the question, you go through it, and it will actually give you a very good answer. So I said, well, who's the most interesting composer? He said, well, definitely Brahms. So we go on about how Brahms was fabulous, and talk about the importance of music education.
You can have essentially
So I can
especially
have
enhance the conversation.
a conversation with him, which was actually more interesting than talking to him, because if you talk to him, he'd be concerned about how they're going to lay out this property to get a call group.
You'd be concerned about the day-to-day versus the big questions.
Yeah.
And you did ask about the meaning of life, and he answered love.
Yeah.
You listen.
Yes, I did. You get used to missing somebody after 52 years. And I didn't really have intelligent conversations with him until later in life. The last few years he was sick, which meant he was home a lot, and I was actually able to talk to him about different things like music and other things. Uh, so I miss that very much.
What did you learn about life? What part of him is good?
He was devoted to music, And when he would create something to music, it put him in a different world. Otherwise, he was very shy. Um, when people got together, he tended not to interact with people just because of his shyness. But when he created music, that he was like a different person.
Do you have that relate?
Yeah,
On the light that shines?
I mean, I got involved with technology at like age 5.
You fell in love with it the same way you did with me.
Yeah, yeah. I remember this actually happened with my grandmother. She had a manual typewriter. She wrote a book called Life Is Not Enough. It's actually a good title for a book I might write. But, and it's about a school she had created. Well, actually, her mother created it. My mother's mother's mother created the school in 1868. It was the first school in Europe that provided higher education to women who went to 14th grade. You're a girl, you were lucky enough to get an education at all, and would go through like 9th grade. But many people didn't have any education as a girl. This went through 14th grade. Um, her mother created it, she took it over. The book was about the history of the school and her involvement with it. Um, when she presented to me, I was not so interested in the story of the book of the school. But I was totally amazed with this manual typewriter. I mean, here was something you could put a blank piece of paper into, and you could turn it into something that looks like it came from a book. So you could actually type on it, and it would look like it came from a book. It was just amazing. And I could see actually how it worked. And I was also interested in magic. Uh, but in magic, if somebody actually knows how it works, the magic goes away. The magic doesn't stay there if you actually understand how it works. But here was technology, and it had that word when I was 5 and 6.
And the magic was still there for you?
The magic was still there, even if you knew how it worked. So I became totally interested in this. I went around collecting little pieces of mechanical objects, bicycles, radios, go through the neighborhood. This was an era where you would allow 5 or 6-year-olds who would run through the neighborhood to do this. You don't do that anymore. But I didn't know how to put them together. I could just figure out how to put these things together. I could solve any problem. And I actually remember talking to these very old people. And if I could just figure this out, we could fly, we could do anything, and he said, well, you just come with information. And then when I was in 3rd grade, so it was like 8, created like a virtual reality theater where people could come on stage, they could move their arms, and all of it was controlled through one control box. It was all real mechanical technology. And it was a big hit in my 3rd grade class. And then I went on to do things in junior high school, science fairs, and high school science fairs, or whatever they have science stage. But I mean, I became committed to technology when I was 5 or 6 years old.
You've talked about how you use lucid dreaming to think, to come up with ideas as a source of creativity. Could you maybe talk through that? Maybe the process of it. You've invented a lot of things. You came up and thought of some very interesting ideas. What advice would you give, or can you speak to the process of thinking? How to think, how to think, right?
Well, and sometimes I would think through in a dream and try to interpret that, but I think the key issue that I would tell younger people um, is to put yourself in the position that what you're trying to create already exists. And then you're explaining like how it works. Exactly.
That's really interesting. You paint the world that you would like to exist, you think it exists, and reverse engineer
If
that.
you actually imagine you're giving a speech about how you created this, and you have to then work backwards to how you created it in order to make it work.
It's brilliant. And that requires some imagination too, some first principles thinking, to visualize that world. It's really interesting.
And generally, when I talk about things with time, that's I would use present tense as if it already exists. Not just to give myself that confidence, but everybody else who's working on it. Which is to kind of do all the steps in order to make it actual.
Much of a good idea is about time. Much is about your genius versus time.
Time is very important. I mean, that's really why I got into futurism. I wasn't currently a futurist. Just like really my goal, really to figure out where things are feasible. You see that now with large scale models. The first large scale models like GPT-3, it started 2 years ago. 4 years ago, it wasn't feasible. In fact, they did create GPT-2, which didn't work. So it required a certain amount of timing having to do with this exponential growth of computing power.
So futurism in some sense is the study of timing, trying to understand how the world will evolve.
Yeah,
And when with the capacity for certain ideas.
and that's become a thing in itself. I think future, but really, its original purpose was to time my products. I mean, I did OCR in the 1970s because OCR doesn't require a lot of computation.
Optical character recognition.
Yeah, so we were able to do that in the 70s, and I waited till the 80s to address speech recognition, since that requires more computation.
So you were thinking at the time you were developing those things
Yeah,
as its time come. And that's how you develop that brain power to start to think in the future sense. When how would the world look like 2045 and look backwards?
yeah.
How these things.
But that has become a thing in itself because looking at what things will be like in the future reflects such dramatic changes in how humans will live. That was worth communicating also.
So you develop that muscle of predicting the future and then apply value. It's time to discuss how it changes the world, technology, how it changes the world of human life on Earth. In Danielle, one of your books, you write about someone who has the courage to question assumptions that limit human imagination to solve problems. And you also give advice on how each of us can have this kind of courage.
It's good that you picked that quote because I think that does symbolize what Danielle is about.
Courage. So how can each of us have that courage to question this?
I mean, we see that when people can go beyond the kind of run away and pay something that's new. Take Uber, for example. Before that existed, you never thought that that was be feasible. But it did require changes in the way people work.
Is there practical advice you give in the book about what each of us can do to be a Danielle?
Well, she looks at the situation and tries to imagine uh, how she can overcome various obstacles, and then she goes for it. She's a very good communicator. She can communicate these ideas to other people.
And there's practical advice on learning to program, recording your life, and things of this nature become physicists. So you list a bunch of different suggestions of how to throw yourself into this world.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a idea of how young people can actually change the world by learning all of these different skills.
And at the core of that is the belief that you can change the world. That your mind, your body can change it.
Yeah.
And not letting anyone say that.
It's really good. But
And we upload the story you told about your dad and having that conversation with him. We're talking about uploading your mind to the computer. Do you think we'll have a future with something you call afterlife, where we have avatars that mimic increasingly better and better our behavior, our appearance, even those that perhaps not no longer with us?
yeah, I mean, we need some information about them. When you think about my father, half what he wrote, he didn't have the words necessarily, so he didn't actually write that much. And our memories are not perfect. So how do you even know if he created something that's satisfactory? You could do a Frederick Kurzweil Turing test. He seems like Frederick Kurzweil to me. But the people who remember him, like me, don't have a perfect memory.
Is there such a thing as a perfect memory? Maybe the whole point is for him to make you feel a certain way.
Yeah. Well, I think that would be the goal.
That's the connection we have with loved ones. It's not really based on very strict definition of truth. It's more about the experience that you share.
Yeah.
And they get more full memory. But ultimately, they make you smile.
I think we definitely can do that. And that would be very useful.
Do you think we'll have a world of replicants, of copies? There'll be a bunch of great profiles. Like I could hang out with one. I can download it for $5. And then the best friend is great. And you, the original copy, wouldn't even know that. Is that? Do you think that world is? First of all, do you think that world is feasible, and do you think there's ethical challenge? Like, how would you feel about
Um, just like the other problem. Which would you, what original, would you start with that? What's the problem for you?
No, I enjoy. I would really very much enjoy it.
No, not just hanging with me, but somebody hanging with you, replicant of you.
Well, I think I would start. It sounds exciting, but then what if they start doing better than me and take over my friend group? And then I because they may be an imperfect copy, or they may be more social, all these kinds of things. And then I become like the old version. It's not as exciting. Maybe they're a copy of the best version of me. On a good day.
And if you hang out with a replicant of me, and that turned out to be successful, I feel proud of that person because he's based on me.
So it is a kind of death of this version of
Well, not necessarily. It could still be alive, right?
right? And you would be proud. Okay, so it's that kind of kid that you're proud that they've done what they were able to do.
Yeah, exactly. It does bring up new issues, but it seems like an opportunity.
But that replicant should probably have the same rights as you.
So that gets into a whole issue uh, because when a replicant occurs, you're not necessarily going to have the rights. If a replicant occurs and somebody's sort of dead, do they have all the obligations that the original person had? Do they have all the agreements that they had? So
I think you're going to have laws that say yes. there has to be, if you want to create a replicant, they have to have all the same rights as human rights.
No, but you don't know. And if you create a replicant, you want a replicant without obligated rights.
Because that would be illegal. Like, if you do that, you have to do that in the black market. If you want to get an official replicant,
And that's so easy. It's supposed to create multiple replicants. The original right maybe for one person, and not for a whole group of people.
sure. So there has to be one. And then the other one's kind of shareable. Yeah, I don't think that's very difficult to conceive for us humans. The idea is
You create a replicant that has certain. When I talk to people about it, including my wife, who would like to get back her father, it's just a worry about who has rights to what. She would have somebody that she could visit with and then give her some satisfaction. Uh, and they wouldn't, she wouldn't care about it.
what does your wife think about my daughter? You have to have this question.
That's what we just said.
I think ultimately that's an important question. Love to how they feel about. There's something about
Well,
love.
that's the key thing, right? Like, the love was rejected. But the loved ones really are the key permanent for everybody. Works or not.
But there's also ethical rules. You have to confront the idea, and you have to confront that idea with AI.
But what's going to motivate it? You know, I talk to people who really miss people who are gone, and they would love to get something back, even if it's not perfect. And that's what's going to motivate them.
And that person lives on essentially. And the more data we have, the more we're able to reconstruct that person. And then we can.
And eventually, as we go forward, we're going to have more and more of these data because we're going to have none of us that are inside our cortex and collect a lot of data. Like anything that's data is always collected.
There is something a little bit sad, which is becoming maybe it's culture, which is more and more common these days. Which when a person passes away, you have their Twitter account, and you have the last tweet they tweeted. Like something
And you can recreate them now with large language models and so on. And you can create somebody that's just like them and can actually continue to communicate.
I think that's really exciting because I think, in some sense, like if I were to die today, in some sense I would continue on if I continue tweeting at 3:34 a.m.
Yeah. So that's one of the advantages. You replicate, like, recreate the communications of that person.
Do you hope? Do you think you hope humans will become a multi-planetary species? You talked about the phases, the 6 epochs, and one of them is reaching out into the stars.
Yes, but the kind of attempts we're making now to go to those planetary objects doesn't excite me that much because it's not really advancing anything.
It's not sufficient enough.
Yeah, we're also putting out other human beings, which is a very inefficient way to explore these other objects. But I really talk about when the sixth epoch, the universe wakes up. It's where we can spread our superintelligence throughout the universe. And that doesn't mean sending very soft, squishy creatures here.
The universe wakes up.
We would send intelligence masses of nanobots, which can then go out and uh, colonize these other parts of the universe.
Do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out
My hunch is no. Most people say yes, absolutely yes. It's a bit. I will cite the Drake equation, and I think in Singularity is Near, uh, I have two analyses of the Drake equation, both with very reasonable assumptions. And one gives you thousands of advanced civilizations in each galaxy, and another one gives you one civilization. We know of one. And all the analyses are forgetting the exponential growth of computation. Because we've gone where the fastest way I could send a message to somebody was with a pony, which was what, like a century and a half ago, to the advanced civilization we have today. I think if you step what I've said, go forward a few decades, you're going to have an absolutely fantastic amount of civilization compared to a pony less than a couple hundred years.
there. So the speed and the scale of information transfer is going exponentially. In a blink of an eye.
Now think about these other civilizations. They're going to be spread out in cosmic time. So if something is like ahead of us or behind us, it could be ahead of us or behind us by maybe millions of years. It isn't that much. I mean, the world is billions of years old, 14 billion or something. So even 1,000 years, if you 200 or 300 years is enough to go from a pony to a fantastic amount of civilization, we would see that. So of other civilizations that have occurred, some might be behind us, some might be ahead of us. If they're ahead of us, they're ahead of us by thousands, millions of years, and they would be so far beyond us, they would be doing galaxy-wide engineering. But we don't see anything doing galaxy-wide engineering.
So either they don't exist, or this very universe is a construction of the human species. We are living inside a video game.
Well, that's another explanation, yes. You've got some teenage kids in the civilization.
Do you find compelling the simulation hypothesis as a thought experiment, or we're living a simulation?
The universe is computational. So we are an example in a computational world. Therefore, it is a simulation. It doesn't necessarily mean an experiment by some high school kid who lives in another world, but nonetheless, it is taking place in a computational world. And everything that's going on is basically a form of computation. So you really have to define what the mean time. So there being a simulation.
Well, then it's the teenager that makes the video game. You know, us humans with our current limited cognitive capability have strived to understand ourselves, and we have created religions. We think of God, whatever that is. We think God exists, and if so, who is God?
I alluded to this before. We started out with lots of particles going around.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that represents love and creativity. And somehow we've got into a world where love actually exists. And that has to do actually with consciousness, because you can't have love without consciousness. So to me, that's God. The fact that we have something where love, where you can be devoted to someone else, you can really feel that love. Um, that's God. And if you look at the Old Testament, it was actually created by several different rabbinics. And, But I think they've identified three of them. One of them deals with God. The person deals with, gets angry, and gets vengeance on those people. But two of them actually talk about God as a symbol of love and peace and harmony and so forth. That's how they describe God. So that's my view of God. Not as a person that this guy deals with.
It's whatever the magic that goes from basic elements to things like consciousness and love. Do you think one of the things I find extremely beautiful and powerful is cellular atomic, which you also touch on? Do you think whatever the heck happens in cellular automata where interesting, complicated objects emerge, God is in there too? The emergence of love in this seemingly primitive.
The goal of creating a replicant is that they would love you, you would love them. There wouldn't be much point of doing it if that didn't happen.
But all of it, I guess what I'm saying about cellular automata is it's primitive building blocks, and they somehow create beautiful things. Is there some deep truth to that about how our universe works? Is the emergence with simple rules, beautiful complex objects can emerge? Is that the thing that made us,
Yeah,
as we went through all of the 6 phases of reality?
that's a good way to look at it. It does make some point to value having a universe.
Do you think about your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Yes, but I would keep going back to my idea of being able to expand human life quickly enough in advance of getting there. Longevity escape velocity, which we're not quite at yet, but I think we're actually pretty close, particularly with, for example, doing simulated biology. I think we could probably get there within, say, by the end of this decade, and that's my goal.
You hope to achieve the longevity escape velocity. You hope to achieve the immortality.
Well, immortality is hard to say. I can't really come on your phone and say, I've done it. I've achieved immortality. Because never, forever.
A long time of living life.
I would like to actually advance human life expectancy, advance my life expectancy more than a year every year. I think we can get there by the end of this decade.
How do you think we do it? So these practical things can transcend the 9 steps to living life forever. You think you describe just that, these practical things like health, exercise.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a body that doesn't last forever. There's no reason why it can't, though. And we discover things that they will extend it. But you do have to deal with, I've got various issues. Went to Mexico 40 years ago, salmonella, that created pancreatitis, which gave me a strange form of diabetes. It's not type 1 diabetes because it's an autoimmune disorder that destroys your pancreas. I don't have that. But it's also not type 2 diabetes because type 2 diabetes is your pancreas works fine, but your cells don't absorb the insulin well. I don't have that either. The pancreatitis I had partially damaged my pancreas, but it was a one-time thing. It didn't continue. And I've learned now how to control it. But so that's just something I have to do in order to continue to exist.
It's your particular biological system. You have to figure out a few hacks. And the idea is that science will do. You don't have to do that much better.
Yeah. So I mean, I do spend a lot of time just thinking with my own body to keep it going. I don't know. So I do think I'll last to the end of this decade, and I think we'll achieve longevity escape velocity. I think that will start with people who are very diligent about this. Eventually, it will become sort of routine that people will be able to do it. So if you're talking about kids today, or even people in their 20s and 30s, it's really not a very serious problem. I've had some discussions with relatives who are almost 100, saying, well, we're working on it as quickly as possible. But I don't know if that's going to work.
Is there a case, this is a difficult question, but is there a case to be made against living forever? That a finite life, that mortality is a future, that living a shorter, so dying makes ice cream taste delicious, makes life intensely beautiful.
I don't think you believe that way, except if you present the death of anybody they care about or love, they find that extremely depressing. And I know people who feel that way 20, 30, 40 years later, but still not back. Um, so, I mean, death is not something to celebrate. But we've lived in a world where people just accept this. Life is short. You see it all the time on TV. Life's short. People take advantage of it. And nobody accepts the fact that you can actually go beyond normal lifetime. But anytime you talk about death or the death of a person, even one death is terrible and tragic. If you have somebody that lives to 100 years old, we still let them in the throat. And there's no limitation to that. But these kinds of trends are going to provide greater and greater opportunity for everybody, even if we have more people.
So let me ask about an alien species or super intelligent AI 500 years from now, and we look back and remember refers now version 0, before the Vatican spread. How do you hope they remember you? In Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy summary of Reaper's Log, what do you hope your legacy is?
Well, I mean, I do hope to be around for that some version of you. So,
Do you think you'll be the same person around?
I mean, am I the same person I was when I was just 20 or 10?
You would be the same person in that same way, but yes, we're different. We're different. We have with that, all you have with that person is your memories, which are probably distorted in some way. Maybe you just remember the good parts. Depending on your psyche, you might focus on the bad parts, you might focus on the good parts.
Right. But, I mean, I still have a relationship to the way I was when I was younger.
How will you and the other super intelligent AI remember you of today from 500 years ago? What do you hope to be remembered by this version? Before the singularity.
I think it's expressed well in the book, trying to create some new realities that people will accept. And that's something that gives me great pleasure and greater insight into what makes humans valuable. I'm not the only person who's tempted to comment on that.
And optimism permeates your work. Optimism about the future. So ultimately, that optimism paves the way for building.
I agree with that.
So you ask your dad about the meaning of life and said love. Let me ask you the same question. What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? This beautiful journey that we're on in this fours reaching for phase 5 of this evolution of information processing. Why?
They hate to be the same answers. It's their fault. Because if there were no love, we didn't care about anybody. There'd be no point existing.
Love is the meaning of life. AI version of your dad had a good point. So I think that's a beautiful way to end it. Ray, thank you for your work. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for dreaming about a beautiful future and creating it along the way. And thank you so much for spending a really valuable time here today. This was awesome.
It's my pleasure. You have some great insights. Welcome to me and to family as well. So appreciate that.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, immediately feel so words from present. It is change, continuous change, inevitable change. It is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, the world as it will be. This, in turn, means that our statesmen, our businessmen, our everyman must take on a science fiction way of thinking. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you. The lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of the First World War is that human life is not cheap. And that all of the great powers thought was like throwing more men and more material at the front. They would solve their political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, in 1918, one side did win, but it didn't actually solve anything. You said that World War I gave birth to civilian state interests. Can you explain that? The following is a conversation with Christopher, a historian at MIT specializing in the history of politics and war in modern American history, especially about the role of World War I in defining the trajectory of the United States and our human civilization in the 20th and 21st centuries. This is a Let's Read podcast supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, Christopher. Let's start with a big and difficult question. How did World War I start? On the one hand, World War I started because of a series of events in the summer of 1914 that brought the major powers of Europe into conflict with one another. I actually think it's more useful to say that World War I started at least a generation earlier, when rising powers, particularly Germany, started devoting more and more of their resources toward military affairs and naval affairs. This sets off an arms race in Europe. This sets off a rivalry over the colonial world who will control the resources in Africa and Asia. And so by the time you get to the summer of 1914, in a lot of ways, I think the war has already begun. And this is just the match that happened. So the capacity for war is really within the leaders and the populace. They started accepting, sort of slowly through the culture propagated this idea that you can go to war. It's a good idea to go to war. It's a good idea to expand and dominate others, that kind of thing. Maybe not put in those clear terms, but just a sense that military action is the way that nations operate. Yes, and right. So yes, there's a sense that the military can be the solutions for conflict in Europe itself. And the end is that war in a military conflict are already that there's war, particularly in Africa and North Africa. These Balkan conflict is already and but European powers haven't faced off against each other. They've usually faced off against an asymmetrical conflict because much less powerful states. But to
place that that war is already underway.
So do you think it was inevitable? Because World War One is brought up as a case study where it seems like a few accidental leaders and a few accidental events, or one accidental event led to the war. And if you change that one little thing, you go to war. Your sense is that the drums of war have been beating quite a while, and it would have happened almost no matter what, or very likely to happen.
Yeah, historians never like to say things are inevitable, and certainly there are people who could have chosen a different path, both in the short term and the long term. But fundamentally, there were irreconcilable conflicts in the system of empires in the world in 1914 that I can't see. It didn't have to be just war, but it probably had to be over.
So there was the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there's France, Great Britain, U.S. The U.S. people what do you graduate to Empire status?
Well, certainly after 1898, with the acquisition of the former territories of the Spanish Empire, the United States has former colonial possessions, and it has sort of mindsets of rule and military acquisition that would define an empire and criminal influence.
So you would say you would put the blame or the responsibility of starting World War One into the hands of the German Empire and Kaiser Wilhelm II.
That's a really tough call to make. And the deciding matter for historians and business for the next 200 years. I think there are people who would lay all of the blame on the Germans, and who point toward the generation of arms build-up, alliances that Germany made, promises that they made to their allies in the Balkans, to the Hungarians. And so, yes, there's an awful lot of responsibility. There has been a trend, I hate to say, no, it's no one's fault, right? That all of the various powers literally were sleepwalking forces of war, right? They backed into it inadvertently. I think that makes everyone too much of it, right? And so I think in between is, I would put the blame on the system of empires itself, on the system. But in that system, the actor that sort of carries the most responsibility is definitely the people in Germany.
So the leader of Austro-Hungarian Empire, Franz Joseph I, his nephew, Archduke Ferdinand, he was assassinated. And so that didn't have to lead to a war. And then the leader of the German Empire, Franz II, pressured sort of started talking trash, boiling the water that ultimately resulted in the explosion. Plus all the other players. Can you describe the dynamics of that? The U.S., what's the role of the U.S., what's the role of France, what's the role of Great Britain, Germany, and Austro-Hungarian?
Yeah, over the course of the battle, for the following the assassination of the Archduke in Sarajevo, it sort of triggers a series of political conflicts and ultimatums, sort of demanding that one or other power sort of stand down in response to the demands of either Britain, France, or in turn Germany or Russia. At the same time, those alliances kind of trigger automatic responses from the other side. And so that's good. And once that escalation is combined with the call of military truth, then none of those powers wants to be sort of the last one to kind of get ready. So even throughout it, they think they are getting ready in a defensive maneuver. And they think if there is conflict, well, it might be a skirmish, it could be a standoff, it could be solved with diplomacy later, because diplomacy is happening now. And that turns out not to be the case. Diplomacy fails, it's not a skirmish, it becomes a battle. And the Americans are watching the cycle. They have very little influence over what happens outside.
How does it go from a skirmish between the two nations to a global war? Is there a place where there's a phase transition?
Yeah, I think the phase transition over the course of the fall of 1942, when the Germans make an initial sort of bold move into France. In many ways, they're fighting the last war, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And they really do sort of kind of want to have a quick sort of lightning strike in some ways against France to kind of bring the war to a speedy conclusion. France turns out to be able to fight that more effectively than the Germans expected. And then the battle lines sort of parted. And then the holdback, the French and the Germans, plus the British on the side of the French, start digging in, literally. And digging trenches that at first are 3 feet deep to avoid shelling from artillery, then become 6 feet, 10 feet deep, 2 miles wide, that include telegraph lines, that include hill hospitals in the back. And then at that point, the front is locked in place. And the only way to break that is sort of basically dialing the war up to 11. Right, so massive numbers of troops, massive efforts, none of which work. And so the war is stuck in this. But that's the phase transition.
What were the machines of war in that case? You mentioned trenches. What were the guns used? What was the size of guns? What are we talking about? When did Germany start accumulating that weapons?
One of the things that we see immediately is the Industrial Revolution of the previous 30 or 40 years brought to bear on the army. Right, and so you see machine guns, you see artillery. These are the kind of the key weapons on both sides. And the vast majority of battlefield casualties are from artillery shelling from one side to another. Not sort of rifle and machine gun attacks. And some of the weapons of war are human beings, right? Tens of thousands of them poured over the top. In these sort of waves to try to break through the enemy lines. And it would work for a little while. But holding a territory that had been gained often proved to be even more demanding than gaining. And so often each side would retreat back into the trenches.
And how did Russia, how did Britain, how did France get pulled into the war? I suppose the France war is the easy one. But what is the order of events here?
Right.
Because of World War.
Yeah. So Britain, France, and Russia are at this time they're an alliance. And so the conflicts, in the summer of 1914 lead sort of to the declarations of war happen sort of one after the other. In August, in late August of 1914. All three powers essentially come into the same time because they have promised to do so through a series of alliances conducted secretly in the years before 1914 that committed them to defend one another. Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Ottoman Empire have their own secret agreements that also commit them to defend one another. And what this does is it sort of brings them all into conflict at the exact same moment. They're also, in many of these countries, bringing not just their national armies, but also their empires into the conflict. Right. So Britain and France, of course, have enormous global empires that begin mobilizing soldiers as well as materials. Germany has less of an overseas empire. Russia and the Ottoman Empire have their own sort of hinterland within the empire. And very seriously, all of the world powers are bringing the entire world into conflict.
Did they have a sense of how deadly the war is? It's another scale of death, destruction.
At the beginning, no, but very the scale of the devastation of these sort of massive attacks on trenches is apparent to the military officers, and it very quickly becomes apparent even at home. There is, of course, censorship of the battlefields and specific details don't need to be done. But for civilians and any of the powers, they know very clearly how destructive the war is. And to me, that's always been a real tells you that by the time the United States comes to decide whether to join the United States, they know exactly what they're getting into. They're not backing into the war in the ways that European powers do. They've seen the devastation, they've seen photographs, they've seen Egypt soldiers, and they make that choice anyway.
You say they, do you mean the leaders, people, the death and destruction reach the minds of the American people by that time?
Yes, absolutely. And we don't in 1917 have the mass media that we have now, but there are images of newspapers, there are newsreels, like movie reporters, and of course some of it same but that combined with press accounts, often really quite descriptive press accounts, boring accounts, which anyone who cares to read them, certainly quite a few people didn't follow the news culture far away. But most Americans who cared about the news how devastating this war.
There's something that happens that I recently visited Ukraine for a few weeks. There's something that happens with the human mind as you get away from the actual front or the line. Like, literally, you call it away. You start to not feel it. You hear an explosion, you see an explosion, you start to get assimilated to it, you start to get used to it. And then when you get as far away from current here, start to, the world, everything around you is fighting in that war. It's still small distance. And I think in the United States, the ocean between, even if you have the stories of it, it's still a small distance. Like we have maybe, like a movie or a video game, someone else, even if your loved ones or you, like,
Yeah, that is absolutely. In some ways, that's true even for the high points in Europe, except for the areas where, in Belgium and France, but we were, right there in the backyard. For other people, yeah, there's a distance. Soldiers, of course, feel this very strongly. I mean, European soldiers, when they're able to go home on leave, often, deeply resent what they see as the luxury that civilians are living during the war.
so how did you enter the war? Who was the president? What was the dynamics involved? And could it have stayed out?
To answer your last question first, yes, right. The United States could have stayed out of the First World War as a military power. The United States could not have ignored the United Right? It shaped everything. Right? It shaped trade, it shaped goods and services backwards. And whether there was a crop trade, whether there were immigrants coming across the Atlantic from American factories. And so the U.S. can't ignore this. But the U.S. makes a choice in 1917 to enter the war and fight declaring on Germany. And in that sense, this is a war of choice, but it's kicked off by a series of events. And so President Woodrow has been president through this entire period. He has just won in the 1916 presidential election campaign to keep the United States out of the war. But then in 1917, the Germans, in some ways, twist the Americans. Like the Germans sort of help the man understand that that they're stuck. Right? And that they're stuck in this trench warfare. They need a big breakthrough. Their one big chance is to sort of break the blockade, and to push through that the British are to break through it against France. And so they do. And along with this, they start sinking ships on the Atlantic, including America. The Germans know full well this will draw the United States. But the Germans look at the United States at this moment, a relatively small army, a relatively small navy, a country that, at least on paper, is deeply divided about whether to join the war. And so they say, let's do it. Right? They're not going to get into it. Right? It was a gamble. But I think our group took their best chance. They took that gamble, they lost. But in part because French resistance was strong, in part because Americans mobilized much greater numbers than the Germans. The American people were divided. The American people were actually divided by whether the country was war. Right? From 1914 to 1917, there is a searing debate across the political spectrum. It doesn't break down easily about whether it was in the U.S. interest to do this, whether Americans should be sent abroad, whether Americans would end up just being cannon fodder for the European empire. Eventually, as Americans shift our sun, first in Lusitania in 1915, then in much greater numbers in 1917, the tide starts to turn and Americans feel like the Congress wants to. And yet the declaration of war in Congress is pretty lopsided, but it's not reactive.
Lopsided goes into
Yeah.
well, that's really interesting because there's echoes of that later. The Congress is big. Nobody wants to be the guy that says no to war for some reason. What's the set that in terms of side, in terms of politicians, isn't purely, but I wonder if that was always the case. Do you make the case that World War One is largely defining what it means to be an American citizen? So in which way does it define the American citizen?
When you think about citizenship, what it means is two things. First of all, what are your rights and obligations? What is the legal citizenship that you have as a citizen of the United States or any other state? And the second is a more amorphous definition of what does it mean to belong, to be part of America, to feel American, to not let them payment with you as an item. And both of those things really are crystal clear in terms of their importance for the right? So both of those things are on the table. Being a citizen who is a citizen who isn't matters. So people would never carry passports or anything before someone has to. But also what it means to be in right? To feel like it's to be part of this project is also kind of being defined and enforced. So
The project, is a funny way to put global war. Right? So can you tell the story, not just a good example of the James Montgomery Flagg's 1916 poster that reads, "I want you." A lot of people know this poster. I think in its original form, it's unified form, but in those poster, we don't remember where it came from. And most Americans, I think, me included, didn't know where it came from. It actually comes from 1916. Is this supposed to represent the birth of something new in America, which is a commodification or, I don't know, that propaganda machine that says what it means to be an American is somebody that fights for their country?
Yeah. So the image, it's in fact, I think one of the most recognizable images, not only in the United States, but in the entire world. Right? And you can bring it almost anywhere in the 2022, and people will know what it's referred to. Right? And so this is an image that circulated first as a magazine cover, later as a recruitment poster, where the figure is Uncle Sam pointing at the viewer and with his finger pointing and saying, "I want you." Right? And the "I want you" is a recruitment tool to join in this fund. And this little tool really kind of starts as a kind of, like I said, magazine cover in 1916 by the artist James Montgomery Flagg. It initially appears under the heading, "What are you doing to prepare in case war comes to the United States?" And at that point in 1916, we're still neutral. In 1917, it's turned into a U.S. Army recruiting poster. And then it reappears in World War II, it reappears generations after. Like you said, it's now gets remixed, modified, and it's a river. I think for me, it's a turning point. It's a sort of window into the crucial moment in our history, where the federal government government is now embarking on war overseas, trying to make enormous demands on its citizens. And at the same time, where sort of technologies and mass production and mass media and what we would probably call propaganda are being sort of mobilized for the first time in this new.
In some sense, is it fair to say that the empire is born, the expanding empire is born from the Novochowski perspective kind of empire that seeks to have military influence outside the US?
Yes, but I think starting to be at least as interesting in what happens to the people who are getting appointed to private sale. Like rather than just whether these something and so yeah, he's asking us to do that. But how do we
And the people respond. So the people are ultimately the machines of history, the mechanism of history is not a chemical sand that says I don't do so much. People ultimately step up.
they the American people were responsible for sure, but they didn't feel what Michael Sam asked them to do in that first time. Right? And I think that's kind of a crucial aspect. There never would have been sort of global U.S. power without a response that begins in World War I.
What was the Selective Service Act of 1970?
So one of the very first things that Michael Sam wants you to do, right, is to register for selective certificate draft. Right? And the laws passed very soon after the interesting war demanding that all men between 21 and 30, and between 18 and 35, register for the draft, and they'll be selected by a government agency, by a volunteer.
It's a requirement.
It is a legal requirement to register. Not everyone who registers is selected. But over the course of the war, 24 million men register, almost 4 million serve as compassion.
What was the response? What was the feeling amongst American people to sign up to the Selective Service Act?
Well, this is a bigger turning point than we might think. Right? In some ways, this is a tougher demand of the American public than entering. One thing to declare the election, right? It's another thing to go down to the local post office and fill out the forms that allow your government to send you that fund. And this is especially important at a time that the federal government doesn't really have any other way to fund you unless you actually go and register yourself. Right? And so, ordinary people are participating in the building of this war machine, but at least a 500,000 of them don't. Right? And simply never fill out the form. Move from one town to another.
But you said the only movie?
Well, so we get about 24 million register, at least 500.
Is it surprising to you that many registered? Since the country was divided?
Yes, it is, and that's what I've sort of tried to dig in to figure out how did you get 24 million people to register for the draft? It's simply not coming from the top down. There may be 100 sort of agents who work now for the FBI. It's really not being enforced by Washington. It's being enforced in, through the eyes of everyday neighbors, through community surveillance, all kinds of things.
Oh, so there was like a pressure.
There were a lot of
Interesting. So there's not a significant anti-war movement as you would see maybe later in Vietnam and things like this.
there was a significant movement before 1970, but it becomes very hard to keep up with organized anti-war, particularly when the government starts shutting down.
So as the Selective Service Act of 1917 runs up against some of the freedoms, some of the rights that are defined in our founding documents, what was that clash like? What was sacrificed? What freedoms and rights were sacrificed to the clash?
I mean, I think on some level the fundamental right, is liberty. Right? That description demands sacrifice on the behalf of some for emotionally for the protection of law.
But even if you're against the war, you're forced.
And there were provisions for conscientious objectors, only those who have religious objections to all, right, not political objections to just and several thousand were able to take those provisions. And even now, they faced social sanction, there's ridicule, some of them faced intimidation. So those liberty interests, both individual freedom, religious freedom, those are some of the first ones.
So, what about freedom of speech? Is it silence the press of the voices of the different people that object?
Yes, absolutely. Right, and very soon after this one, soon as act is passed, then you get the espionage act, which of course is back in the news in 2022.
What's the espionage act?
The Espionage Act is sort of omnibus bill. It contains about 10 different provisions, very few of which have to do with espionage. But one key provision basically makes it illegal to say or do anything that interfere with military activity. And that provision is used to shut down radical publications, to shut down German language publications, and just really has a chilling impact on speech during the war.
Could you put into words what it means to be an American citizen that is in part sparked by World War I? What does that mean? What does that mean? Somebody that should be willing to sacrifice certain freedoms to fight for their country. Somebody that's willing to fight to spread freedom elsewhere in the world, spread their ideas. Does that begin to tell the story of what it means to be a country?
I think what we see is a change, right? So citizenship during World War I now includes the obligation to defend the country, right? To serve and to, if asked, to die. Right? At least I see that, and I think we see the close linkage of military service and U.S. citizenship coming out of this country. But when you start making lots of demands on people to fulfill obligations, in turn, they're going to start demanding rights. And you start to see not just during the war, more demands for free speech protections, more demands for equality, martial rights. And so, obligations and rights are sort of developing in a dynamic.
Oh, it's almost like an overreach of powers, but a sense like, oh crap, we can't trust centralized power to abuse, like to drag us into the world. We could be able. So there's the birth of that tension between the government and the people.
It's a rebirth. Of course, that tension is always, but in its modern form, it's
Re-intensification. So what about you said the version of your birth in a surveillance state in this? Can you explain?
yeah. So the Espionage Act, sort of empowers federal organizations to watch other Americans. They are particularly interested in anyone who is obstructing the draft, anyone who is trying to organize labor or strikes radically, and anyone who might have sympathy for Germany, which basically means all German Americans come under surveillance. Initially, this is very small scale, but soon every government agency gets involved, from the Treasury Department Secret Service to the Post Office, which is the Secreted Mail, to the Justice Department, which mobilizes 200,000 volunteers. It's a really significant enterprise. Much of it goes away after the war, but all the things that go away, this core of the surveillance state is the thing that persists most.
Is this also a place where government, the size of government starts to grow, these different organizations? Or maybe increasing the mental capability of government?
Oh, it's exponentially growth. Over the course of the war, by almost any metric you use, the size of the federal budget, the number of federal employees, the number of soldiers in the state department, all of those things skyrocket. They go down after the war, but they never go down.
And probably gave them a mental security.
Yes, absolutely.
Did World War I give birth to the military industrial complex in the United States? So, war profiteers expanding of the war machine in order to financially benefit a lot of parties in
So I guess I don't really think that it's two parts, right? On the one hand, yes, there is war profiteering, and there are investigations public. In the years after the war, there's a widespread concern that the conflict motive plays too much of a part in the war, and that's definitely the case. But I think when you try to think of this term military industrial complex, it's best, to think of it as, at what point does one side lock in the military choices are shaped by industry, its objectives, and vice versa. And I don't think that was fully locked into place during the Cold War. I think that's really a Cold War phenomenon where the United States is on this for two generations.
So industrial is really important there, that is company. So before that, weapons of war were funded directly with weapons. More like who was manufacturing weapons of war?
They were generally manufactured by private industry. There were, of course, arsenals for the 19th century, and also the government would produce its own weapons, partly to make sure that they got what they wanted. But most of the weapons of war, for all of them, including the United States, were produced by private industry.
So why do you say that the military industrial complex didn't start that? What was the important thing that happened in the Cold War?
I think one way to think about it is the Cold War is a point at which it switches from being a dial to action. So during World War I, the relationship between military and industry dials up. Banks, high, and stays, things that way, and it dials back down. Whereas during the Cold War, the relationship between the two often looks more like an action.
Yeah, so that stop.
It goes up again.
In the way that you start, I think the way the industrial complex is often evolved, discussed is as a system that is unstoppable. Right. And it expands. It almost, I mean, if you take a very cynical view, it creates more so that it can make money. It doesn't just find places where it can help the military conflict. It creates tensions that directly or directly lead to military conflict that can then fuel.
That is certainly one of the concerns both people who are critical of the First World War and then also of Dwight Eisenhower, when he's president of farewell address, where he introduces the term military industrial complex. And some of it is about the profit motive, some of it is the fear that Eisenhower had, that no one had an interest in stopping it, right? And that no one had a voice in stopping it. The ordinary American could really do nothing to sort of, to dial.
Is it strange to you that we don't often hear that kind of speech today, like Eisenhower speaking about the military-industrial complex? So, for example, a lot of people criticizing the spending on war efforts, but they're not discussing the machinery of the military-industrial complex, like the basic way that human nature works, where they would get us crap in this thing. They're saying like there's better things to spend money on versus describing a very seemingly natural process of when you build weapons of war that's going to lead to more war. Like it pulls you in somehow.
Yeah, I would say throughout the Cold War and even after the end of it, there has not been a sustained conversation in the United States about our defense, about what we really need, what serves our interests, and to what extent other things like market forces, profit motive, belong in that conversation. What's interesting is that in the generation after the First World War, that conversation was on the table, right? Through a series of investigations in the U.S., the Nye Committee, Britain over our commission, journalistic exposés. And this would have been just talked about constantly in the years between about 1930 and 1936, as people were starting to learn and storm clouds were gathering together.
Yeah, but it always seems like those folks get pushed to the fringes. You're made an activist versus versus a thinking leader.
Those discussions are often marginalized, framed as conspiracy theory, etc. And it's important to realize that in Generation After 2001, this was a serious civic conversation. It led to investigations of defense sort of finance. It led to experiments in Britain and France in public finance of war material. But I think those conversations need to be reconvened now.
Is there any parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine? The reason I bring it up is because you mentioned sort of there was a hunger for war, capacity for war that was already established, and the different parties were just born into the tensions. So there's a case made that America had a role to play, NATO had a role to play in the current war in Ukraine. Is there some truth to that? And when you think about it in the context of World War One, or is it purely about the specific parties involved, which is Russia and Ukraine?
I think it's very easy to draw parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine, but I don't think they really work. That the First World War, in some ways, is generated by a fundamental conflict in the European system of empire, in the global system of empire. So in many ways, if there's a parallel, the war in Ukraine is the parallel to some of the conflicts in in the Mediterranean and Balkans in 1911 to 1913. That then later there was a much greater conflict. And so I think if there's any lessons to be learned for how not to let World War III look like World War One, would be to make sure that the systems are locked into place and escalate wars out of this institution.
But that I suppose would always imply that this is the early stages of World War III. That in the same way that several wars are looking their chops or whatever the expression is, they're creating tension, they're creating military conflict with a kind of unstoppable imperative for a political war. That's, I mean, like, maybe people that are looking at this are really worried about that. The stopping, the forcing function to stop this war is that there's the second nuclear powers, which has, at least for now, worked to stop full-on global war. I'm not sure that's going to be the case. In fact, it was one of the surprising things to me in Ukraine is that still in the 21st century, we can go to something that involves nuclear powers. Not directly yet, but awfully close to directly. Go to a hot war. And so do you worry about that there's a kind of descent into a World War One scenario?
Yes, I mean that keeps me up at night, and that should keep the citizens of both the United States and Russia up at night. And I think again it gets back to what I was saying in the summer of 1914. Even then, things that looked like a march for war could have been different. Right? And so I think it's important for leaders to both countries and all of the great of Ukraine, of the NATO power, to really to imagine off-ramps, to imagine alternatives, and to make them possible. Whether it's through diplomacy, whether it's in other formats. I think that yeah, that's the only way to prevent such breakups.
What's the difference between World War I and the Civil War in terms of how they define the American, but also the American citizens' relationship with the war, with the leaders we're dealing with? Is there interesting differences and similarities? Besides the fact that everybody seems to have forgotten all World War I in the United States, and everyone's still around the Civil War.
I mean, it's true, the American Civil War defines American identity in some ways, along with the Revolutionary Second War, more so than and it's a fundamentally different U.S. Right? It's one because it is a civil war, right? Because of secession, because of the Confederacy. This is a conflict happening on the territory of the United States to America. And so the dynamics are really quite different, right? So, look at the leader, in particular Lincoln, has a different relationship to the home front, to civilians, than say, Wilson or Roosevelt.
Also, the way we tell the story of the Civil War, perhaps similar to the way we tell the story of World War II, there's like a reason we treat like the war. When we tell the stories, we're fighting for this idea that all men are created equal, that the war is over slavery in part. Perhaps a drastic misinterpretation of what the war is actually about in the moment, like how you get pulled into an actual war, which is a hot discussion. And the same with World War II, people kind of framed the narrative that it was against evil, Hitler being evil. I think the key part of that is probably the Holocaust. It's how you can formulate Hitler as being evil. If there's no Holocaust, perhaps there's a case to be made that we wouldn't see World War II as such quote unquote good war. That there's an atrocity that had to happen to make it really to be able to tell a clear narrative of why we get into this war. Perhaps such a narrative doesn't exist for World War I. And so they're just a stay in mind and try to sweep it under the rug, even though overall 16 million people died. So to you, the difference is the fact that you're fighting for ideas and fighting on the whole land. But in terms of people's participation, fighting for your country, was there similarities there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the Civil War in both in the North and the South, troops are raised overwhelmingly through volunteer recruitment. There is a draft in both the North and the South, but it's not significant. Only 8% of Confederate soldiers came in from conscription, and so in fact, the mobilization for volunteers, often organized locally around individual communities or states, create sort of multiple identities and levels of loyalty, where people both from the North and the South have loyalty both to their state regiments, to their community nationals, and as well to the country. They're fighting over the country, over the United States. And so for them, the Union and the Confederacy have conflicting and ultimately irreconcilable positions on that. But that sort of nationalism that comes out of the Union after the victory in the war is a kind of crucial force shaping America ever since.
So what was the neutrality period? Why did the U.S. stay out of this? So what was going on in that interesting, like, what made Woodrow Wilson change his mind? What was the interesting dynamic there?
I would say that the United States entered the war in April of 1917, but the Americans entered it right away. And they entered it, some of them actually went and volunteered and fought almost exclusively on the side of Britain and France. At least 50,000 joined the Canadian Army, the British Army, served. Many volunteered, politics, humanitarian aid. I think in many ways, modern war creates modern humanitarianism. You can see that in the neutrality period. Even if they wanted the United States to stay out of the war, a lot of Americans get involved in thinking about, caring about it, arguing about it. And at the same time, they're worried that British propaganda is shaping their news system. They are worried that the German espionage is undermining them. And they're worried that both Britain and Germany are trying to interfere in American elections, in news cycles. And at the same time, a revolution is breaking out in Mexico. And so there are sort of concerns about what's happening in the Western Hemisphere as well.
So World War One was supposed to be the war to end all wars, and it didn't. How did World War One pave the way? Every nation probably has their own story in this trajectory for World War II. How did Europe allow World War II to happen? How did the Soviet Union, Russia allow World War II to happen? And how did America allow World War II to happen? In Japan.
Yeah, you're right. The answer is different for each country. That in some ways, in Germany, the culture of defeat and the experience of the end of World War I to resentment, discrimination, finger pointing, blame that makes German politics very ugly. As one person puts it, brutalizes German politics.
This is resentment at the core of the population politics.
Yeah. So in some ways that lays the groundwork for the kind of politics of resentment and hate that comes from the Nazis. For the United States, in some ways, the failure to win the peace sets up the possibility for the next war, right? That the United States, resulted in sort of crafting a new international order in order that this would be the war to end all wars. But as the United States fails to join the organization, you see the States really sort of come up for another generation. In Asia, the story is more complicated. Right? I didn't work there in America, but World War II was a key front for them. It starts in Asia for World War I is transformative for Japan. Right? It is a time of massive economic expansion. And a lot of that economic wealth is poured into sort of greater capitalization and militarization. And so when the military wing in Japanese politics takes over in the 1930s, they're in some ways flexing muscles and coming out of the.
Can you talk about the end of World War One, the treaty side? What's interesting about that dynamics there, with the parties involved, of how it could have been done differently to avoid the resentment, or against the inevitable.
So the war ends, and very soon, even before the war, the United States in particular is trying to shape the peace. Right? And the United States is the central act at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Woodrow Wilson is there, he's presiding, and he knows that he calls the shots.
So he was respected.
He was respected, but resentfully by the European powers, Britain and France, and Italy to a lesser extent, who felt that they had sacrificed more. They had two goals, right? They wanted to shape kind of the imperial system in order to make sure that their fundamental economic structures wouldn't change. And they also wanted to sort of weaken Germany as much as possible, right? So that Germany couldn't rise again. What this leads to is a peace treaty that, maintains some of the fundamental concepts of the imperial system and makes bankruptcy starves refutes this politics of resentment that make it impossible for Germany to kind of participate in the European Union.
So people like historian Ferguson, for example, make the case that if Britain stayed on over the we would have avoided this mess, or potentially even avoid World War II. It's kind of counterfactual history.
do you think it's possible to make the case for that? That there was a moment, especially in that case, that Arthur Wolf from Britain, that the escalation to a global war had been avoided, and one that ultimately ends in the Cold War settlement. So where Germany is resentful not just of France or particular nations, but is resentful of the entire, I don't know how you define it, the West. It's the entire global world.
I wish it was that. And I think it's useful to think in the counterfactuals. What if? And if you believe, as historians do, in causation of one thing causes another, and you also have to believe in counterfactuals. But if something hadn't happened, maybe that wouldn't that would have worked differently. But I think all of the things that led to the world war are multi-causal and nuanced. And this is what historians do. We make things more complicated. And so, there was no one thing that could, that could have turned the tide of history. If only Hitler had gotten into art school, if only Fidel Castro had gotten into the major league, uh, those are interesting thoughts. Few of them.
Well, Hitler is an example of somebody who's a charismatic leader that seems to have really disproportionate amount of influence on the tide of history. So, if you look at Stalin, you could imagine that many other people could step into that role. And the same goes for many of the other presidents who, even now, it seems that there's a singular nature to Hitler that you could put the counterfactual that if there was no Hitler, we may have not had World War II. He, better than many leaders in history, was able to channel those populace into a very aggressive expansion of the military and I would say skillful deceit of the entire world in terms of his plans. He was able to effectively start the war. So, is it possible that could Hitler have been stopped? Could we have revealed if he just got into art? Or again, do you feel like there's a current or events that we can stop?
I mean, part of what you're talking about is Hitler's individual as a sort of charismatic leader who's able to mobilize, the nation. And part of it is Hitler's his own sort of individual ability to play, for example, play off his subordinates against one another to set up a system of that nature that in some ways escalates violence, including the violence that leads to the Holocaust. And some of it is also Hitlerism as a leader cult, and you see this in many other sort of things where a political movement surrounds one particular institution that may or may not be replaceable. So yes, the vision we got would have been completely different if a different sort of faction had risen to power in Germany. But Europe, Depression era Europe was so unstable, and democracies collapsed throughout Western over the course of the 1900s. Whether they had charismatic
Have you actually read one book I just recently finished? I'd love to get your opinion from a historian perspective. There's a book called Guinness, Trump in the Third Reich by Norman Owen. It makes a case that drugs played a very large, meth, essentially, played a very large role in World War II. There's a lot of criticism of this book, saying that it's kind of what you're saying. It takes this one little variable and makes it like this explains everything. So everything about Hitler, everything about everything about the military, the day, the strategy, the decisions to be explained through drugs. All this implies that kind of thing. And the interesting thing about this book is Hitler and Nazi Germany is one of the most written about phrases in history, and this was not. Drugs were not written about in this context. So you're along this semi-historian. I don't think he's even a historian. He's a lot of his work is fiction. Hopefully, I'm saying that correctly. He tells a really that's one of the criticisms. He tells a very compelling story that drugs were at the center of this period and also of the man. What are your sort of feelings and thoughts about if you've gotten a chance to read this book, but I'm sure there's folks like it. It's an interesting perspective, singular perspective on what.
Yeah, I mean, I have read it, and I also have this sort of higher view experience story of kid. I mean, like, why do we think about this? Like, and I think whether it's, that the author Oler is, not a trained academic historian, but the joy of history is that you don't have to be one to write good history. And I don't think anyone, sort of criticizes him for that. I like the book as a window into the person. Of course, books don't explain all of it, but it helps us see, help us see the people who supported Hitler, the ways in which, it was such mind-altering, almost-altering drugs were used to kind of keep soldiers on the battlefield, and the ways in which, I think that we don't fully understand the extent to which what those rights was held together with duct tape from a pretty early case, like 1940 or 41. It's all smoke and mirrors. And I think that wartime propaganda with Germans trying to say, we're winning everything, and with America trying to mobilize and the other allies, to mobilize against Germany, described as what the formidable enemy it was.
Yeah, I mean, I can see both cases. Obviously, tough tape doesn't make the man, but also as an engineer, I'm a huge fan of duct tape. Yeah, because it just has a lot of problems. And, I do worry that this perspective the book presents about drugs is somehow defined really compelling. Because it's almost like the mind, or at least my mind, searches for an answer. How could this have happened? It's nice to have a clear explanation. And drugs is one popular one when people talk about steroids and sports. The moment you introduce the topic of steroids, sometimes the mind has to explain all success in the context of because this person was on steroids. And it sounds strong. Well, it's it's a very sticky idea. Certain ideas, certain explanations are very sticky. And I think that's really dangerous because you lose the full context. And also in the case of drugs, it removes the responsibility from the person, both for the military genius and the evil. And I think it's a very dangerous thing to do. It's something about the mind, maybe it's just mind is sticky to it. For drugs, it's playing. If the drugs didn't happen, it would be very different. Yeah, it worries how compelling it is of an explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's maybe better to think of it as a window into the
But it's also a nice exploration of Hitler humanity. For some reason, discussing his habits, especially later in the war, his practices with drugs, gives you a window into the person. It reminds you as a human being. Like a human being gets emotional in the morning, gets thoughtful in the morning, hopeful, sad, depressed, angry, like a story of emotions of a human being. And I think this somehow construct which is a pretty dangerous thing to do, construct an evil monster out of Hitler. When in reality, he's a human being like all of us. I think the lesson there is a social instinct lesson, which is all of us, to some degree, capable of evil. Or maybe if we want to make it less powerful statement, many of our leaders are people. That this Hitler is not truly singular in history. That, the resentment of the populace matches the right charismatic leader. It's easy to make the kind of, not easy, but it's possible to frequently make the kind of initiation of military conflict that happened in World War wonder, because you said not a trained historian, one of the one of the most compelling, entertaining, fascinating exploration of World War I comes from Dan Carlin. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to listen to a sort of podcast form telling of the blueprint for our Armageddon, which is a telling of World War I. What do you think about Dan Carlin? You yourself, as a historian who studied, who's written about World War I, do you enjoy that kind of history?
Absolutely. I think, again, you don't need a PhD to be a historian. Because every historian needs that. You just look at the persistence of the story. We like to argue with each other and take with each other, but the one thing I have no patience for is when we go rank on I think we depend on, if you're, a historian at a university with degrees and research materials, we depend on the work of people in some local community, including oral history, saving documents. And history is a social science, but it's also a storytelling art. And history books are the ones you find on the shelves of bookstores that people read for fun. And you can appreciate both the knowledge production as well as the storytelling. And then you get a good oral storytelling like that. And there's a reason that thousands and hundreds of thousands of people take.
Yeah, but you definitely suffer some anxiety about getting things correct. It's very, very difficult.
Well, our first job is to get the facts correct, and then the story out.
To get the facts so fascinating. So it's you have probably my favorite television World War II is when William Shackles runs involved with the Reich, and he's not telling Nazi Germany, and that goes to primary sources a lot, which is like, I suppose that's the honest way to do it, but it's tough. It's really tough to write that way, to really go to primary sources. Always, and I think one of the things that Dan tries to do, which is also really tough to do, perhaps easy in oral history, is try to make you feel what it was like to be there. Which I think he does by trying to tell the story of like individual soldiers. Um, do you find that telling, like individual citizens? Do you find that kind of telling of history compelling?
Yeah, I think we need historical imagination. And I think historical imagination teaches something very valuable, which is humility, to realize that there are other people who've lived on this planet and they organize their lives differently and they made it through just fine too. And I think that kind of meeting other people from the past can be actually a very useful skill for meeting people unlike you in the present.
Unlike you, but also like you. I think both are helpful. One, realizing that they live in a different space and time, but two, realizing that if you were placed in that space and time, you might have done all the same things, whether it's the brave, good thing or the evil thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get it also in a sense of possibility. There's this famous line, right, that those who do not learn history are condemned to repeat it. But I think the other half is true as well, which is those who do not learn history don't get the chance to repeat it, right? And we're not the first people on this planet to face any certain kinds of problems. Other people have lived through worlds like this one.
It's like when you fall in love as a teenager the first time, and then there's a breakup. You think it's the greatest tragedy that has ever happened in the world. You're the first person, even though like Romeo and Juliet and so on had this issue, you're the first person that truly feels catastrophic heartbreak of that experience. It's good to be reminded that no, the human condition is what it is. We have to live through it at the individual and the society scale. Let me ask about nationalism, which I think is at the core of I want you history. Is nationalism destructive or empowering to a nation? And we can use different words like patriotism, which is in many ways synonymous to nationalism, but in recent history, perhaps because of the Nazis, has has slowly fallen away. It's like somehow nationalism, some patriotism gone bad, something like this.
Yeah, they're different. Patriotism, patriotism is in some ways best thought of as an emotion, right? And a feeling of love of country, right? Literally. And in some ways, that's a necessary condition to participate in nationalism. Uh, whether to me, I think nationalism is crucial in a world organized around nation states, and you have to sort of believe that you are engaged in a common project together, right? And so, in the contemporary United States, uh, you know, um, in some ways, that question is actually on the table as you come to pass. But you have to believe that you're engaged in a common project, that you have something in common with the person with whom you share this nation, and that you would sacrifice for it, whether it's by paying taxes for them, or going to war to defend them. That's a vision of, we might call civic nationalism. That's the good version. The question is whether we can have that without having um, exclusionary nationalism. Hating the other, like fearing, saying, you're part of this nation against all others. And many things, a long tradition in America of a very inclusive nationalism is open, inclusive, welcoming, and lead people to this shared project. That's something to be defended. Exclusionary nationalism is based on um, uh, ethnic hatreds and others that we see throughout the world. Those are things to be defended.
But there is a kind of narrative in the United States that a nationalism that includes the big umbrella of democratic nations that strive for freedom, and everybody else is against freedom and against human nature, and it just so happens that it's half and half split across the world. So that's imperialism. That feels like it is the drama of the war.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to paint too rosy a picture. Right? The United States, as a nation, has often found it easier to define ourselves against something than to clarify exactly what we're for.
Yeah, and Cold War, China today. No, that's not only the United States. I suppose that's human nature. It's we need a competitor. It's almost like maybe the success of human civilization requires figuring out how to construct competitors that don't result in global war.
Yes, we're figuring out how to turn enemies into rivals and competitors. There's a real difference. You compete with competitors. You fight.
Yeah, with competitors is a respect that you need to love underlying competition. What are the biggest lessons you take away from World War One? Maybe we talked about several, but you look back at the 20th century. As a historian, what do you learn about human nature, about human civilization, about history, and looking at this book?
I think the lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of which World War uh, is that human life is not cheap, and that all of the warring powers thought that just by throwing more men and more material at the front, they would solve their political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, in 1918, one side did that, but it didn't actually solve any of those problems.
And in the end, the regular people paid the price with their lives.
They did, and people who have been told that their lives were cheated remember, and sort of reshapes mass politics for the rest of the 20th century, both in Europe and America.
Yeah, the cost of death of a single soldier is not just, or a single civilian, is not just the cost of that single life. It's the resentment, that the anger, the hate that reverberates throughout. One of the things I saw in Ukraine is the breadth of, at scale, of the generation of hate, not towards administrations or leaders, but towards entire peoples. And that hate, overnight, that hate is created, and it takes perhaps decades for that hate to dissipate.
It takes decades, and it takes collective effort to build institutions that divert that hate into other places.
One of the biggest things I thought was not part of the calculus, and when the United States invaded Afghanistan, Iraq, is the creation of hate. When you drop a bomb, even if it hits military targets, and if it kills soldiers, which in that case it didn't, there's a very large amount of civilians. What does that do to the world? And how many years, minutes, hours, months, and years of hate do you create for the single body you control? And I calculate that. Literally, in the Pentagon have a chart. How many people would hate us? How many people does it take? Do some science here. How many people does it take? When you have a million people that hate you, how many of them will become terrorists? How many of them will do something to the nation you love and care about, which is the United States, will do something that will be very costly? I feel like those are not plot and charts. It was more about short-term effects.
Yeah, it's the idea of using military force to solve political problems. And I think there's a squandering of goodwill that people have around the world for the United States. That's a respect for its economy, for its consumer products, and so forth. That's been lost.
Do you think leaders can stop war? I have perhaps a romantic notion, perhaps because I do this podcast personally, so that leaders that get in a room together can talk, they can stop war. That's the power of the leader, especially one with an authoritarian regime, that they can, through camaraderie, alleviate some of the emotions associated with ego.
Yeah, leaders can stop war if they get into the room when they understand from the masses in their country that war is something that they want to stop.
So the people ultimately have what it really be saying.
They do, that it was mass movement by people in the United States for the nuclear freeze, in Russia pushing for openness, that brought, for example, Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev to vacate to sort of debate, and eventually sort of put caps on nuclear weapons. Those two people did, made choices in the room, but they were both being pushed. And needing to be pushed by people.
That's a tough one, because a lot of responsibility on the German people, for example. In both wars, we fans of history tend to conceive of history as a meeting of leaders. They think of Chamberlain, they think of Churchill, and the importance of them in the Second World War, or about Hitler and Stalin, and think that if certain conversations happened, the war could have been avoided. You tell a story of how many times Hitler and Nazi Germany's military might was not sufficient. They could be easily stopped. And the pacifists, the people who believed Hitler, were foolish enough to believe Hitler, didn't act properly, and if the leaders just woke up to that idea. In fact, Churchill was a kind of representation of that, but in your conception here, it's possible that Churchill was Just like we'll never select it.
Right.
Yeah.
She'll fight in the beaches.
Yeah. And it's I think World War II Britain is a good example. It is clearly a dynamic who has his pulse on what the people want and demand and are willing to do. And it's a dynamic art of leading that and shaping those wants at the same time as willing that you're bound by them.
Well, then, if we conceive of history in this way, let me ask you about our presidents. You are taking on the impossibly difficult task of teaching a course in a couple of years here, or 1 year, of the history of American presidential elections. So, if the people are in part responsible for leaders, how can we explain what is going on in America that we have the leaders that we do today? So, if we think about the elections of the past several cycles, I guess I could really ask, are we a divided nation? Are we more of a divided nation or in the past? What do you understand about the American citizens at the beginning of this century from the leaders we have now?
Yes, obviously we are divided in our rhetoric, in our day-to-day politics, but we are nowhere near than other periods in our history. The most obvious, of course, is the American Civil War 50 years ago. And the distinction is not just that we have a common world, but that we are fundamentally one society, one economy, and sort of deeply integrated as a nation, both domestically and on the world stage in ways that is nothing like the United States in 1861. Will there be the political rhetoric continue to be extreme? Of course, but we're not as divided as
Well, if you actually look throughout human history, it always gets outside the people. The elections get as contentious as they've recently been. So there's a kind of perception that's been very close. There's a lot of accusations, a lot of tensions. It's very heated. It's almost fueling the machine of division. Has that often been the case?
we are. It has and it hasn't. And I do think right now is different. And really it's just distinguishing, are there deep social or economic divisions? I don't actually think that there are, versus partisanship in particular. I think the rivalry between the two parties. And it's very clear that we are in the era of what political scientists call paper parties. Right? And that the two parties have taken fundamentally different positions. We voted and that is what I think people talk about when they're saying our country is divided. The country may not be divided, even if our politics are closed. That is, a divergence from other countries.
So I wonder if this kind of political partisanship is actually an illusion of division. I sometimes feel like we mostly all agree on some basic fundamentals. And the things that people allegedly disagree on really blow out this question. Whereas like a media machine and the politicians really want to think of blue side and red side. And because of that, somehow, families break up. It's transparent about who they voted for. There's a really strong pressure to be either red or blue. And I wonder if that's a feature of whether this is just part of the mechanism of democracy that we want it. Even if there's not a real thing to be decided over, we need to construct it so that we can always have a tension of ideas in order to make progress, to figure out how to progress as a nation.
I think we're figuring that out in this. On one hand, it's easy to say that it's a feature of a political system that has two points, right? And the United States is unique, right, in not being a parliamentary democracy. And so, in some ways, you would think that would be the feature that is causing kind of partisanship and it's reached these heights. That said, we can even see in parliamentary systems, all of us, that the same kinds of rhetorics, irreconcilable division, making politics of election, are proliferating around the world. Some of that, as you said, is not as real as it appears on television, on social media, on other forms. So I don't know that other countries are experiencing political conflict, but I'm not sure that it's deeply divided.
So have the fortune of being intellectually active through the George Bush South Florida election and the Obama one, just every election since. And it seems like a large percentage of those elections, there's been a claim that the elections were rigged, that there was some conspiracy, corruption, malevolence on the other side. I distinctly remember that Donald Trump won in 2016. A lot of people I know said that election was rigged, and there's different explanations, including Russian uh, influence. And then in 2020, I was just running in Austin along the river, and somebody said, like, "Oh, he's fan of the podcast," and they said, like, "What do you think? This is just not right. What's happening in this country? That the 2020 election was obviously rigged from their perspective, being electing Joe Biden versus Donald Trump." Do you think there's a case to be made for and against each claim in the full context of history of our elections being rigged?
I think the American election system is fundamentally sound and reliable. And I think that the evidence, is clear for that. Regardless of which election, whether you look at the presidential election or even a local, county election or dog catcher or something, that the amount of sort of time and resources and precision that go into voter registration, or counting, certification processes are crucial to democratic institutions. I think when someone says rigged, regardless of which side of the political spectrum they're coming from, they're looking for an answer. That they're looking for that one answer for what is in fact a complex system. Right? So, on the left, when they say rigged, they may be pointing to a wide range of ways in which they think that the system is tilted to gerrymandering, some misrepresentation through the electoral college. On the right, when people say rigged, they may be concerned, about sort of voter security, about ways in which the media mainstream media may control messages, in both cases, the feeling is it's articulated as my vote didn't get counted right. But the deeper concern is my vote doesn't count. My voice isn't being heard. So no, I don't think the election is okay.
So let me sort of push back, right? There's a comfort to the story that they're not rigged. And a lot of us like to live in comfort. So people who articulate conspiracy theories say, sure, it's nice to be comfortable. But here's the reality. And the thing they articulate is there's incentives in close elections, which we seem to have in us not close elections. There's so many financial interests. There's so many powerful people. Surely you can construct, not just with the media and all the news that's covered on the left in the right direction to begin with. But literally, actually, you know, hopefully, manipulate the results with that focus. Surely there's incentive to do that. And I don't think that's a totally ridiculous argument. It's just like, I mean, it actually lands to the question, which is a hard question for me to ask as an optimist, of how many malevolent people out there, and how many malevolent people are required to live in life. So how many? What is the phase transition for system to become from like corruption light to corruption, the high level of corruption, so that you could do things like your direction, which is what happens quite a lot in many nations in the world as a whole.
So yeah, there is interference in election, and there has been, and we can go all the way back since the 18th century. You don't have to go back to Texas in the 1860s, the LBJ to find examples of direct interference in the outcome of elections, and there are incentives to do that. Those incentives will only feel more existential as hyperpartisanship makes people think that the outcome of the elections are a matter of black and white, or life and death. And we will see people sort of organizing every way they can to shape elections. Like we saw this in the 1850s, that when settlers, pro and anti-slavery sort of flooded into Kansas to try to sort of determine the outcome of the election. And we see this in the Reconstruction period, right, when the Ku Klux Klan shows up to kind of to block the doors for black voters in the South. Because this history is not unique. Right? I think that what the reason why I think that the system is sound is not, or the reason when I say I believe that the election system is fundamentally sound, and it's not. I'm not trying to be reassuring. I'm sure it's complacent, but I'm saying this is something that we need to do.
So the current electoral mechanisms are sufficiently robust, even if there's corruption, even if there's the force that corrects itself corrects and ensures that nobody gets out of line is much stronger than the other incentives, which are like the corrupting incentives. That's the thing I talk about corruption. This in Ukraine talking about corruption. A lot of people talk about corruption as being a symptom. If the system allows creates these incentives, then it can be corruption humans will always corruption. It's just you have to assume that. The power of the United States is that it constructs systems that prevent you from being corrupt at scale. At least in the country you believe, but most of us, if you believe in this country, you have to you believe in the self-correcting mechanisms of corruption. That even if that desire is coming from your heart, the system resists it, prevents it. That's your current belief.
Yes, as of today, because I do think that there is that we require oversight by institutions, ideally ones that are insulated as much as possible from politics. It's very difficult right now. And it will require the demands of the American people that they want these elections to be fair and secure. And that means being willing to lose them, regardless of which party you're in.
Really think about the power of the media to really shit. I'm really worried that there's a huge incentive to divide the country. And the media, the politicians, I'm not sure where it originates, but it's the media. Maybe the very simple perspective in journalism, but it seems like if we're angry and divided, it's like the media wants to let people that are going to be the most divisive
maximize it. And the worry I have is they are not beyond either feeding or the very simple manufacturing narratives that feed that division, like the narrative of an election being rigged. If you convince half the populace that the election is completely rigged, that's a really good way to get a lot of clicks. And like the very simple is I don't know if the media machines will stop the destruction of our democracy in service of data. They may destroy our entire democracy just to get the clicks, just because the fire the thing burns down. We get clicks. Am I putting too much light on the machine?
The diagnosis of the incentive structure, that's, you're depicting that with 100% accuracy. But I think history teaches that you might be giving the media too much causal that the American people are smarter than the media. And even today, we know that people who consume, even people who consume just Fox or just MSNBC know what they're consuming. Right? And so I don't think that media will be the solution. And I certainly don't think that returning to a media structure of the mid 20th century, 3 news channels on this one story, because that's no good in
Well, there's a novel in human history, which is Twitter and social media. So we're trying to find our footing as a nation to figure out how to think about politics, how to maintain our basic freedoms, a sense of democracy, of our interaction with government, and so on. This new medium of social media. Do you think Twitter? How do you think Twitter changed things? Do you think Twitter is good for democracy? Do you think it has changed what it is to be an American? Or is it just the same old medium?
It has not changed what it means to be an American. It has. It may have changed the day-to-day sound of being an experience. Got noisy, louder, and it got more decentralized. I think Twitter is it's paradoxical. On one hand, it is a fundamentally democratic platform, right? In some ways, it democratizes institutions that that have gatekeepers and authority figures for but on the other hand, it's not a democratic institution at all. It's a public corporation, and it operates under those principles. And so, that said, it's an institution of American life, and that the people of the United States have the authority to regulate and shape as they see fit, both that and other major media places.
So one of those dramatic decisions that illustrate both sides of the saying is when Twitter decided to ban permanently the President of the United States, Donald Trump, off of Twitter. Can you make the case that that was a good idea and make the case that that was a bad idea? Can you see both perspectives on this?
Yeah, I think, the simple fact of the matter is, Twitter is a platform that has rules of service. Twitter concluded that President Trump had violated the terms of service, and you have rules to actually enforce them. Did it have consequences? It had direct and predictable consequences. That of creating a sense of millions of Americans that Twitter had taken aside for confirming that the need for this. Will it have unintended consequences? Is where the historian can come in and say yes. There's always unintended consequences. And we don't know, you know, sort of what it would mean for political figures to be excluded from various media under sort of under these notions that they violate terms of service, etc. So you know, so I guess we'll see.
Well, to me, I'm generally against censorship, but to take Twitter's perspective, it's unclear to me in terms of unintended consequences. Whether censoring a human being from being part of your platform is going to decrease or increase the amount of hate you have. So there's a strong case to be made with banning something like Donald Trump increases the amount of resentment among people, and that's a very large number of people that support him, really love him, or that see him as a great president and the greatest this country has had. So if you completely suppress his voice, you're going to intensify the support he has from just a regular support from another human being, like the president, to somebody that becomes an almost heroic figure for that. Basically. Now, the flip side is removing a person from a platform like Donald Trump might lessen the negative on that particular person, might actually level the democratic notion that everybody has a voice. So basically, removing the loud extremes is helpful for giving the center, the calm, the thoughtful voices more power. So in that sense, that teaches a lesson that don't be crazy in any one direction. Don't go full, don't go Lenin, don't go Hitler, don't. Like you have to stay in the middle. There's divisions in the middle, there's discussions in the middle, but stay. That's sort of the scheme that in the case for censoring. But boy, is censorship a slippery slope. And also, there is sort of becoming a thing that's more than just a company. It seems like it's a media communication that we use for information, for knowledge, for wisdom. During the period of COVID, we used it to gain an understanding of what's going on. What should we do is state of the art science. Science ended up transformed during the time of COVID because you have no time for the full review cycle that science usually goes through. And some of the best sources of information from you, from the conspiracy theory to the best doctors, is Twitter. The data, the stats, all that kind of stuff. And that feels like more than a company. And then Twitter and YouTube and different places took a really strong stance on Twitter, which is the lazy stance on Twitter, which is we're going to listen to whatever CDC or the institutions have said. But the reality is, you're an institution of your own life. You're kind of the press. You're like, it's a really difficult position. It's a really, really difficult position to take. But I wish they had stepped up and taken on the full responsibility and the pain of fighting for freedom of speech.
Yes, they need to do that. But you know, I'm struck by some of the things that you said, ways in which Twitter has the power to shape the conversation. And I don't think in a democratic society, democratic policies should cede that power to for-profit companies.
Do you agree that it's possible that Twitter has that power for it? Do you sense that it has the power? Because my sense is Twitter has the power to start wars. Like tweets have the power to start wars. To change the direction of elections.
Maybe in the sense of the ways in which a wave has the power to wash away sand. Like you know, it's still the media, but it's not in itself an actor. It's how actors use the platform. Which I just scrutinize the stuff.
Unfortunately, it's not in the same way. It's not just a medium. It's a medium plus. It's a
medium that enables virality, that benefits from engagement. And that means singular voices can have a disproportionate impact. Like not even voices, singular ideas, dramatic ideas, impact. And so that which is it's almost like a kind of what the presence in nature, but it's a way that can grow exponentially. It begins on the intensity of the initial intensity of the wave. I don't know how to describe it as a dynamic system, but it feels like there is a responsibility there not to accelerate voices just because you get a lot of engagement and proportional representation of that voice. But you're saying that a strong democracy
a strong democracy can and should and will be. I think the other thing I was trying to tell you about Twitter is that this too shall endless, right? Uh, but I do think the structures of the platform, of the algorithm, of this and other major players um, uh, are eligible for scrutiny by democratic institutions.
So, in preparing for future course, the history of American presidential elections leading up to the 2024 election. And so one of the lessons of history is this too shall pass. So don't make everything about it. This is going to either save or destroy our nation. That seems to be like the message of this election. As I'm doing Trump things. Do you think Donald Trump, what do you think about the 2024 election? Do you think Donald Trump runs? Do you think the tension will grow? Or is that steady at the moment? Do you think it would be like AMC versus Trump, or whatever the most drama maximizing thing, or real things take place?
I think I can, historians don't like to predict the future, but I can predict this one. It will not be calm and stabilized election. I think as of the time we're talking in 2022, there are too many sort of open questions, particularly about whether Joe Biden runs for the election. He says he will, but the jury I think is out on that. I can't predict whether Donald Trump will run for election or not. I think we do know that President Trump wasn't right to start things he's going to win, and if the polling data suggests that he's not a credible candidate, he might be reluctant to enter the race and might find more appealing the kind of sideline kind of kingmaker role that he's been crafting since he went to the White House. I think there are plenty of people who are dreaming that there's sort of centrist candidate, whether it's a conservative Democrat or a liberal Republican who can save us from all of this, either within the party or a third party run. I don't think that's likely.
Why are we getting that? Why don't you think it's likely? What's the explanation? There seems to be a general hunger for this.
We hope that the system sorts it out, right? The primary system and the party candidate selection systems, will favor more partisan views, like more conservative Republicans, more liberal Democrats, as looking at central candidates.
It seems like the system prefers mediocre executive, mediocre leaders, mediocre partisan leaders. If I take a cynical look, but maybe I'm romanticizing the leaders of the past. Maybe I'm just remembering the great things. And
I can assure you, there's plenty of mediocre partisans in the 19th century.
okay, thank you for you. Let me ask you about do you think Donald, it's the Twitter question, but I was torn about when we talked to Donald Trump on his podcast. As a historian, what would you advise?
I think, this is a difficult question, right? For historians who want to make sure that they know sort of what Americans are thinking and talking about 4 centuries later. So one of the things that, at least my understanding, is that when President Trump was banned from Twitter, his account was also deleted. And that is one of the most valuable sources that historians can use to understand the era. Parts of it were sort of, archived and reconstructed, but but in that sense, I think that is also a real loss to the historical record. I mean, I think that your podcast shows your help to anyone. So I'm not in the business of saying
That's one of the difficult things that I think about. I think Hitler, Stalin, I don't know if World War One quite has the same intensity of controversial leaders. But one of the sad things from a historian perspective is how few interviews Hitler has given, Stalin has given. And that's such a difficult thing because it's obvious that Donald Trump, the talk with the Xi Jinping, about Putin, is really valuable from the perspective to understand. But then you think about the momentary impact of such a conversation, and you think, well, depending on how the conversation goes, you could steer or flame, is it feed the flame of war, conflict, or abuses of power, and things like this. And that's, I think, the tension between the journalist and the historian. Because when journalists interview dictators, for example, one of the things that strikes me is they're often very critical of the dictator. They're like, they're basically attacking them in front of their face as opposed to trying to understand. Because what I perceive they're doing is they're signaling to the other journalists that they're on the right side of history. But that's not very productive. And it's also why the dictators and the journalists don't do those interviews. It's not productive to understand who the human being is, to understand what they're empathize. Because few people, I think, few leaders do something from a place of malevolence. I think they really do think they're doing good. And not even for themselves, not even for selfish reasons. I think they're doing great they're doing the right thing for their country or for whoever group they're leading. To understand that, and by the way, a large percent of the country often supports them. I bet if you legitimately pull people in the world, they will believe that their leader is doing the right thing for their country. So to understand that, you have to empathize. So that's the tension with the journalist, I think, and the historian, because obviously the historian doesn't care. They really they care obviously deeply, but they know that history requires deep understanding of the human being in full context. It's a tough position.
Yeah. Well, I think it's both for journalists and historians. The challenge is not to be too close to your subject, right? And not to be overly influenced and used by them, right? When you're talking to a living subject, which historians do, too. It's a matter of making sure that you triangulate their story with the rest of the record, right? And that may paint a different picture of the person than will prevent you as a journalist or a historian from just telling someone else's story. And so, and historians also have the benefit of going back 30, 40 years and finding all the other stories, figuring out, playing two truths and a lie, which parts are, accurate, which are not. And journalists do that work on a day-to-day basis. And historians, we get a little more time to control it.
Well, I personally also think it's deeply disrespectful to the populace, to people, to censor and ignore a person that's supported by doing right on people. Like that, I personally feel like you owe the citizens of this country a deep empathy and understanding of the leaders they support, even if you disagree with what they say. And that's, to me, I'm much more worried about the censorship. That it's to have a good conversation with Donald Trump is resulting in a guy. Because I think, especially in this case, I agree with you that Donald Trump is not a singular person. He represents a set of feelings that a large number of people have. And whatever those feelings are, you can try to figure out that type of people, but also talk to the man and then see the interplay there. What does this really represent? In this period of history, this slice of the world, uh, yeah, ultimately understanding that it leads to compassion and love and unity, which is how this whole thing progresses. The tension between the different sides is useful to have a good conversation, but ultimately coming up with the right answer and progressing towards that answer is how you make progress. Do you think the pure democracy can work? So we have this representative democracy with these contentious elections and so on. When we start a civilization on Mars, which becomes more and more realistic technologically, we can have a more direct access to be able to vote on issues and vote for ideas. Do you think it could work?
I don't think we have to go to the to do it. I think the answer is not, to flip a switch and turn on something called pure democracy. When people are not ready for it, when incentive structures are not sort of structured for it. But you can experiment with more democratic forms of government, one after another. Whether it's from experimenting with technology to find new ways of getting greater rates of participation in democracy. I think that we see some experiments and sort of more complicated systems of voting and that in fact might actually be more reflective of people's choices than simply picking one candidate, like ranked choice voting or runoffs, other kinds of things. I think that we can think more creatively about something like participatory budgeting, right, in which we put all this money into the government, and then as a people, there are more democratic ways to how we spend it. And what I think the most urgent to some level is a more democratic policy with policy making, decision making about the military, about foreign policy is very, very insulated from popular participation in modern American history. And I think technology is not going to solve this. It's a combination of technology and human creativity. But I think we can start at it. Whether we get there before we get to Mars,
What interesting lessons or thoughts, if you look at the fundamentals of the history of American election, do you hope to reveal when you try to teach the class? And how would those fundamentals be met by the students that receive that wisdom? So, what do you think about this dance? Because it's such an interesting idea, and I'm how people go through with this kind of idea. Is look at the history while the next one is happening.
I think it's worth remembering that the students who are typical American students in college right now, that has lived their entire life after the election of 2000 and pushed through court. And
That's what we're
and yeah, absolutely, yeah, after all of this. And so on the one hand, I take partisanship in conscious elections for granted. Um, I don't, I think, share, sort of some vision that things used to be different. Right? They don't remember a world that had like lots of moderate Democrats and Republicans, sort of running around again. So in some ways, it's a way of looking back in the past and finding other ways of organizing our politics. It's also a way of reassuring students that we have been through contentious and even sort of violent elections before, and that people have defended the right to vote, and people have risked their lives to vote, and we can really try to understand that as well.
And maybe knowledge of history here can help de-escalate emotions you might feel that are angry or mad. And from a place of calmness, you can more easily arrive at wisdom.
That's my hope.
Just as a brief aside, but nevertheless, you wrote the book Bound by War that describes a century of war in the Pacific. So looking at this slice of geography and power, so most crucially through the partnership between the United States and the Philippines. Can you tell us an aspect of the story that is often perhaps not considered, or just to look more at the geopolitics of Europe, Soviet Union, and the United States? How did the war in the Pacific?
Yeah, I came to this book down my work from the sense that our stories were to Rothschild or Europe, right? That American history, when viewed from the Pacific, specifically in the 20th century, helps us understand American power in some new ways. Right? Not only American projection of power into Asia, but also the ways in which American power affected people in Asia, right? Either as places like the Philippines or the United States saw them. Fewer Asian Americans, people who migrated from both the segments in the United States, these linkages between the United States and Asia, particularly the U.S. Philippine connection, I think were something that needed to be traced across the 20th century. It's a way, a new way of seeing American power, from a different angle. You see that.
Yeah. There's some aspects of defining America from when you took the perspective of the Pacific, and with military conflict, and you assume for your power.
Yeah. So I start in 1898, with the U.S. invasion of the Philippines, its conquest and annexation, and I think in many ways this is a defining culture of the 20th century. That's completely overlooked. Were described as I think incorrectly, as merely a war with Spain. Right? But the war in the Philippines is our first extended overseas conflict, our first conflict in what would come to be called the developing program, form of counterinsurgency. This is the U.S. Army sort of learning lessons that are then repeated again. So, Korea, Vietnam, and
The Philippines are friends.
well, that's the interesting part, right? Is that the book focuses in particular on Filipinos who fight with the authorities in the U.S. Army and during the push of the 20th century. And they are fundamentally Iranian, right? They are from the Philippines and they're fighting for the United States, which is the colonial power occupying their country. And I think that irony persists, right? So if you look at polling data, they ask people all around the world, do you think positively or negatively about the United States? And the highest response from the country, Clinton was viewed in the United States more favorably than people from any other country, including America. That think more favorably of Americans than Americans. So unpacking that,
What was the people power revolution lessons? You kind of assign and put a large value to it in terms of working money for the American project.
yeah. So in 1986, the president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, was overthrown by a secular revolution known as people power. In the wake of a recent event, probably almost a big election, that confirms his freedom. When that was overturned, the sort of mass movement in the Philippines, which also sort of reluctance of the United States to intervene to prop up our allies, with metamorphosis supported American policy throughout this administration. The Reagan administration, part of that at the time, basically chooses not to support. That's a personal invention decision for Reagan himself. But he's being shaped in many ways by the emerging voices of neoconservative political, foreign policy voices, and in particular, Paul Wolfowitz, State Department, and others who see that movements for democracy and democratization have take fire in Latin America, South Korea, in Europe, all around the world. It hits the wall and continues.
What's that wall? What do you mean by
So there are local movements for democratization, for opening up throughout the world, starting in and obviously continued at least from the 9. As they hit the wall in China, and with the protests in Tiananmen Square, that are black and that are crushed, that represent a real sort of turning in the history of democratic institutions on a global scale.
So in some places we fight for freedom will work, some places not. And that's the kind of the lesson from the 20th to take forward to the 21st century.
No, I think the lesson is maybe one that we talked about earlier. There's this dynamic dance between leaders, whether totalitarian leaders or leaders of democratic movements, and the people win from the leader. I mean, sometimes it works.
Let me ask a big ridiculous question because we talked about sort of presidential elections. Now this is objectively, definitively, you have to answer one person. Who's the greatest president in American history?
Oh, that was easy. Yeah, Abraham.
How is that easy? Not George Washington.
Washington had his statesman qualities. He understood his power as the first president.
Also relinquished power.
He was willing to relinquish power. But Lincoln has the combination of personal leadership, a fundamental moral character, and just the ability to fight, to game up to get what he's going to play. The short game and the long game, to kind of make to work with his enemies, to block when he had to, and he gets the United States through the Civil War. So you gotta give some credit for it.
And he's pretty good at making speeches.
Honestly, it helps that he's a remarkable speaker and able to convey those conversations. But he is first and foremost a politician, and probably the best one we have.
Both at getting elected and at
In some ways, better at the doing than at the getting elected. Right? The election of 1860 is it's just a hot mess. That could have worked out many different ways. And even the election of 1864, when we have a presidential election in the middle of a civil war, it was not a foregone conclusion that Lincoln would be elected. So both times he's sort of, he's not a master campaigner by any means, but he was a master of politician as a governor.
Do we have leaders like that? So one perspective is like leaders ain't what they used to be. And another perspective is what we always remember to say stuff that happened in the past. We forget the flaws, remember the great moments.
Yeah, both of those things are true, right? On the one hand, we don't, we're not surrounded by people of Lincoln's caliber right now.
That feels like the case.
And I think we can say that with certainty. But I always like to point to President Harry Truman, who left office with some truly abysmal presidential ratings, was dismissed throughout his presidency. He said, as unqualified, he was doing, etc. And then, turns out, with hindsight, that he was better at the job than anyone understood. Better at getting elected, right? You remember that sign, didn't like he showed the right at better holding power and better sort of, kind of building the kind of institutions that long after he was gone, demonstrated that he won the long game.
And some of the victors do write the story, and I ask myself very much, how will history remember Volodymyr Zelensky? It's not obvious. And how will history remember Putin? That too is not obvious. Because it depends on how we roll with the geopolitics, the combinations, on the history of these nations that are unraveled, unfolded. So it's very interesting to think about. And the same is true for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton, and so on. I think it's probably an unanswerable question of which of the presidents would be remembered as a great presidents in this time. You can make all kinds of cases for all kinds of people, and they do it, but it's unclear. It's fascinating to think about. When we look at how they take over, which of the humans they would appreciate the most. Let me ask for advice. Do you have advice for young folks as they, because you mentioned, the folks you're teaching, they don't know what it's like to have waited on the internet for the thing to load up. Every single web page is something. They don't know what it's like to not have the internet. You have a downfall, and then the joy of getting angry at somebody and hanging up. They don't know it. So for those young folks that look at the contentious election, they look at our contentious world, our divided world, what advice would you give them of how to have a career they can be proud of, let's say they're in college and high school, and how to have a life?
Oh man, that's a big question. Yeah, I've never given a graduation speech.
This is like for like raw material.
Yeah. If I did, I think I would advise students that history teaches that you should be more optimistic than your current surroundings suggest. Right? And I think it would be very easy as a young person today to think there's nothing I can do about this politics. There's nothing I can say to this person on the other side of the aisle. There's nothing I can do about the planet, etc. And just sort of give up. And I think history teaches that we don't know who the winners and losers are in the long run, but we know that the people who give up are always the losers.
But don't give into cynicism or apathy. Optimism is the way.
Because human beings are deeply resilient and creative, even under far more difficult circumstances than we face right now.
Let me ask a question that you don't even do. You dare cover graduation commencement speech. What's the meaning of life? Why would you? This whole project that studies and analyzes as if there's a point to everything. What is it? All the wars, all the presidents, all the struggles to discover what it means to be human, as that reach for a higher ideal. Why? Why do you think we're human?
I think this is where there is often a handoff from the historian to the clergy. But in the end, it's less. There's less distance between the two than you think, right? That if you think about some of the kind of answers to that question, what is the meaning of life, that are given religious tradition, and often they have a fundamentally historical core, right? It's about unifying the past and the present in some other non-earthly sort of dimension. Um, and so I think there's that. I think even for people who don't have religious belief, there's a way in which history is about the shared human condition, and historians aspire to tell all of that story. We drill down on the miseries of war and repressions and so forth, but the story is not complete without blueberries and butterflies and all the rest that
So, both the humbling and inspiring aspect that you get by looking back at human history that we're in this together. Christopher, this is a huge honor. It's an amazing conversation. Thank you for taking us back to a war that not often discussed, but in many ways defined the 20th century and the century we are today, which is the First World War. The war that is supposed to end on course, but instead defined future wars and defines our struggle to try to avoid World War III. So it's a huge honor to talk to you today. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Christopher Rothschild. To support the podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me give you some words Woodrow Wilson in 1917 about World War I that haunted the rest of the 20th century. This is a war of triumph. George Santayana, the Spanish-American philosopher, responded to this quote in 1922 by saying, "Only the dead have seen the end of war." Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything for chess.
I was just saying that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do in this sport, you have to be that level of obsessed.
The following is a conversation with Alexandra and Andrea Cortez. They're sisters, professional chess players, commentators, educators, entertainers, and streamers. Their channel is called Lopez Live on Twitch and YouTube. I highly recommend you check it out. Small side note about the currently ongoing controversy in the chess world, where the 19-year-old Grandmaster Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen in the same fight. After this, Magnus, for the first time ever, withdrew from the tournament, implying the tweet that there may have been cheating or at least something shady going on. Folks like the Grandmaster Ricardo Nakamura fanned the flames of cheating accusations, and the internet made a bunch of proposals on how the cheating could have been done. And it ranged from the ridiculous to the hilarious, often both. Hans himself came out and said that he has cheated before when he was 12 and 16 on random online games to jack up his rating. But he said that he has never cheated in person before. Benny Wrench from Chess.com, who I've spoken with, may make a statement in response to Hans' claim soon. Folks like Grandmaster Yakabuka spoke to his experience training Hans Niemann and has said that his memory and intuition were quite brilliant. So as you see, there's a lot of perspectives on this. ChessBase is a good summary of the saga that I'll link in the description. Also note that this is so quickly moving that new stuff might come out between me recording this and publishing the episode. But I thought I'd mention this anyway since the episode with the Volta sisters is a conversation about chess. It was recorded shortly before the controversy, so we didn't talk about it. I'm considering having Hans on this podcast, Russell Magnus back on the podcast, maybe others like Hikaru or folks from Chess.com's anti-cheat staff to discuss their really interesting cheating detection algorithm. But I may also just stay out of it. I find chess to be a beautiful game, and the chess community full of fascinating, brilliant people. So I'll keep having conversations like these about chess. It's fun. My goal with this podcast and in general with human being is to increase the amount of enlightenment. Sometimes that involves celebrating brilliance and beauty, science and art, and chess. Sometimes it involves empathetic conversation with controversial figures that seek to understand, not deride. Sometimes it involves standing against the internet lynch mob, as the chess base article calls it, to hear the story of a human being who is under attack, even if it means I get attacked in the process as well. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Alexandra and Andrea. You just got back from Italy. What's the most memorable thing? Let's just start with
It was very chaotic because we went out on a whim and we only had our first hotel booked, and then we rented a car and drove around all of the cities and went to like 5 different cities in about a week and a bit. So I think it was just the variety of seeing so many different places when we're used to being at home all the time. And then is yours your luggage?
Yeah, this is the most stressful vacation we've been in our life, and it was a valuable learning lesson. Now we know how to prepare for trips, but we lost our bags and never got them back. And like Alex said, we didn't know where we'd be sleeping every night. We were just driving through a new city with a giant van in the most narrow streets with and getting in many fights with Italian men. So it wasn't really a vacation.
I saw this ocean so many times.
wasn't it liberating to lose your baggage?
Actually, it was liberating. My entire life, I've always had issues with packing, and I could no matter what.
Andrea, you're gonna pack light, right? Yeah, Alex, yeah. And then I see her stuff in her over.
But you did the same. We both had giant extra baggage that we didn't need. And I'm actually very glad we lost it because for Venice, hauling that around on the boats and through the tiny streets and there's no Ubers. And now it's the first time where I can travel without checking in the bag.
Right.
So now I'm going to need to pack light because I saw that I could survive off of just mine. It sounds very dramatic, but it was really a big learning lesson for me.
The driving was crazy.
The driving was crazy. I did most of it, and it would be really interesting driving through places like Florence or even through the beach areas that were super windy because they're two-way streets that should really only be one-way. So you're driving this huge van, then another car comes on a cliff. You're just waiting for it to slowly pass. So it took all of my focus and concentration to drive well in Italy, but it was actually really relaxing because the hardest thing about making a lot of videos online is you're always thinking about it, what's coming next. And when we were in Italy, it was so chaotic that I did not think about work for the weekend.
Because you just,
You were stressed.
I was just trying to keep us alive. It's some type of priority.
and that was kind of fun.
It was kind of fun.
No flagging, nothing.
I wouldn't recommend it for that again, but
Sounds pretty awesome.
And we even randomly ran into two friends of ours who were in the same city, and we just traveled with them for about half of the trip.
So you just took on.
Exactly, it was an adventure.
And I see like you're using your hands a lot. You picked up some of the Italian gestures.
We did get yelled at by a lot of Italians. Old Italian grandmas would come to us after breakfast and would leave something on the plate, and she's like, "You could feed an entire village with that. Tell your friends." And we'd feel so ashamed.
yeah, we got cursed at a lot, but it really reminds me of where we grew up in Austria.
Which were
We're Romanian, but it was like an immigrant neighborhood. So yeah, saying if you don't finish your plate, it's disrespectful to people who made the food.
how's the food? I feel like the carbs is too.
There, yeah, I think they're really that.
So I'm actually not supposed to eat gluten because I have an allergy. But I was in Italy and galore, so I was actually eating a lot of it. It was very interesting because I didn't get sick while I was in Italy, even though I'm in the US. So somehow the food was actually maybe more okay for me to digest, which I appreciated, but I didn't like it as much as I thought. Did you like the food there?
No, I did. I love carbs, but it feels like Vegas when I go there. The food is like if I stay here too long, I'm gonna do things I regret. That's what it feels like. Because I don't know how to moderate, and everybody is pushing very large portions while kind of eating things on you. Pasta, pizza, and so the bread is so delicious. So yeah, I love it, but I would regret everything. So it's like I don't want to go to a place where I'm going to regret everything too for too long.
Yeah, surprising for the people there that are still very fit and everyone is in good shape. But that's probably because you're walking around all day, much more active.
And they also, you know, I think I got used to the U.S. with eating
The U.S. what is that?
just a lot. Yep, always a lot
Yeah,
and more.
And I feel in the US, food advertisements are also much more in your face and you're more often reminded of junk food than we were in Italy. So even though you're eating less healthy things, I think we were getting cravings of being pushed through this junk
All right, I gotta ask you a hard question. So the romance languages. I think French is up there. So number one.
food. Number one in terms of
Is
Ranking them.
you guys speak Italian or no?
not Italian, but we studied French and Spanish in school and Romanian.
I feel like every country calls it a language, a romance language.
No, but it's Romanian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and I think there was one more that was like this dialect, but those are considered the Romance.
Okay. So what would you put
I think we got yelled at
I'm
so
so
much
strong
on
Italian
Italian
that
that
I'm not going to see a lot of time.
So it's a
It's
more-
very it's in the bottom of the list. People did not use it nicely.
But I always really liked how French sounds. I think something about it where maybe Spanish actually sounds nicer to the ears, but French has more character and it feels more sultry, so I like French.
But I love it too.
so true? I feel like French, well, in France, I feel like I'm most being judged. Like they're better than me. That's what French is. So true. Which is why, I long to belong to that. I like the bridge.
The British.
Yeah.
Actually, one thing we did on our Italian trip is we just picked up British accents for the entire trip for fun, and we forgot we were doing them to the point where we talked to British people and they asked us, "Why are you talking like that?" We just couldn't stop.
I did feel much more elegant and
That's
mature.
true.
People like I don't know if they felt the same way about us, but it's more
You do feel like you're more poised.
So how'd you guys get into chess? When did you first, let's say, when did you first fall in love with chess?
So we both started playing when we were pretty young, around 6 years old. That's when our dad taught us. And I enjoyed playing chess because I had good results early on, but a lot of it was being pushed from my dad to play chess, and I only really started loving it when we moved from Canada. We started moving a lot, and chess was the one single thing that I had, and it was also where all my friends were, so it's kind of that foundational thing for me. And that's when I started studying chess very intensely. When I started putting in the hours out of my own will, not because I was being pushed by my dad. That's when I started really loving it. I even wanted to take time off college to just focus on chess.
So training and competing?
Training and competing, yeah. It was when I was doing it for myself that I started getting my best results.
And actually,
And really enjoying it, yeah. I would spend summer vacations studying for tournaments, and my mom would come and say, "You need to make friends. Go leave the house." And I'm like, "No, I need to play chess." And I remember those moments.
like you rebelled by playing chess.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you get into it?
Yeah, my experience with bowling in high school is very opposite from Alex's, but right, my sister was playing and my dad taught me when I was
Realistically,
You were
I wouldn't say cool, I'd say more balanced hobbies. In my childhood, if I ever really did love chess, there was certainly moments about like traveling and being together as my family, spending those moments together, but those are more the social and experiences. But funny enough, like I think my happiest moment where I really played the game for my own enjoyment was probably my most recent tournament, because this was after obviously we've been streaming and I'm no longer in high school, but when I was in school, I was always playing for college and for the results, trying to build a resume. So I was too stressed out about the pressure to really enjoy the game. Whereas when I just played my first tournament
So it was like after like a 2-year break because of the pandemic. And it was also all live on Twitch, so there was some pressure. But it was the first time that like I was really eager to study for the game, sitting and focusing since we've been streaming and not getting distracted by something else in years, like I said. And the tournament experience, I hit my highest rating, and it was my best tournament ever. And I think most of that is because it came from my own.
So you didn't enjoy the domination. I think you like did really well. This is like a couple months ago.
Yeah, the tournament, of course, I think it was also kind of fun because I would be in high school, like studying double, triple the amount of time, like 6 hours every day compared to this tournament. I didn't even prepare for it. And for 3 years, I was able to pass one rating. Whereas in this one tournament, I passed it by like 70 points without even any preparation. So it was, I think, as soon as we stopped worrying about competition, when the games get much better.
What does it mean to pass?
So I was like at 1900. 1900 is 100 points of next. Yeah. Usually when you reach 2000, you're considered an expert, which is the rating you go.
Okay. Expert is like a technical term, or that's like
It's more of a colloquial term where if somebody is around a 2000 and you're playing them in a tournament, they won't have the actual title next to their name, but you won't say I'm playing an expert.
What about like the more official things like master? Does that have to do with ratings?
Yeah, so national master in the US is what we play.
What's international?
International master is based off of a different system, the FIDE system, which is international. To be an international master, it's 2,400, and you have to have 3 international master rounds.
Yeah, I think Magnus said he's 28, 6, 7, 8.
That was
And then he said this week. Now,
well, he always.
but see, the thing is, I think what he meant is that's a decent rating because it accurately captures his actual level. So it's not overinflated or underinflated. And so the discussion there was how do you get can a human being get to 2,900? And he says because my current rating is pretty decent, I representing my skill level is going to be a long road to actually get there. Because it's like you have to beat people you're saying level like the number increases. And you beat a bunch of people in the tournament, right? That are higher level.
I was playing under the next category was like 200 points above the rating. And I very rusty.
Do you feel the pressure when you're actually recording it like this stream?
It was definitely so before every round of vlogging and actually meet and greets.
I saw you doing and you know what the hell you're doing. It's great.
Yeah.
Like, how do I do this?
Yeah, I see.
What do I do?
It was actually really wholesome. The beginning was very silly because I was just not expecting that it was going to be more of a seminar. I thought it was like, oh, we pose and take pictures. But actually really nice to answer questions, but unfortunately,
The good long conversation. It's always like questions do like that.
exactly. You have to have a fast pace for YouTube.
But not everything like you need to, right? There's like 2 parallel things, stuff that's on for YouTube.
One day.
Yeah, when you guys like when you become like ultra famous, you're currently just regular famous.
And then we appreciate what you're in
And that the YouTube aspect, the creation aspect, does that add to the fun ultimately of the chess, of like your love of chess?
for the love of chess in general, or just for competing in that?
No, love of chess in general. I think you said that for competing for that tournament is not even pressure.
Yeah, but actually, I would say that it's a pressure. But yeah, this is where I differ to Alex because when I was competitive when I was younger, I don't think I loved chess as much as when I started doing it for content because I'm like her, a lot of her friends and social circle were other chess players. I never really traveled and built really solid friendships through chess until I started streaming and meeting other chess streamers and actually playing and talking to people for fun rather than just always being alone in the game, never really meeting other people my age or people with similar interests. So I would say Twitch was the thing that really changed how I approach the game.
I think with some YouTubers, there's a pressure to be on somebody else. You create a persona and you're stuck in that persona. I think I'm too much of a boomer to know what Twitch is anyway. But it feels like when you're actually live streaming, you can't help but be who they are.
I think it's
Oh, well, I think when you're live streaming, and I've talked to a lot of other streamers about this, you kind of just over exaggerate one side of your personality. And of course, it's kind of like being on all the time. Like you're trying to be more entertaining, and sometimes you're being sillier at moments, or more. When you take what character traits that people know you for, maybe one is being like ADHD, or the younger sibling who's very energetic and causes trouble, even though I'm sure you cause trouble just for the camera.
Yeah, right.
And of course, when you're live streaming for 4 or 5 hours, there's gonna be moments in the stream where it's kind of chill. But especially when you're like editing that content, or you're doing bigger streams that are shorter, you are kind of playing up the side of yourself. Because of course, there's a lot of parts of me that I don't show the camera, so I'm not as entertaining to watch, like the more serious part.
And also, there's things that you are really interested in about what you do. Like, I love competitive chess where I can sit and really think about it, but I know that that is not going to be as entertaining for stream. I know that's not going to be as entertaining for YouTube. So you kind of have to take what you like, but then really adapt it for whatever the format is. And sometimes that feels inauthentic, but other times it just feels like repackaging what you love for people in a more general audience.
Do you feel like it's like
Oh, I think social media.
social media in general is a trap of that kind?
Well, so we've been trying to switch to learn how to make YouTube videos recently, and so much of learning YouTube school is kind of the beastification of content where you try to get to the point of the video within like the first 10 seconds to not lose people. Try to,
You mean like Mr. Beast?
yeah, where it's so fast paced, there's a reason to wait, there's high stakes, and everything is created to keep people watching the video and keep people on the platform. And in some ways, it is a trap because it's harder to do the kind of content you like because you really have to squeeze it to be like, okay, well, do we have a good thumbnail for this? Do we have a good title for this? And that's something that we're trying to figure out how to keep true to what we do.
Yes. The way I think about it is, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can create. And, yeah, the justification process. But also think about what are the videos, conversations, things I'll create in this life that would be the best thing I do. And I try not to do things in my life that will prevent me from getting there. I feel like if you're always focusing on doing kind of optimizing the thumb in 10 seconds and so on, you'll never do the thing that's truly your effort for. So finding that balance is tricky.
I get that, but at the same time, this might be my own copium, which I know isn't working now.
Yeah, I'm slowly learning the complexity of the term, yes.
But the other way I think about it is a skill to learn how to communicate with large audiences. And first I started streaming chess, which is something I just did and really love. But now I have to learn how to translate that format. And if that's a skill set we could build, then we could use it to do really important things. And I've seen a lot of YouTubers who have done interviews about how, they didn't know the kind of content they did at first, but what they're doing right now is really meaningful. So I like to think of it maybe like skill development. It's not everybody gets off podcasts where they can talk to super interesting people right off the bat.
Yeah, it could be slow and boring in a podcast. You have to worry about the first 10 seconds. I mean, people like keep pushing me for this, but the first 10 seconds of the videos I do is what I know it's most important for YouTube, but I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all the views and likes. I don't look at the click.
I don't look at Twitch views that Grant does, so we have some.
I love numbers too, but that's why I don't look at it. I'm like, you'll start to think that a conversation that people did sucks because it doesn't get views. And that's just not the case. YouTube algorithm is this monster that figures stuff out. If you let it control your mind, I feel like it's going to destroy you creatively. So you have to find a nice balance.
I have to say, I was laughing a little bit when I was listening to the Magnus episode. In the first 10 minutes, you guys are talking about soccer.
Two robots being human.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, let's have some fun, a conversation about non-chess related topics. Yeah, it was kind of hilarious. I was surprised that even at his level, I wasn't sure, but I was surprised how much he loved chess. Sounds cliche to say, but like the way he looked at a chessboard. You know those memes like, "Where's somebody looked at me in the way?" He still like the way he glanced down and he reached for pieces of excitement to show me something. There wasn't like, okay, I'll show you. It was like there was still that fire.
That's something I always talk about, like super grandmasters. Like one of my coaches was a person who was like St. Hammer in Norway. He also coached Magnus, who was his second, and he was helping me train for my tournament. And I was kind of putting off doing the homework. If you're putting it off, I mean you're studying the wrong thing. Like you should be enjoying, even when you're practicing. But I didn't grow up. I thought to get to the top level, like practicing has to be hard and unpleasant. And when I was listening to your Magnus episode, he was like, I didn't read books very much. Or there's one thing that you said that's like very normal for studying classical chess that he didn't do just because of interest in.
He says it's some puzzles, puzzles.
Yeah, he doesn't do what he doesn't enjoy. And that's because it's like purely been not a passion.
I think that was like I suck at puzzles too.
Yeah, they like that.
I don't have to study at all. It's just it's fun. But I think the lesson there it's really powerful is he spends most of the day thinking about chess because he wants to. So do whatever you want to get better at chess. Do whatever it takes to actually just the number of hours you spend a day thinking about chess. If you're like super serious about it.
I actually get very addicted whenever I start studying chess, which is why I don't do it as seriously when I'm focused on content. Because I go through these rabbit holes where if I'm focusing on chess, I want to be as good as I possibly can at the game. Otherwise, it's hard for me to enjoy it because it's such a competitive thing. And I remember training for tournaments. And when you're training for tournaments, you even start dreaming about chess and you can't stop thinking about it. And it's as if you're flipped into this completely different world, which is also what I like best about the game, that it's a completely different living experience.
And you take some drugs and then you start to see things on the ceiling. There's some factual hallucination like to the Queen's Gambit, like those scenes.
I think it's
Is that based on your life story?
well, can't say that. No, just kidding. Actually, chess players are very careful to not take drugs. They drink a lot.
Yeah.
They drink so much. It's actually crazy for how good they're able to play chess when they do. But when it comes to things like psychedelics or other things, they usually stay away from those because they don't want to mess anything up with their brain.
So this is actually an intervention, right? I saw it mentioned somewhere. I think it was a live test where you have a drinking problem. Is that
No,
actually?
I think that's actually a meme that we like to joke about on stream because occasionally we have like a white talk stream or something like that, and then people meme about it. It goes back to Andrea's point of amplifying a part of your personality to make yourself a little bit more entertaining.
Maybe that's this podcast is just amplified. I'm part of that person. I'm not really like this. But have you played drunk with Magnus? Let's play drunk. He says it helps him with creativity.
Well, Andrea's under 21, so she's obviously would never do that. But I have played while drinking. Actually, I enjoy playing chess and drinking more than pre-gaming or going out to a club and drinking, which sounds really silly. And I'll usually play against opponents who are also having some beer. And it does make you feel like you're seeing the game from a fresh perspective, where it can sometimes make you feel more confident, liquid confidence, and it does help with creativity. You just feel like you can pull things off. But there's also a limit. It's more like you have one drink or two drinks, but then it goes beyond that, and then you just start missing tactics, so it's not worth it.
Yeah, I think it all helps. There isn't very short time controls. One time I was challenging this grandmaster on the street and we were playing bullet chess, which is 1 minute chess. And I was giving him handicaps and I said, okay, you have to take 4 shots before the next game. And he just got like 10 times stronger and transformed into like a Hulk and destroyed me more than last game. So, but of course, if you're playing like a 3-hour game, it's going to get old. But I think in short time controls,
Yeah, it definitely has to be blitzed. It has to be where it's more intuition rather than sitting in calculus.
Probably negatively affecting your ability to calculate. How much were you guys playing chessboard? How much of these calculations? How much of this intuition? How much of this memorized?
It really depends between short form long chess, so 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, and flexible chess.
What's your favorite?
I love playing Blitz now because that's most of what I do, and that's actually how I got into chess streaming because I couldn't spend entire weekends or weeks playing tournaments. So I would just, while I was in college, log on and play these long Blitz or bullet sessions. And it's very fast, so you don't have time to calculate as deeply. You basically have to calculate short lines pretty quickly, and a lot of it is pattern recognition and intuition.
Like 3 minutes or so.
3 minutes.
Okay, cool. And so for that, it's just
A lot of it is intuition.
see, I saw on the streams you actually talking. It seems
Yeah,
really
that
good.
helps my results. That doesn't help my results.
It doesn't hurt,
Content, not the game.
Yeah, exactly.
but you can still do it. So it feels like how can you possibly concentrate on talking?
It's because so much of it is intuition. You're not, while you're talking, you're thinking about that topic, but then you just come to the board and you just understand what you should be doing here. And then sometimes you get in trouble because you're talking and you have no last half of your time, like a minute and a half, your opponent has 3, and you're kind of at a disadvantage. But that kind of goes to show that that's how Blitz chess usually works. Classical is very different.
Which of you is better at chess? Let's do it this way. Can you, Andrea, can you say whether in which way is Alex stronger than you? Which way is she weaker than you? Not physically, in terms of chess.
Well, of course she is higher rated, but when we do play, I think her strength against me, where she really gets me, is the end game. She has stronger end game, so she can. And I actually have stronger opening. But as soon as she's like,
I'm supposed to say what is good about you, not you.
yeah, I'm getting there. Well, see, this is the thing because don't worry, it's related, okay? Because I can get an advantage in the beginning of the game, but as soon as she starts trading pieces down, like my confidence drops because I know that the end game is the hardest part of the game and the longest, and that's where she ends up beating me. So the end game is her, I think, really good. Then she has
It sounds
to
like psychological warfare is better too.
that.
Because if you're getting nervous,
That is
And it's harder to play against higher rated players. Say, Magnus and former world champions have that psychological edge. So I think it's always going to be different for Andrea because she knows statistically she should be winning something like 1 in 4 games, but she usually does better than that. She's very distracting and top squad.
That does help.
what does it feel like to play a high rated player? What's the experience of that? Like playing something like Magnus.
So it depends on how much higher rated than you they are. If it's someone who's like between me and Andrea, let's say it's a 200-point difference, you know they should win, but at least you still feel like you have a chance. I was playing in Title Tuesday, which is this tournament chess.com has every Tuesday, and I got really lucky. Beat a GM, drew an international master, and then I got paired against Hikaru Nakamura, and my brain just went blank because I just know that I'm so unlikely to win that I couldn't even play the game properly when it's that much of a difference where they should be winning like 99% of the time.
But that's like psychological. So you're saying that's the biggest experience is like actually knowing the numbers, statistically thinking there's no way I can win. But I meant like, is there a suffocating feeling like positionally you feel like you're constantly under attack?
You just feel like you're slowly getting outsmarted, and the worst is when you don't know what you're doing wrong. You come out of that, and I thought I was doing great, and I got slowly squeezed. I didn't understand what was going on, and you're just kind of baffled. It's kind of like watching Alpha Zero beat up Stockfish. You don't really understand why it's making certain moves or how it's thought of the plan. You just see it slowly getting the position better, and that's what it feels like.
I would add, it's kind of different for me if there's someone who's significantly high rated, so let's say more than like 300 points, or you're playing Magnus. What I notice is I just feel lost straight as soon as I don't have preparation because they know so many opening lines that they're going to know the best line to beat you that you haven't studied. So then on move 10, you're like, he already has a maybe plus 0.5 advantage, which is really small, but for someone with such a significant skill level, you can really lost at that. And it's like third.
What are the
Andrea is very good at opening preparation.
as you said?
As she said, she likes bringing that up. I mean, she's very meticulous about it, where she'll really go in and learn her lines. And having that initial starting confidence isn't just helpful for the opening, but it helps develop your plans for the middle game. So I think she's very good at that. I think she's actually pretty good solving puzzles. We're basically finding lines that are forced, where if you find them, you're going to win.
So that's like puzzles within it.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas strategic chess is making slow moves, and over the process of like 20 moves, you get a slightly better position based on an understanding of the overall strategy.
So my extensive research, it says your most played opening is the King's Indian defense, in which where black allows white to advance their pawns to the center of the board in the first two moves. Is there any truth to this?
So King's
And what
Indian
is it?
probably is my most played opening. And it's one where even though my coach was a grandmaster taught me, he's like, so you know, I've been playing the King's Indian for 10 years and I still don't understand it. And it's one of those openings that computers really don't like because you do, or at least Stockfish doesn't like it. Maybe AlphaZero would change their mind. I forgot to look at it. But
Can you show me if I know what it is?
Yeah.
Is it white's opening or black's opening?
Black responds to the D4 queen's pawn push, and you take your knight off to F6. I'll put it, stereotypical classical. We actually have a very famous King's Indian game in the notes that we compare.
Yeah, I asked, for the record, I asked you guys to put some games that you find people and maybe get a chance to talk about some.
Yeah. So this is the King's Indian. As you can see, white has much more control over the center. White has 3 pawns in the center, while black has the fifth rank. And you just have this pawn on d6. And one of the ideas in chess is if you're not taking the center, then your plan revolves around trying to continually challenge it. But what is really fun about the King's Indian is that black sometimes gets these crazy king-side attacks, while white gets queen-side attacks. And even though it's a little bit suspicious for black and the computer could usually break it, it's hard to defend as a human when you're being attacked. But if you don't pull off the attack as black, you're just going to end up being lost.
So it's like a very asymmetrical position.
It's very asymmetrical, although a lot of people now stop playing into the classical King's Indian, even though computers give it a big advantage, and they play these slower lines in the King's Indian, which are less fun.
It's slowly, it takes up a longer time to like do something interesting.
They basically don't let you get as much of a kingside attack because they try opening up the center, and then you have no weaknesses, but you're just slowly improving the position of your pieces instead of being able to.
So for people just listening, there is the white pawns are all in the fourth row together. It feels like a bad position
For black?
for white.
Oh, you don't like taking the center?
Yeah, like the center, it's just like talking trash around.
Oh, sorry.
But like, it's just like they're like you're vulnerable. They're in the road together. Like it's like because they're like who's going to defend them? I guess the nice defender will be defended.
You're actually talking about a theme that you do see sometimes, which is called hanging pawns. When you have 2 pawns next to each other with no other pawns to defend them. So it is a valid point, and actually as black you're trying to break apart these pawns or get them to push and create some holes into the position. But it's a trade-off, and that's a lot of what chess openings are about. You get more space, but you'll also end up having to protect your pawns potentially or move them forward to the point where they're overextended.
And plus, pawns being vulnerable is kind of fun. It's like there's more stuff in danger. Because if it's like this, it was like a trap. Like you can't do anything.
Everything's blocked, yeah.
You have blocked up. Yeah. So you can't have fun.
Yeah. One of the opening principles for like is put your pawns in the center. So I'd say like this is actually preferable for white.
Let's go over some opening principles.
Because this is a very good learning lesson.
Quick
And
crash
chess beginners in the audience. Okay, so first thing you want to do is control the center. There you go. Use for it. No adjustment.
Isn't that like the basic vanilla move? I didn't. Somebody told me that's the most popular move.
It
Is that
is.
why is that?
So it's E4 and D4, and the king's pawn is known as being for more tactical players, whereas D4 is known for more positional players. So that's why it's considered more aggressive.
Or gambit.
The tactical means I'm gonna try to attack you.
Okay, you're gonna try to go for puzzles and rely more on your combination abilities. Whereas if it's something positional, you usually have like 3, 4 moves that are all good in the position. Whereas tactics, you need to see this one line, so it's more precise.
So this one was cool because queen can come off, bishop can come off.
Yeah, that's one of the most popular checkmates, and usually what you teach these students to try to choose their friends because then they feel really excited that they know this new trap to bring the bishop and the queen up and try to check them on that side.
The trap that Queen's Gambit that's Harmon falls for, like first game versus the janitor. She gets on that, gets checked every game.
But that's the ones you get checkmated with.
Yeah.
I love that you guys were actually paying attention to games carefully. It's just pretty cool that they did a good job of improving, evolving our game Rothschild to actually represent an actual like chess player.
Yeah, they really took every detail.
Okay, so what else? That's I brought stuff.
You'll do the same. Okay. So then you want to develop your pieces. So in the beginning of the game, you want to pick out your bishops and knights first because you don't want to start with the most valuable piece like the queen, because then they can open their ability and they get attacked very early on. And the reason you're taking out these 2 pieces first is you want to take the queen. You can move a knight move or a bishop move, and that's considered development.
Yeah. So at this stage, not like even before getting a 2 points.
You usually want to start with getting a pawn because you want to get space in the center, but also when you push pawns, it helps free up other pieces. So usually start with 1 pawn first, and then you can start taking out your minor pieces, which is the bishop and the
I have anxiety, like just feeling out there, defenseless.
Well,
But
it's not attacked yet. See, those are what you call ghost threats. So you're scared of something that hasn't happened yet. So if I were to attack,
I feel like there's a deeper thing going on.
and let's say,
yeah, so you're attacking the pawn in the center here, and it is vulnerable, but as soon as you do that, I can develop my own knight and defend myself.
And for people just listening, there's 2 pawns that just came out to meet each other, and then a couple of knights.
love the test. How are you doing? Pawns met after midnight.
Yeah. We met this as the game. Okay, cool. So like there's if you bring out the bishops and the knights, you're matching up the other line of match. What you're attacking with. You're defending.
I don't know how you can block.
Okay. Oh,
Now I am attacking the pawn in the center, which is what you were afraid about before, but let's see how you defend it here.
by doing this symmetrical thing, bringing out the knight on the other side.
And actually, your other move was good as well, with it creating space for your bishop. So you're basically trying to develop your pieces as quickly as possible, put your pawns in the center, and then get your king to safety. And that's usually the basic opening tips that you get.
And it is kind of counterintuitive that safety. That was always confusing. But, you know,
So you typically don't push those. Maybe that's one.
But another way to also think about it is your pieces usually want to point towards the center. If you have a knight closer to the center than closer to the side, it actually has more squares it can go to. So a huge part of it is just wanting to have flexibility for where your pieces go. So more pieces are going to be able to make threats in the center or even open up the position. So since that's where it's most likely to open, you want your king somewhere around the position. You'll stay close so that you have the pawns to defend.
you know, there's like moves like this, but I always wonder because I build chess engines, but then you start to wonder like why is it that positionally these things are good? Like you build up an intuition about it, but I wish, and that's the thing that would be amazing if engines could explain why is this kind of thing better than this kind of thing. You start to build up an intuition, but if I'm just like know nothing about chess, it feels confusing that cornering your king, getting them like trapped. Right? Like it feels like you could get checkmated easily there. If I was just using like dumb intuition, but it seems that that's not the case.
I imagine maybe Alpha Zero learned by playing games against itself, right? And I imagine if you have a lot of games, then you do build an intuition, because if you were to keep your king in the center, you just see that in those games you're dealing with threats a lot more often. But yeah, there's shortcut rules, and this doesn't even mean it's the best way to play chess, as we've seen with Alpha Zero kind of changing the rules of the game a little bit. But as a human, to learn it from scratch is a lot more difficult than to start with principles. So that's why beginners usually learn chess this way.
Yeah, but because you're playing other humans, and the other
Yeah.
humans have also operated under different principles, and that's why people that come up now that are training with engines are just going to be much better at doing people in the past, because they're going to try out weirder ideas, go against the principles of code, and then do like weird stuff, improve sacrifices and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I also think that's why Alpha Zero was so shocking, because Stockfish was using an opening database, so it was already based off of knowledge that humans have from playing chess for years that we just thought is how you're supposed to play. Whereas Alpha Zero just learned from playing the game so many times and came up with very novel opening ideas.
Were you impressed by Alpha Zero? Have you seen some of the games?
I have seen some of the games. I think impressed, bewildered, and motivated are the three things I see.
Yes, Matt said he was also impressed that he could easily be mistaken for creativity. That's his trash talk towards the AI.
That was really
I mean, as a human, I agree with him because you don't want to give the machine the power of creativity. But if it looks creative, give it a compliment.
that's fair. I know that it would be nice to the machine.
Yeah.
They said they're ever looking back.
What else is there? Okay.
You can go a little bit. Yeah, we can finish a little bit. So you can go.
So that's like a really nice, like nobody took any pieces and we're just in a nice position to play.
Yeah. So it's not actually a very
Yes, I could put this on the board, but usually after you've developed all of your pieces, you want to get your queen up a little bit to connect your rooks, and you also start thinking about certain pawn pushes and getting more space. But another good tip is just, can you improve the position of your pieces? Think about timing. So if you've already moved a piece once, and there's a piece that hasn't moved at all, then you want to focus on the piece that hasn't moved at all to be able to have it more likely to jump into the game.
Right. So don't move pieces multiple times.
Exactly.
Like try to move it to the most optimal position.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. So what's the Indian move? I think we're kind of over, but what did you ever say why you like this one? Is this weird? Is this
I liked it because it's a very fun, aggressive defense where you're throwing your pieces towards white, and there's so many sacrificing opportunities. And for some reason, tactical games always feel like the most beautiful, the most satisfying. And that's what I like about the King's Indian. But I also suffer a lot from this love, because I would play things that are not necessarily correct, and my attack would pan out, and I would just struggle the rest of the game having no play and just having.
So if you're always Wikipedia also says that you're known for your attacking play.
It's also known for losses.
See, Wikipedia doesn't talk about it. Just as nice.
It's a lot nicer. I actually played a lot of positional chess in Classic because I really like the slow squeeze. But when I transitioned to playing a lot of online chess, it's almost as if I was looking for more instant gratification, because it feels so much better to beat someone with an attack. And even if sometimes it doesn't pan out, I was okay with it because you get so many games in. So I think my style in online chess really changed from my classical chess.
What about you? Do you have a style? Are you attacking? Are you like conservative defensive player? Are you chaotic?
Opening wise, I like to play more positionally. Like I like to push through forward and just slowly improve my pieces until they get an attack. But like Alex said, if you're playing bullet chess or bullets against mirrors, you have to like want to play riskier moves that may not be as good, and then that's kind of when I'm more aggressive. But I do enjoy tournaments for that reason, because then like once we're 15 moves in, like as soon as you're out of your prep, I like sitting and thinking in more positional. Position.
One of the games that found to be pretty cool is the Car of the Cabal, which is got found in 2009. And that one, I think, was the King's Indian Defense. Why is that interesting to you?
I also played the Kings of Indian as well. And I love this model game, but I'm not saying it isn't Kings Indian. But now there's this one line that like every higher rated player just destroys my Kings Indian. And we see these beautiful games and like, oh yes, I want to play for these ideas. But now no one plays into it anymore. We just get demolished, so I don't take it seriously. But not too much.
It's a love-hate
Yes,
relationship,
it's true.
truly.
In reality.
But that's like the higher level price too.
Yeah, if you're studying openings and you know this line as white, you automatically get the upper edge.
And that's kind of how openings develop. Start having players trying new lines, and then you see ones, and then everybody adopts it if they think it's the best one. But yeah, so Hikaru is really known for his aggressive style of play. Hikaru is black here, so he's playing the King's Indian. And as you can see in this position, white already has a huge center advantage. But what Hikaru is going to start doing, the next move, is bringing all of his pieces towards the white king side, because his plan is to start pushing his pawns towards the white king and just ignore the attacks.
This is a great example of how we attack the King's Indian.
So there's a complete asymmetry towards the king side and left side of the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, he moved it up 3 times in a row.
And that's what you need to do. You have to move the knight in order to make space for your pawn. So again, this is why it's so counterintuitive and Stockfish doesn't like it. You're putting almost most of your pieces on the back rank, and you're pushing your kingside pawns, and you're blocking your own dark square bishop. So none of it makes sense.
That's awesome.
Okay, so yeah, here you see white going for queenside attack, black going for the kingside attack, and you can keep going a little bit. I'll wait to where he starts with the pretty sacrifice.
It's more fun to analyze games in person.
Yeah.
Okay, so here Hikaru is preparing the attack, and what I really like about this game is that he finds these tactics that are not necessarily what a computer would go for, but it's very hard to face as a human, and that's why a lot of people play the King's Indian, because in practice it's hard to defend it. So we can keep moving a little bit forward. Okay. Yeah, so way that he's continuing the kingside plan.
Now it's the first. Is that like the first piece of him that's taken?
Yep, that's the first trade. So exactly, Hikaru had to pause the attack for a little bit to make sure that white didn't have two dire threats on the queen side.
So you can see the asymmetry.
Exactly, that's what's beautiful.
And just one thing to highlight is his rook move here is very bizarre. Like a computer probably didn't like this, but the ideas are very interesting because this is a major weakness for black that they're coming to attack. And he's also making room for his bishop to come backwards and challenge. So this is like a human-like maneuver that computers
I think computers would like this though, because you have to move it regardless, because he has to take the pawn here and his rook will be under attack.
Yeah, well, when I actually studied this as a line, this right away is the best move to play for people.
So actually, that's a good question. So do you guys when you study games use your own mind, or do you also use computers to build up your intuition? I like looking at a position like this and what would a computer do, and then trying to understand why you want to do that.
When I was studying seriously, I would try to use my own mind, because you're never going to get the exact same position, so you really need to notice trends, and often computers will give you moves that are only specific to that position because of the certain tactic. But I do use computers to check what I did and try to make it obvious and
What does a computer tell you? Just like what is the best move, or does it give you any kind of explanation of why?
It doesn't tell you why, but it gives you the different valuations of the position. Like black is down a half pawn here or something like that. But it hints you towards what the right move is, and then it's on you to figure out why. And you can usually figure out why, not right away, that just by going through a few moves, you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
I feel like the computer will take you down some weird line potential. Like sacrifice, like why the hell am I sacrificing this?
We'll get to the pretty sacrifice soon. So we can just keep going.
Pawns are being pushed.
Yeah. And Hikaru is kind of ignoring
like experience of just like listening. Just
Imagine
imagine
the
that
pieces on the ceiling.
yeah, we should be calling them out, and then people be figuring out even more. Am I supposed to keep track of the positions? Um, how hard is blindfold chess? Have you tried? Like, are you able to keep it?
I've played blindfold chess before. For me, it's pretty hard. It's not a muscle that I've trained as much, and I'm very visual when it comes to chess. But it is one as a top player that starts becoming very second nature for me.
Actually, this is what talk to Max about this. Maybe I was getting influenced by Chris Gavin. What do you actually visualize when you see that? So for Magnus, it was a boring 2D board. Do you have some kind of?
Chess player now.
You don't have like, because you know some chess like computer games, you do all kinds of skins and
Yeah.
fancy stuff. You don't have like,
Sadly,
fancy
I don't have like the cool 3D warrior mode on. It's just all these.
stuff.
Because you don't, yeah, you kind of use your brain power for adding colors to it. Because you have to keep track.
That's one board at a time.
The current
And
position.
then, yeah, then every chess. I wonder if there's a
There's certain players who are really good and you can play blindfold chess and play multiple games at the same time. So I would be curious how they do it, but usually when you're thinking of looking, that's the only one in your
Yeah, but you have to do this operation or if you move one piece. You're doing like the branch analysis.
Yeah.
And so you still have to somehow visualize the branching process and not forget stuff. Maybe that's like constant memory recall or something. You always look at one word at a time, but
and you're also because you're also looking at the future. Yeah.
then you have to backtrack.
I guess you're keeping the position in your memory, so you're remembering where all the pieces are, and then you're playing it out on the board, and then you can come back to the initial one you started with that you kind of just keep in your brain, and it's also easier to come back to it once you play the position from it.
I feel like it's that memory recall that gets you to wonder. So I'll like see that I'm being attacked by certain things, but then because I get so exhausted thinking about a different thing, I actually forget about the entire branch of things I was supposed to be worried about.
That happens very often. Yeah, if you spend a bunch of time calculating your position, let's say, like when you're really in trouble and you're spending 15, 20 minutes calculating, you'll forget about something that you spotted, like, oh, if I do these 2, 3 moves, I'll walk into a trap because you looked at some lines and you play it, and then you see it and you're like, oh, I looked at it, I saw it, but I forgot about it.
It's often called tunneling, where you're just looking so deeply on one thing you forget about the rest of the board.
It's the worst when, at least at the beginner level, there's like a bishop just sitting there, obviously attacking with a queen or something, and then you just forget that bishop exists.
Yeah.
Because if they just sit there for a few moves and don't move, you just forget their existence. And then it's just,
Well, it happens to everyone. So.
yes. Okay, cool.
So we see a few trades happening on the queen side, where we have to go for those, otherwise he's not happening. And this is where it gets exciting. So knight h4 is really when the sacrifice starts, and here the two important pawns are the ones in front of the king because they're helping with the entire defense, and Hikaru is actually preparing to sacrifice his knight for just so that he can continue his attack and open up the position. Because if you don't do that, you're as black and don't get some kind of attack, you are completely lost on the queen side. And also, you've pushed all of your own king side pawns, so you're going to be in danger. So it's one of those do or die moments.
Oh, okay. So that's what makes it because the king is wide open.
Yeah. The king is wide open, and all of white's pieces are pointed towards the queen side too, where you're also cramped.
So is the attack primarily by black down by the two pawns and the light?
And the light square bishop is always extremely important. So you don't want to trade this in the king's Indian because it's very helpful for a lot of attacks.
Even though it's on the other side of the board, I guess you can go all the way across. Like I'm not sure what it's doing here, but probably.
Like for example, if it was another move that could have played with this bishop h3, where if you take the bishop, you get
with what?
Play here, then it would be checkmate. So you're kind of using your bishop to stop it.
Yeah, I'll be freaking out if the bishop did that.
Exactly.
What are they up to?
Right, and that's the thing. This position looks very scary as white because all of black's pawns are starting to come towards you, and it's one of those things where humans do start to worry in these positions, whereas computers obviously can just calculate the best line, and maybe the attack doesn't go through.
So you're saying the computer might say that the white is actually a slight favorite.
Yeah,
It's possible. Okay. So then white makes a little bit of room by giving
right.
the attack begins.
I like the confidence.
then the knight is holding the king.
And actually, white can't even take the king here because of h4 and h3 is coming in. But anyway, yeah, I was going to say king, yes, that's what it is.
White can't take the knight because what?
So if white takes the knight here, then black starts pushing his pawn to h4 with h3 incoming. And the idea of trying to defend against this is, it looks very difficult.
It'd be cool to watch a chess game, to experience watching it without understanding it just for a day. So like to use that
I mean, that's what Game of Thrones does. She just does do it.
Unfortunately for chess players, it never leaves the use. It doesn't matter how respectful.
It's ruined because black's queen is under attack, but the king is so cramped that he can't actually take it, or he doesn't get hit by a way to go through.
Yeah, those pawns are doing a lot of work here.
That is the King's Indian.
This is the King's Indian player.
The attack of the kingside pawns.
Yeah, these pawns are like, right, so they're the ones that are doing a lot of this. Like,
Right, and they're also opening up the position to break more of the pieces in. But the pawns kind of help break open the king side, but they can't checkmate by themselves. So after the pawns come in, that's when you start breaking the pieces as well, which you will see.
there you go, he puts.
Another beautiful sacrifice in the game.
But then puts the king in check with a pawn.
Right, that and the pawn is going to be given here for free. But the idea is you're giving it free keys because you want to have more space and open up the king, which is what you're always trying to do when you have a king side. You're trying to remove as many of the king's defenders as you can and then giving up too much.
And then you have a ton of pieces on the king side for black who's waiting.
And notice how every single move white is getting attacked. Like they're just never getting a break. Black just keeps throwing all their
So it's funny that black's queen has been hanging for like 3 moves now, and white still can't do anything about it.
So what's the check?
And then again, we leave the queen hanging, and you develop a piece. This lets for bishop that's so important, and then again, threatening checkmate on g2.
Bishop.
once again the queen hanging.
I mean, the game is just so beautiful. The amount of calculation Garo put into this position.
It just feels like so much is in danger.
Right.
So interesting. And then knight takes one. I pause.
Yeah, his queen is attacked twice. And he doesn't care. He takes the bishop. He's still threatening g2.
And then the queen takes the bishop.
And black. Material back here.
So here, black is already is winning.
Well, he ends up winning a knight here because black had to be so much on the defensive.
You just take the pieces.
Yeah, I mean at this point you're up to 2 gold pieces, so you
Yeah, exactly.
And then queen.
And there's not as much of an attack on the king anymore, but Hikaru is a knight, which is GP.
Yeah, what's the correct way of saying that? 'Cause I played Genesis Hours. I played him in chess, and then I quickly realized, like from his facial expressions, that I should have like stopped. Like it was like it's already set,
yeah,
and then he's like this is the good time to like give up.
right.
You're not going to get the checkmate, but like this, you know, he could see like the checkmate is like 5-7 years away or something. What's the play?
Usually you have to resign if you're in a position, or you should, through chess etiquette, resign when you're in a position where your opponent is definitely going to win out of respect. Like if you're piece down. And obviously, all top grandmasters do that. The only people who don't do that is kids, because their coaches always tell them to never resign, and they'll be in hopelessly lost positions playing against like two rooks, a king, and they only have their sole king, but they're still playing on. So that's a position where it's obvious they can't win.
Because the kids might make errors.
Yeah.
So it might as well. That was the interesting thing about, I think, Game 6 of the previous World Championship of Madness.
Was it the one who beat?
Yeah, the first time he beat him, where it was like, he said that, I don't know how often he comes across this conversation. He said the engines predict a draw.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's going to be a draw. So you play on hoping that you take the person into, I mean, this, I guess, in end games, and you take them to deep water and then make a positional mistake or something. I don't know when, like, he, from his gut, knows that it's supposed to be a draw, but he still plays on.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where it could theoretically be a draw, but it could be very hard to defend because it's a hard technique to know as a human. And especially in that game, I know that Neko was also in high pressure, which makes it even harder. So in situations like that, you should always continue. It's more where an engine would give you something like plus 10 or something where it's not just clearly a win, but anybody would know how to win.
So what do you find beautiful about this game? Is it the attacking chess, and just the asymmetry of it?
The asymmetry, and it's the fact that this is the dream for the King's Indian, where you're able to get a beautiful attack, and there's also those two really nice sacrifices where Black just continuously kept putting pressure on White's king, with where he was able to win material. And the best part of it is that if the attack didn't work out, Black would have been completely lost.
How often does that happen? Like, as an attacking player, how often do you put yourself in a position of, I'm screwed unless this works out?
On my chess more than I should, and it's usually when I sacrifice, I know it's either going to work or I'm lost. And those are the most fun positions to play.
But in tournaments, if you're doing a sacrifice, you're playing it with 100% confidence because you're taking the time to calculate it. But yeah, when you have 3 minutes, you don't have time, so you take the win and you follow your intuition.
Or
you find out.
Or you're very confident it'll work and you haven't calculated all the way to the end, but you've calculated to the point where you have enough in exchange for the second thing to play that position.
How do you train chess? It's do you practice? Did you deliberate practice? I mean, you're in this tough position because you're also a creator, an educator, an entertainer. So, do you try and put in time of like daily practice?
I don't train with chess anymore when I'm focusing on creating. I do if I'm preparing for a tournament, but back in the day, I would train very seriously for tournaments. And the way it would work is I do opening preparation for a specific tournament because that's when you really need to have those lines memorized, and you could also prepare for specific opponents. And I would do tactics to make sure I stay sharp. So those are the two things I would do every single day for a tournament, and then mix the rest. Maybe some end games, maybe some position.
So, what does tactics preparation look like? Do you do like a puzzle, like a random puzzle thing?
Yeah, I would just train puzzles for at least like 30 to 60 minutes or books. And sometimes you work, and there's different kinds of puzzles. One you could train for pattern recognition, where you're supposed to go through them very quickly. And that's just so that when you're playing the game, if your mind is tired, it's still keeping track of things a little bit more easily. And then there's where you're practicing your combination, and those sometimes take like 20 minutes to find because you have to just calculate a lot. And it's more like making sure that you train that muscle. But Andrea's actually very good at finding ways to balance it and still study while also doing it.
Yeah, so what do you both?
That's the hard thing. I was getting very irritated with content because I'm very competitive. And I don't like playing chess if I'm losing. And if you're talking and entertaining, you're going to be losing more than winning. So then I started doing more training streams where I bring on my coach. And one of the things that I wanted to add to Alex's training repertoire, so I would do daily puzzles every time I'm streaming, which helped me a lot, even if it's like, there's this thing on chess.com called Puzzle Rush, where you have 3 minutes and you just do puzzle after puzzle where they get incrementally harder. And the it's just a really good way to build your pattern recognition, especially when you're rusty. So I would do that until I hit a high score, and I wouldn't play any blitz until I hit the score that I want. But that's kind of more like the fun part of chess studying. The very important one is actually analyzing your losses and your tournament games. And first you sit and you look through your mistake yourself and try to see if you can find the better moves. And then that's when you check over with the computer to see if you're right. So game analysis is also very important, which I try to do.
I wanted to give a shout out. I listened to a couple of episodes of the Perpetual Chess podcast, which is pretty good. But whatever I listened to, it's I think they really focus on like teaching people, how to play, how to train, all that kind of stuff. They do looking at adult improvement. So basically, like how to break their nukes, get better at chess. One of the things one of the person that said, I think it's Grandmaster, he said to maximize the amount of time you spend every day in life, basically as you were saying, like suffering. So like it's not about you should be thinking, you should be doing calculating. It's the opposite of what Maggie said, like you should be doing a lot of time. It doesn't matter how possible it is or whatever kind you're doing, you should be like doing that difficult calculation.
It really depends what you're trying. Because I used to think the same, but it depends what you're weak at. Because if you're doing the really difficult puzzles, you're training for like visualization and calculating more moves ahead than you typically would, which maybe you wouldn't get into that as often in a regular game because typically you run into like 3 or 4 tactics, which are actually the easier and more fun ones to solve. So it really depends.
And on top of that, as a hobbyist, your motivation is very different than when you're playing from a young age and have pretty high competitive ambition. And a lot of people who are new to chess, you could basically work on anything and still improve. So if you're focusing on something you like, you're probably going to stick to it more and be more consistent, which I think is more helpful long term.
What was the most embarrassing loss of your career?
That's so many flashbacks, but I'm so glad it's a question for a trial.
I wish I could specify. It's funny because
I mean, because you said you're so competitive. Like,
Yeah, no,
I could tell just even from the way you said it, that like you hate losing.
that was the reason I hated chess in high school because it'd always be like, but okay, there's many traumatizing losses where it's like top 3, you're on first, and then through a game you shouldn't, and this shouldn't hurt my ego as much as it does. But it's always kids, or when I was a high school girl, it's the younger boys who are really cocky. And when they win, they start rubbing it in your face, and you're yawning and looking around, and like 90% of the game, you're destroying them. You had this one tiny mistake, and now their ego's huge. But I'll never forget, I was playing like for a chess scholarship, and it was tiebreaker for first, and I think I lost to a 12-year-old girl who couldn't even use the scholarship, but she beat me and won first place, and she got some other prize. So yeah, I was losing to another girl who's literally like 23 younger now. So makes sense.
Right. What do you think? What do you think Gaspar was feeling that he was playing 13-year-old Magnus? Like,
Yeah,
why?
as much as it's the beauty of the sport, at any age can be brilliant, any demographic, anything. I feel like when you're adults and you're paired against the kid, it's just hard not to let it get to you. And it depends. Maybe if you're a really sweet kid, but most times I play kids, they're just really arrogant, and I don't think they do it intentionally because they're kids.
I mean, there is some etiquette thing, but like you say, yawning in general. Like
Yeah,
it's not.
when they're kids, there's no etiquette.
Yeah, the kids traumatized me too. I was playing in Vegas. It was not even my opponent. It was the board next to me. And the kid was at least 10 years old. He made 12 max. And he was playing against an adult. And he takes out his hand. And he starts doing a fake phone. To which the kid sitting across diagonally picks up their banana. And starts talking like it's a phone. And they're just mouthing words. While their 2 adult opponents are thinking intensely at the game. And then I see the adult look up. Look at the kid, taking banana boat and his eyes as he sighed.
Yeah, and they're not even doing the trash talk.
No, yes, they're just bored kids. Yes, exactly.
Well, what was because you play a bunch of people for your channel. What was the most memorable? What's the most fun? Most intense There's a bunch of fun ones. You play kids before some trash talking kids.
That sounds great. They trash talk kids.
Yeah.
That's
You guys
like the
music
like 12-year-old who then starts doing a Fortnite dance.
Yeah. So that actually happened.
That did happen. He is, a very young master. He became master when he was like 9 years old or something, and he's very good at chess and doing a lot of training. But he's also incredibly good at trash talking, and he beat me one game, and he stood up and started doing the Fortnite dance. So you gotta just swallow your pride.
What is that culture of like street chess players? It seems pretty interesting. Like I don't know, that seems to be something we need to get. It's trash talking, also having fun with it, but also taking it seriously. And you've done a few of those, which you could do people.
Yeah, you need
What was that like?
It's such a unique place. I haven't seen it anywhere else in the US where people are just professional chess hustlers, even if they're not necessarily, a top player. They play chess every single day, and so many of them learn chess by themselves and never had a professional coach, so they are quite good at it. They're also very tight knit. They all know each other, and it's a very social thing where you're not just playing chess, it's the experience of getting to know this person who's very much a personality, and they talk to you. They can either give you tips or they could be really chatty and talk to you during. So it's a chess experience rather than just like,
Do you tell them like what your rating is, or do you just both ways? Do you discover how good the actual person actually is?
Initially, I loved going and not telling people my rating and just surprising them and winning games. But now we've gone so many times that they just know us, so we can't get away with it.
One time, actually, I should share this, but one time we dressed up as grandmothers and we had prosthetics on our face, and people recognized us.
Yeah, it's probably there's other components like probably the trash talk.
It was actually, it was funny. We were talking like grandmothers, but it was the way I
Grandmother talking.
you know what?
That's
No,
fine.
we're not making one for that one. We're not making
Bob Watts. Okay, what were your names?
Oh my god. It was Edna, I had a really,
But it was embarrassing because we were walking so slowly and Andrea dropped her cane or something and like the people in the park there were the helper. I felt so embarrassed.
but yeah, it was funny because they didn't know it was us until they saw the way I reached for my pawn. He said the way you held your pawn, I knew it was you. It was like such a niche thing. That was really great.
Yeah, do you have a style of how you play physically? That
I didn't think we did.
I've never thought about it.
Yeah, I think our style is just like its style is very different. If you're talking about style on YouTube and Twitch, definitely have a distinctive style.
what's that? What's your distinctive? Just talking shit.
But not going too far.
No, definitely that's definitely. If it's us two against each other,
Oh, we trash talk each other so, and I love looking at Andrea and watching her like nose scrunch up as she was annoyed and the satisfaction.
How many times have you played against each other online publicly? I think I've seen a couple of
We
games.
played a lot of times. We try not to do it too often because it's competitive, but every now and then when we haven't done it for a while, we'll go at it.
Is that implied trash talk right there?
No, it just we play similar openings and just start seeing the same
opening
positions too often.
each other every time.
Andrea's really good at openings, so I just start playing bad openings to get her out of her preparation because I don't like opening theory very much. I just like playing the game and getting into the games and end game. But
Yeah, typically the only time we're playing each other is when we're setting up in the park and we don't have opponents yet, and we need content, so we just play each other until people show up.
we always put stakes on the line, which
Make it more exciting. Because otherwise it wouldn't be fun to play each other.
Where's the most fun place you played? Is in New York?
I think so. And it was actually when we set up in Times Square one night, we just brought a table with us and chess. And it's not even where people usually play chess, but it was so lively. There were all of the lights out, and so many people just kept stopping by to play chess. And it was really one of my favorites.
Just the opposite of like the classical chess where it's super loud, there's music, there's cars, there's street dance, there's even some making people walking around and we have to be careful not to get pinned.
Yeah.
But I honestly really like the and make it entertaining and appealing to anyone who doesn't know anything about chess. That's what
And also in an authentic way, because it's what we really like about chess, when you're just enjoying the game, but also the atmosphere and the people who you're playing with. And that's one of the things that I think you see less when you're just thinking of chess as a competitive thing.
You mentioned a few other games, the Bobby Fischer games, the Kennedy's match, the game of the century. Which I feel like is a weird game to call the game of the century when it's still like a few decades left in the century, but yeah.
I mean, it wasn't an official thing. It was just a chess
It's like being
journalist
chess
But
article.
it's not
Yeah, no, it did.
again,
It did
Wikipedia.
stick.
This is
It
all I
did
do.
stick.
Because there's that particular one was 13-year-old Fisher, and he did a clean sacrifice. I wonder is there's that movie Searching for Bobby Fischer. Is that related? Because didn't they have a young somebody who's supposed to be kind of Bobby Fischer played by Josh Witzker?
Yeah, I think he ended up being an international master. It wasn't based on Bobby Fischer, it was based on another player, but I liked how they told it through the lens of being inspired by Bobby.
Do you remember the game? Like, why do you think it was dubbed the game of the century? Was it just journalists being like,
I think part of it was the atmosphere when you have the U.S. junior champion, who's this 13-year-old nobody, and it's the first time he's playing in a very competitive landscape against some of the top American players. And he goes up against an international master, so somebody who's a lot stronger than he is, who's played in, Olympiads for the American team. He's having a bad tournament, but then he has this one game where he just shows off his tactical prowess, plays incredibly well. And I don't know if this is true, but in the paper clippings of it, they say things like grandmasters are by the board, and they would say things like, "Oh, Bobby is lost in this position. What is he doing?" There's this 13-year-old kid who's just playing incredibly well, and that also happened before Bobby started really rapidly improving at chess. Not that people knew that, but he kind of seemed like a rising star. So I think the game was beautiful, but I also think the idea of a 13-year-old kid coming out from nowhere and beating a top American player was very fascinating.
and it was aggressive chess and it was interesting ideas. Taking big risks. It's cool to see a 13-year-old do that.
Yeah.
What about you mentioned that his match against Mark Padmanov in the Sunday Night Candidates match was interesting. So why is it interesting to you? Move 45. Let me get some notes.
This is what the bishop is doing. I think I know what you're talking about. I wouldn't say a lot of these games on these lists, I think, are really great combinations when tactics come into play, which is what we're talking about. But they're very good at exemplifying lessons. This is why you study famous games, so you can apply these lessons to your own games. I think the main takeaway from this one was they were punishing their opponent from steering away from opening principles, which is something that we learned earlier, where he delayed the development of his king and put his queen out a little bit too exposed. So Bobby Fischer immediately punished that, and then there was just like a beautiful combination where it's like a 12 in a row perfect moves, which was a tactic, just winning the game. But it only came from punishing those mistakes.
The mistake being
Bringing the queen out and not castling your king right away. And these were just like opening principles that now they're written in books, but before books you would study these principles by studying games.
Also, looking at some notes, his dominance during the Kennedy's term was unprecedented. With 2 top grandmasters. And that guy has meteoric rise. It's incredible. It's sad that I think at whatever in his 20s he then quit chess. One has to wonder where he could have gone.
Yeah, it is sad that we lost such a brilliant
Damn,
mind
wait,
so
that's
early
what
on.
you
And
said,
it's also
I
sad, I think, what ended up happening in his life. Slowly going crazy.
Is there some aspect of chess that opens the door to crazy? Like how challenging is on you, the stress, the anxiety of it, the isolation. It is. Even to you guys as you both play it, still learning the experience of it.
It was when I was competing a lot. I think the crazy part of it for me was how obsessed you can get about a board game where you're optimizing your entire life to beat another person. so many people to spend so much of their life on it, but you can also spend so much of your life because it's so deep and so interesting. Um, and I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything but chess, and I had that before I went to college, where I just wanted to take a gap year and focus on chess because I went to high school, we moved a lot, there was always other things going on, so I felt like I could never really focus on chess. And the one time I could, by taking a gap year, I ended up not doing it because my parents really wanted me to go to university right away. But I think maybe if I had taken that gap year, I don't know what would have happened. So maybe it's a bad thing.
I also say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do or any sport, you have to be that level of obsessed. So I don't know if that's pretty chess.
Well, some obsessions are more transferable to a balanced social life,
That is
like
true.
healthy development.
Yeah,
That's
chess
other
is a
things.
lot less social.
Yeah, there's something deeply isolating about this game. I mean, the great chess players, it's really competitive too. Like, there's something that you're almost non-stop paranoid about blundering at every level. And that develops a person who's really anxious about losing versus someone who like deeply enjoys perfection or winning and so on. It's just this constant paranoia about losing. Maybe I'm like misinterpreting it, but um, that creates a huge amount of stress. I feel like thousands of games, especially in a young person.
And that blundering is such a painful experience because you could be playing a game that you play for 5, 6 hours and you have one lapse of focus and you blunder and you throw the entire game away. And sometimes not just the entire game, but the entire tournament. Now you can't place or do anything anymore. So you just feel those mistakes so strongly.
So that's what yourself.
Maybe it's hard on yourself, like you have been about losing like before you became super famous, where you could be like, well, fuck this, at least I can.
So I was really hard on myself, and I went to play a tournament in Canada to try to qualify for the Olympiad team. And I was like, well, I'm an adult now. I'm not going to feel emotional if I lose. And then I got there on the first day, and I think I was ranked like fourth in Canada for females. And
How long ago?
this was like earlier in the year, actually. And I go and I lose to somebody lower rated on the first day, and I think it was because I blundered. And I went back to my room. I was like, I'm not eating, I'm not leaving this room. I feel terrible, and I know I should, but it just cut so deep. And then I actually ended up qualifying for the Olympiad team, but I didn't want to play because I didn't have enough time to train, and the losses are so painful. I was like, that's not worth it.
Yeah. In high school and growing up, I just remember weekends, and I think being competitive in any sport, again, probably people relate to this, like spending weekends crying, and even like outside, like punishing yourself, just you're disappointed in yourself because you fight so hard and preparing to study, and you're like, oh, yeah. And actually, once again, on the bright side, though, when you're studying so hard and after
Bitch, that's how we start this thing. This motherfucker was a bitch.
you win, you feel like such a huge rush of dopamine and serotonin. You're like on a high for the win. So there's also plus sides that we have to turn this around. But yeah, like Alex said, like losing after preparing for something and fighting on hours and hours is what's going.
Did you ever get that with martial arts?
Yeah, so wrestling. I wrestle all through high school, middle school. Definitely some individual sport. I did a lot of individual sport, tennis, different things. But I think even with wrestling and tennis, it's not a team. You can still there's still camaraderie there. You feel like with chess, you can go on your own with tournaments. Like you really are there. But I always personally just had this like very self-critical mind. It's one of the reasons I decided to play chess because I think when I was really young, I met somebody who was able to provide for chess. They were teaching me the language how to play drinking.
It's fucking good.
Yeah, exactly.
So fucking
But he made jokes talking to others. He would move the pieces. He could yell across the room. remember thinking that if a person's able to do that, that kind of world with it inside your mind, that becomes a chessboard. To me, that meant like the chessboard is not just out here. It could be in here. It could do beautiful, create these beautiful patterns in mind. I felt like I had such a strong pull towards that, where I had to decide, you know, I'm going to get everything to this or not. You can't do half-assed. And then that's when I decided to walk away from it because I had so much other beautiful things in my life, like mathematics and everything was beautiful to me. I thought chess would pull me out of it. And there was nothing like it, I think, in my whole life since then. I think it's such a dangerous addiction. Such a beautiful addiction. It's a dangerous one, depending on what your mind is like.
It reminds me of something I thought of before I stopped competing as much. And I look at people,
Would you rather take
imagine being so confident that you could become a grandmaster, and yet you would be spending the rest of your life being a grandmaster. So it's one of those things where it does require a lot of mental power, but by doing chess, you're not going to be able to explore other subjects deeply.
Yeah.
And not in a way that is bad necessarily, more an admiration and wondering what else could have been, because I've just seen some people get to these levels of obsession where it's all they want to do, and they're grandmasters, but they're not even top players, so they're never going to make a living out of it or make like maybe 30, 40K a year max. They can't even focus on their competitive chess because they have to supplement it by, teaching and doing things they don't like. It's just because of how strong of an obsession it can be, because it truly is very intellectually rewarding. I think that's what people are addicted to in the self-improvement, but you get that from a lot of other things as well.
I think for me, when I was inspired by people that stuck with me, was that human being be so good. But to me, that person on the couch was so like, I assumed he was the best chess player. Like, that to be able to play inside your head, it just felt like a feat that's incredible. So I fell in love with the idea that I could do something like that in my life at some point. It's going to be pretty cool to be really good at it. Like, life in themselves is a surge for the things that you could be that good at. I didn't even think about, like, what money does it make for me now? It's when I fall in love with something and making a life pursuit I can be damn good at it. And then being damn good at it is the source of enjoyment. Not like, not to win because you're a tournament or because like you just want to be better than somebody else. No, it's for the beauty of the game itself, or the beauty of the activity itself. And then you realize that that's one of the fun things about chess. It is a game with rules. When if you want to be really damn good in some aspect of your life, like that, it's harder. It's harder than we hear to pursue.
I feel like you kind of did that with computer science or AI. You did that one.
That's one of the things AI brought it to commercial pursuits or scientific pursuits. You're able to do it. So I'm in the early days of that. One of the reasons I came to Texas, one of the reasons I didn't want to pursue an academic career at MIT is I work in a company. And so now I'm in the early days of that at AI. So it's important to know to see if I'm actually going to be good at it. But I think that's there. That I've been cognizant of my whole life is not passion. Something that didn't really draws me to that. We have to listen to that voice. In chess, you're fucked. So like early on, I think life is more you could be world class at a thing after making a lot of mistakes and after spending the first few decades of your life doing such a good thing. Chess, it's like an Olympic sport. There's no perfection is required for necessity. What do you think is that much for you? Why did you decide to? What drew you?
I like these questions. I really get deep.
Yeah, I mean, what? Is it different?
Well, I
we're actually sick.
Okay.
More terrified. I remember if I actually attend law. I'm like I mentioned to you, I mentioned the stuff. Yes, that's really I hit the phone because that was the thing. I felt okay, one of the robots. If you can't get a camera to even run correctly, how are you going to do that?
Oh no, don't let it spiral.
It was spiraling hard. That was just laying there. Just on the other side. I think that too, by the way, is not patience. Really, I feel like a lot of growing as long as you can get out of it and don't let it spiral. Feeling really, really shitty. Like I was having an existential crisis. Like, how do I deal with anything at all? Like this year, giant failure, all this kinds of negative forces. But I think I made some good decisions from the week after.
Do you think you could have made those decisions if you were less smart?
Me personally,
Okay, so you really need to be angry at yourself enough to go.
it's not even anything. It's just upsetting. It's also for me personally because I don't have proclivities for depression. I have a lot more room to feel extremely shitty. So if you're somebody that gets stuck in that place, then you'd be depressed. If you're really, really careful, you have to notice the triggers you don't forget. For me, just looking inwardly, feeling shitty is always productive. Like it makes me long term happier. Ultimately, it makes me grateful to be alive, to grow. I kind of otherwise, I feel like I have to feel shitty. But that's not a thing described to others. There's a famous professor at MIT. His name is Rabbi, and he was giving advice about students. He said, the secret to my success is that I always did everything I did in the past. So always sort of being self-critical about everything you accomplish. Never really take a moment of gratitude. And I think for a lot of people, they hear that as not good. You should like take a pause and be grateful. But they really work for him. Like, it's a choice you have to make.
It reminds me of the quote, be happy but never satisfied, where you can have a positive spin and still improve yourself.
But yeah, when did you decide to take a step in the spotlight? Like terrifying spotlight.
It was actually my senior year of college, and I was really busy with work and school, and chess was kind of like this lost love. And the interesting thing is that the longer I don't play chess, the more I kind of miss playing it casually and enjoy it more, because then I start looking at it with fresh eyes. But I didn't have time to play tournaments, so I started streaming online because it was more social than just playing strangers on the internet without knowing anything about who they are. And I started slowly growing the community and got in touch with chess.com pretty quickly too. So then it was this hobby that I would do once a week, every Thursday at 8 p.m. And it was one of the things that brought me a lot of joy. Actually, speaking of depression, did struggle with it. I was 10 years of my life, and it was one of those things where chess and streaming was such a distraction, and it brought me such great joy that I just kept doing it because I really, really liked it. And then I was working on something that didn't pan out and decided to go and take a risk and just stream full time, which, seemed a little bit weird. But
You got terrified about me?
it was terrifying, but I had taken so many terrifying leaps in the past, and the last two hadn't worked out. I was like, well, I'll get it eventually. So somehow having failed before and going through failure and knowing that it'll be okay made me more likely to just try something that was a very, very weird job. So
Yeah,
luckily we have another.
yeah, I know.
there advice you can give about the dark places got in your mind, the depression, stuff, and how to get out? From the other things?
Whenever I go to those really dark places, the scariest thing is that it feels like I will never get rid of this feeling, and it is very overwhelming. Um, and I just have to kind of look back over time spans and remember that every single time I have gone through it and remind myself that it is just temporary. And that has been the most helpful thing because I just try to combat the scariest thing.
And believe, have faith that this will go away.
And take action obviously, to make sure it goes away. And I've also tried to spin it as depression is one of the hardest things I've had to deal with, but also one of the biggest motivators because if I just am left in my own brain, I get very depressed. Then I really like working or focusing on things that actually push me to try to focus on school, try to focus on chess, focus on whatever I'm doing. And also, if I'm feeling really bad, then there's probably something a little bit off. And I use it as a signal and try to think of it as, okay, this is just a sign that there's things that could be improved.
What about you, Roger? Have you got the dark places in your mind?
Yeah, my family, I see Alex going through this. My mom also has very serious depression. Luckily, I got genes where I don't go through that serious level of depression that they do. I think mine is much more temporarily.
So it's more similar to what I was
Exactly. You
feeling
go through
shitty.
periods, yes, exactly. Where but I know that it's not something that's clinical and that's just a genetic thing or a mental thing, as I know is more serious for my family members. And I did relate a lot with what you were saying where that really pushes you, and I felt that a lot of content where you're just kind of feeling hopeless and kind of like an existential crisis right now, the content I'm doing, and that's what pushes me to okay, you have no choice but to try something that now you can be passionate about, because otherwise you just have this never-ending cycle. So it's short term, and then it helps me with the things that I do most content-wise, and also long-term help me just kind of have a more balanced life, like doing small things that make me happy on a daily basis, like working out, eating healthier, which I notice when I don't do.
What is playing chess? Has it made you better at that? Has it made you worse? A lot of people kind of romanticize the idea of chess. It's kind of like life is kind of like chess. And becoming better at making decisions on the chessboard is going to make you better at making decisions in life. Is there some truth to that?
I would shy away from these comparisons with chess and life. Um, 'cause, yeah, it has both positives and negatives. So one thing it really helps develop from an early age is having an analytical mind. But then you could also get like paralysis analysis when you just thought of everything to death and you're moving too slowly.
These girls are
Going
dying.
forward, there's not a great path ahead. So it's more like exercising your brain and staying sharp, and then also applying that to other things. Whereas if instead of playing chess, you're watching TV or something like that, you'd probably end up being less sharp.
Yeah, I understand. In high school, I always preached, chess transfers life skills that college at this. I taught chess for juvenile department for special education, so like psych studies in prisons were like, oh, playing chess helps with X, and if your kids, it helps with teamwork and thinking over life choices. And now that I'm older, I don't believe in any of that, but I do think that the process of working really hard at something which takes really long to see results, you have to be really dedicated. Like I remember in high school and middle school, all my friends they were having fun on the weekends, and I'd have to be there studying terms of chess a day. There was one day I'll pay off, but for like 2-3 years, nothing paid off. Kind of learning that type of patience with anything. It's like, like getting a real job. I can't say I've never really worked a real job in my life since I went straight into streaming and I got to work myself. But I'd say it's what people go to college for, like they learn how to live in the real world. And I'd say that's what chess taught me.
When you're streaming, when you're doing the creative work, a bunch of creators talk about it's counterintuitive because it's famous stuff.
Sort of, not quite.
Right.
Just-
Exactly.
So there's not a source of the like is there sometimes where it's isolating? They have these personalities, they have to always be having fun, being wild and so on. Or is it actually the opposite? Like is it a source of comfort that there's so many cool people out there maybe giving you their love?
It started as a source of comfort because it started with a very small community who would be it would be around 200 to 300 viewers, and only like 30 to 40 of them would actually chat actively. So you felt like it was a community, not an audience.
So
Yeah, exactly. And it was people who were interested in chess, and I would really enjoy that. And then as we started growing bigger, the audience kind of changed where they're not there for you personally. They're there while you're competing. And it changed for me. And I ended up being a lot more self-conscious of things online and started even thinking of myself more like a product than a human being when I'm online because I had to.
brand.
Yes, exactly. Otherwise, you just start taking everything personally that people comment about you, and it's based off of very small.
So it's almost kind of
Exactly. And it took time to get it out. Because even if you have tough skin, eventually it gets to you when you're online every single day, listening to thousands of people's feedback.
I think the hardest part of being a creator is going through burnout, which everyone is bound to happen. Which is why I think we're very lucky that we have each other because right, the numbers game and you're viral and can be at one point and then you have to fall months of just grinding every day. That's really bad. That's really like the worst part of being a creator and figuring out how to get over that hump. But it makes me very grateful that I have my sister because I know that I'm not the only person going through it. And yeah, I know that most of my creative friends feel very lonely in that process if they don't have someone who's their family and their business partner and they're working right to it. You kind of tie in your self-worth to your job and your content and maybe even more extreme than other jobs because you also are the entire company and the entire product. So when things are going well or when things are not, just be careful to not reflect like, oh, I am doing fine, I am better than the trends have now changed. There's outside things we're gonna keep going and this is just the normal way, which is how we think about it now and also just about are we enjoying it? Is this what we want to make? But we were stuck in the can for a while when we 10x our viewership after the pandemic because people were only playing chess. And then of course that dropped by like 70% and then you see that and you're trying your best and you just kind of have to deal with it and be like, okay, I'm just gonna keep persevering and maybe it'll get better.
It's so fascinating. I mean, this is a struggling source in the 21st century of like how to be an artist, how to be a creator, how to be just a live in response to this album. I'm telling you, turning off music.
I don't look at Twitch views for that reason and I get obsessed with numbers too and I know Andrea does, but for me, what I try now is to be more focused in the moment, but Andrea doesn't have to do it even if it gives.
So you have fun.
I'm too much of like a given to the temporary satisfaction. I like knowing that if something happens right now, it's produced by a couple hundred and seeing that at night. Of course,
Or like when the viewers start dropping.
well, and I always like you just have this intuition now. But I think also the reason that it doesn't affect me so much is when we first started our content journey, like Twitch streamers, our livelihoods were based on chip views. But now, like I've learned how to recycle that content into like YouTube and shorts and other things. Where I know, like, okay, if this stream is badly, there's so many more things you can do that also just have a much larger output, so it doesn't get to me as much as it did. With your podcast, or do you feel like
No, so one is there's a reason I stopped taking a salary in university and moved to Texas because I wanted my bank account to go to zero because I do my best in my application. So one of the comforts I have is I don't care if this podcast is popular or not. I want it to not be popular. So I want it to make money.
The only ones.
Yeah, I want to. I mean, I just do best. That's like one thing to say.
It seems like a recurring theme when I build up your greatest work.
Don't try it
a silver lining for not healthy mental state. Um, but the other thing is also very conscious, just like chess and those kind of things, that I love numbers. If I paid attention, if I tried to be somebody at their best, like Mr. Beast, who really pays attention to numbers, I would just not, I'd become destroyed by it. The highs and lows of it. And I just don't think I'd be creating the best work possible. But one of the, I mean, one of the big benefits of the podcast is listeners. There's some intimacy with the voice. And I think that is much more stable and a deeper and more meaningful connection than YouTube. YouTube is a fickle mistress. It's a weird drug that it really wants to.
very addictive feedback loop. When you have a video that's number 1 out of 10, oh my god, the adrenaline.
And then the thing I really don't like also is the world will introduce you as a person that has a video on YouTube with some X number of views. The world wants you to be addicted to these numbers as well.
Because they associate it with having done a good job.
Yeah,
So that's what people think views are.
right. And primarily because they don't have any other signal. I think the much better signal is people that are close to you, family, colleagues, say, wow, that's cool. This is that. I didn't know this. This is really powerful. This is really, really good. And definitely I'm care about it. I feel like, just like I said, I'd rather be around the established people. Right? You'd rather create great art with potentials, but the best possible thing you can create. Whatever the beauty that's the capacity for creating beauty that's in you, I'd like to maximize that. I feel like for some people on Mr. Beast, I think those are perfectly aligned because he just loves the most epic thing possible. But not for everybody. There's a lot of people who are these not and so I'm definitely one of those. But that's also something I guess you're trying to find, trying to figure out.
I get very afraid of ever becoming someone who just makes junk food content where you can't stop while you're in the moment and it has all your attention, but when you're done, it doesn't really bring any value to your life, which is something that I think the algorithm still does really reward, and making sure that as we are learning how to create better content, it's still
But ultimately, you inspire a lot of people.
yeah, those are the best. And I get messages from people who are like, I played you a year ago and my rating was 1400 and now I'm 1900. I'd like to challenge you again. It's a 14-year-old finding a former ego. Those things are always very, very fun.
And even just outside of chess, it's just empowering to see the uplift to see that kind of thing. When you guys are being yourself, making money for being yourself, and making money, growing these little beings, which I think is really inspiring. So in that sense, it's really rewarding. And like the way I think about it is, there is some benefit of doing gaming type stuff, so that you get the not like Mr. Beast does with philanthropy, right? The bigger Mr. Beast becomes, the more effective he is at actually doing positive good. Those things are tied together. But of course, with the podcast, you guys, well, maybe you have this kind of things, but what kind of ideas, what kind of people do you got? What kind of person, what kind of human being you want to be? Because you actually are becoming a person and these kind of ideas in front of the public eye. You have to ask yourself that question really seriously. Because if you're doing stuff private, you have the complete luxury to try shit out. I think you have less of a luxury to try shit out because the internet can be vicious and punishing you for trying shit out.
And do you think that sometimes a bad thing where you have less freedom?
Yeah, you have two choices. So one, you put up a wall stay out of your show with people. I don't like doing that because I like being fragile to the world, keeping my sort of on my phone, my sleep. With the other one, yeah, you have to be. You have to actually think through what you're going to say. You have to think like, what do I urge you? You have to be more serious about what you put out. It's annoying, but it's also actually like you should be deliberate with your actions. It's, but some of it's balanced because some of my favorite people are brilliant people that allow themselves to act ridiculous. Elon Musk, who's become a good friend, is the silliest human. He's perfect, brilliant, productive, smart, allows himself to be silly. And that's also fun. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to. It can be a weird, giant, weird mess. It's a balance. I think when you start to delve into political topics that really get tense for people, but it's also wise to stay. Like I mentioned to you, the debating when I wanted to talk to him, I was Kuryakin on the chessboard because chess is just a game. Throughout the history of the 20th century, it was played with the Russians and the Americans and so on, where they were at war, cold or hot war. And those are interesting. Those are interesting conversations we have. The Olympics, it's not just a game. It's like a mini war. And so I have to decide whether I want to talk to him or not. Those kinds of things that can make this kind of decision. For now, you guys are not playing chess. How long is this?
Now they're 2 to 3 hours. When I was first streaming, I'd stream for like 6 hours a day, at least usually. Yeah, for like 6 to 7 days a week. No, I'd be playing chess the entire time while talking. And when I started streaming, that's kind of how everybody blows up on Twitch. You're just putting in crazy hours and you're always there. It's not about making the best content. It's about letting people feel like they're hanging out with you and just being on as much as you can. But I ended up feeling very burnt out because it's hard to be your best self when you're in front of a camera for that long because you do get scared of going into places where you want to learn, but you might not be the best in. Because it's harder to learn in public than do something that, like, yeah, better than 99% of our viewers at chess, so that's a lot less scary than trying to play a game that you're bad at or discuss topics that you're interested in.
Yeah, we have the beginner's mind of be done with something, right? Which is where fun is, and you get to learn together with people punch you. What about you?
Yeah, I think like Alex said at the beginning, when we were grinding a lot, we don't really even have time for much of a private life because you're streaming every hour of your life. People want like the appeal of streamers is called like being parasocial. You feel like they're your friend and they like it because they want to share everything about your life. Really, the main challenge to me at first when trying to prioritize watching a good quality was not doing anymore was realizing that I can't turn everything I'm interested in and every passion into content. Before I'm like, well, I must stream more, but I like music and I like playing piano and I like reading into these topics and I like fitness and then I try to live stream all of it. At some point, it's like just enjoy your time off for those hobbies and prioritize what you're good at because that's just going to be better for the channel overall. So that was a learning lesson for sure. It's nice because there are some exceptions when I have tried new things that I really enjoy and it pays off and that's more that's not it. Before, like you can be yourself, but only specific parts of yourself online, and the rest. Sometimes it's nice to just keep private and feel that you could just give it your 100% freedom.
See, I feel like I try to be the exact same person on podcasts as in private life. I really don't like hiding.
But you're also a generalist, right? Where you have people with all topics. For us, we build our audience off of very specific things. things. So people sometimes feel like, even at the start when we started playing less chess, like, I suck for chess. Why are you not playing chess?
Exactly. People are tuning in for an interesting conversation on a bunch of topics. So like the more you are yourself, the better it is. But it is very hard to hold your brand on one thing.
But yeah, the way you slowly expands. It's expand to checkers. I guess that's the common way to go.
Maybe poker.
Poker, yeah, exactly. Poker, but also just the ideas, basic ideas. And then one of the cool things about chess is when you're talking over the chessboard, it's a kind of backgammon move.
That is actually an idea we've had, playing chess while also doing a podcast and talking with people. It's kind of like an icebreaker. We're also focusing on the game at the same time. But, we are slowly evolving and we're doing more things. Like, one thing we wanted to do is spend less time in front of the computer. So now we're doing a chess travel show where we go to different countries and look at the chess culture. So it actually feels like we're doing things that we would want to do and explore anyway. And maybe it's not as much in the idea space, which both enjoy and do a lot in our own free time, but in the sharing cool experiences with our audience that we actually want to do.
What do you look for?
We're going to Romania on September 9th, and I think this is the most exciting for me because we're going back to the country where our entire family is from, where our grandmother taught our dad, who taught us how to play chess. It has a very strong chess culture, so it'll be very unique to go back and see how everything is and the Romanians, like, very rare, which is like a famous Romanian who accomplished something, which is why, like, right now, like, the table is famous Romanian cookies dance or that or not, exactly. And there's like something very special about Romanian pride. And when we meet the Romanians in the US, like, it's just an amazing connection. And like, I hear the way my dad talked about, like, for example, Nadia was a famous Romanian gymnast. And he's like, yeah, like, Romania, we're stuck at everything, but when she won the Olympics, her gymnast, every kid on the street was doing gymnastics. Because it's very rare that they make it to that level of success. And often the person who's successful is famous, but it is really cool to meet other Romanians for chess because it's a very special bond. You feel like it's a community that they belong. Yeah.
Let me ask your opinion since you mentioned it. Andrew Tate, they're both women successful individual creators. Andrew Tate is an example of somebody that has become exceptionally successful at galvanizing public attention, but he's also from a perspective misogynist. So let me ask you a personal question. Do you think I should talk to him on this podcast? How would you feel as a fan? Somebody, I'm talking to the great Alex and Andrea Cortez in the next episode.
I think it's a double-edged sword, and most of these things are not as black and white as they seem. Because on one hand, I don't agree with his beliefs, and I think he said a lot of things that are very hurtful and that influence people's opinions. At the same time, talking to someone through that and trying to get to the root of it and how much of it he used just as a social media tactic to maybe change the opinion of people who have been so influenced by him towards something that's maybe more understanding towards women and things like that could do some good, but at the same time, platforming someone like that and giving them more attention also signals to other people who have a platform that it's okay. So it's kind of weighing pluses and minuses. It's a very tough decision. It's not clear.
And the thing about the internet, make the wrong decision, you have to do it. Right?
Personally, it is funny. Like, I think that the way you're saying is just a growth hack, and I've seen other people do it where, like, you just say, I don't honestly, I don't really listen to his content because it's so dumb. But I think he knows that by saying the dumbest, most controversial things, that's like a cookie-ized thing. And I think at surface level, like, you can really hold it up. But that's why I would honestly enjoy tuning me into a conversation where you're really breaking down to the core of those beliefs. And I think, like, young kids who look up to him and when you actually hear something challenging it could actually be helpful for people. But at the same time, I want that listening to your podcast
with the people you disagree with. And even though I don't like Andrew Tate, I think the fact that he got banned from all the platforms is kind of scary because it sets a precedent. And you always have to ask yourself, would this be ethical if I was on the other side? And even things with a president like Trump, even if, let's say, you're somebody who is on the left, if that would have happened to a leftist president, how would you feel? Because I think that's not really ethical. So that is something that I think is important. We try to find ways to have conversations and reach some mutual understanding and try instead of just amplifying the worst about every human being.
Well, so one of the major reasons I was struggling with this is because I really enjoy talking to brilliant women. I think it's also a lot of them reached out to me saying, it is what it is, but they're inspired on the female justice. And to me, if I talk to somebody like Nancy Tate, who would have a really hard hitting, I think it could be a very good conversation that lessens the likelihood that a brilliant private female will watch. Because they'll never watch it, but they were doing the society for people who reach out. Well, Lex is the person that platforms misogyny. I did a thing where Joe moving down in trouble over an N-word controversy earlier in the year. And Joe's a good friend of mine, and he says I stand with Joe that he's not a racist or something like that. And within certain communities, I'm not somebody who's an apologist for racism or a racist myself. That kind of thing. And quickly, not ever listening to the content of that ever sort of actually just even very simple stuff was super difficult. But like taking on the best possible interpretation of the person's life, giving them the benefit of the doubt. So you have to play in this field where people assign labels to each other, and it's difficult. But ultimately, I hope that good conversations is a way, like a greater understanding if you can grow together as a society and improve and learn lessons from mistakes of the past. But you also have to play this game where people just like putting labels on each other and against each other. So that guy said one thing nice about Donald Trump, he must be a far right Nazi. Or the opposite. Like this person said something nice about the vaccine, he must be a far left apologist for whatever vouchers. For most of us that do. So it's a weird thing. But I think, and it's also painful. People about things like single words, half sentences that are said about either goodness and rights, where they have hate towards so either both directions. I've now accumulated very passionate people that some call me the true apologists, some call me a Zelensky. And it hurts. Given how much I have family there, how much I've seen suffering there, to carry that burden, I'm ready to destroy this. It's like, do you want to take on another thing like that? And you have conversations.
Right.
Or can I just talk to some people? Where it's not
No, we're not controversial.
or you're interested in fascinating, inspiring, not all those difficult things that come with more difficult decisions.
Right. But somebody has to be making those difficult decisions and challenging the notions that we should cancel someone just for slightly disagreeing with us. And it's very hard to take that on personally. And I think that's a huge part of it when you know it's something you're doing for the right reasons and you're getting a lot of people coming and misinterpreting it. It's very painful. But I think you have to ask yourself long term if when you made that decision, you ultimately thought it would be better or worse for your listeners to know that conversation. And then if you can sleep with it at night, take the risk.
Yeah, when I talk to people that, especially like astrophysicists, and you realize how tiny we are, how incredibly like how huge the universe is. Like it doesn't matter. You can do anything. You could like, you can walk around naked, talk shit to people, do whatever the hell. And actually, modern social media, people are just like how can you liberate? Just try to do this not just like the best possible thing for the world you can. Take big risks.
And that's the other thing with being canceled nowadays because everyone's attention is much more short sighted. You can get canceled and then it'll blow over in 3 days. And you actually see things like this on Twitter very often where people just have outbursts of outrage and they come into your chat and they're all spamming and saying mean things and then 3 days after. And of course, they're not actually ever serious things or you don't have things clipped of any streamers and like their worst moments, but then people forget about it pretty soon after.
So you're able to accept that when somebody's being shady to you first.
Yeah, I mean, I still get sometimes emotional about it, especially when I'm like, oh wow, these things are being said are not true, or like this is clearly taken out of context, but I've just accepted that it's part of the job, and if I am trying my best, and I am trying things with as good intentions as possible, then I just try to learn every time that happens and be like, okay, what could I do better? What is just part of the job?
Well, let's start some controversy. Who's the greatest chess player? Is it Magnus Carlsen? Is it Barnes? Is it somebody else? Bobby Fischer? Do you have a favorite types?
So, whenever I hear this question, I interpret it in a very specific way where it's not who is the most talented chess player or who are the most adept in the chess world, but who is the greatest at playing chess. Where if you were to put in all of these players at their peak, who would be the best? And, you know, we're kind of living in a world where obviously humans are becoming more like cyborgs and their tools make them a lot more powerful. And the computer is the most powerful tool in chess that we've ever witnessed. And the top players now, someone like Magnus Carlsen or Gary Kasparov, if they were going to go towards people like, you know, even Lasker or Bobby Fischer back in the day, Lasker, he was world champion for 27 years, he was the best in his field by far. But would he be able to stand up to someone like Magnus Carlsen who has had these tools? I don't think so. So most chess players have said Gary Kasparov, and I think even Magnus has said that in the past. But I like to think of it as Magnus at his peak and Gary at his peak, and because Magnus was able to live in the computer era, I feel like so far he's the greatest of all time. And some studies say things like how there's rating inflation, but I looked into some of them and they basically calculated people's play over the years, and it seems that there hasn't been inflation. People are just getting better at it because you have better tools at chess.
And also, one case, what's your?
Yeah, I was gonna say I disagree with that. Good, but make it interesting. I think I would judge the greatest player of all time in relative to the time that they lived in Magnus, although he is technically the strongest chess player in history. That is because he had computers to study chess with, and of course, if you compare him to like Gary Kasparov, he plays most like stockfish. But Gary Kasparov at this time, he beat more players of his skill level than Magnus did. Magnus was more often. Also, of course, held belt for 20 years ago. So I'd say actually, because Gary lacked the help of computers to study chess, and overall performed better against players of his skill level.
Nice. Yeah, but I mean, the case that people make for Magnus, many without said, but also Magnus plays a lot, and he doesn't. He plays a lot of blitz, or like he gets drunk, and like he's really putting himself out there, and in all kinds of conditions. David was dominating for a while, but we get to see many of the like losses of Mondays and all that kind of stuff. He just puts himself out there. I think this guy was much more yeah, it's very focused on world championships. Very limited number of games and very focused on the so there's some aspect of the versatility, the aggressive play, the fun, all of that. So I think you have to give credit to in terms of just the scope, the scale of the variety reaching.
And he might not even be done yet. I don't know if he'll ever hit 2,900, but we can't judge yet because he's not at the peak of his career potential.
What do you think about him not playing championship? Isn't it like he's not wild? The entirety of the history of chess in the 20th century. Like, meh. Is he walking away from this one tournament that he's seems to give us under chess? What do you think about that decision?
I mean, you can't help but be disappointed as a chess fan who wants to see the best player in the world defend his title. But I also understand it on a personal level and not feeling as satisfied when you're going to the World Championship and having to defend against people who are less strong than you. And also imagine winning World Championships and not feeling joy out of that. So maybe by not doing that and focusing instead on a goal like 2,900, he'll be more likely to accomplish it because he's focusing on what actually motivates him to play chess. But I do think that it will hurt how we judge the next world champion.
I think it will change from being the best player in the world, and for someone to replace him, even let's say like Nepo or Sting, even if one of them win, and I have some stance that does lower the merit because now who has the world chess championship title isn't actually the best player in the world, and that has happened before in the past, but still going to take them the same effort to prove when they would pass in like 10, 20 years to become stronger than Magnus. So I don't think it changes the skill level that it takes to become the best chess player in the world. I think for chess fans, it's very disappointing, but I think in the overall like grand scheme of like public people who don't really, so like, you know, what breaks the popular culture, and you think of what names people know who don't play chess, like Bobby Fischer did it, most people know Casper Magnus, it takes the same ability and talent.
I think it does change though if you're playing a player who's not as strong. But I see your point as well. I know we differ on this. Alex, I heard you ask Magnus, what is your take on this?
Well, his answer is kind of weird, which he's not saying he's bored of the World Championship. He's bored of a process that doesn't determine the best players. Like, it's too exciting to have a small number of games. He doesn't mind losing, which is really fascinating, to a better player, right? For somebody who's his level. He's more anxious about losing to the weaker player because of the small size. Now, if like poker players have that anxiety when you get to play at, like that's the World Series of Poker. You get to lose against weaker players all the time. That's the role against. But that's an interesting perspective. If you would love to play 20, 30, 40 games, you win a championship, and then you would enjoy it much more. And also play shorter games because they emphasize the like pure chess, actually being able to like much more variety to the game, just to see a bunch of chaos and situations, calculated intuition and that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's beautiful. I wish the chess world would step up and place that makes sense. Change the world championship. So either changing it somehow, a loss for that, or having other really respected tournaments that become like an annual thing, or more kind of online YouTube type of competitions, which I think they're trying to do more and more, like the crypto cup and all this type of thing.
Yeah, the Grand Tour
Exactly.
does play it. It takes a lot of the top players and they do it online in shorter formats.
There is, so that's his perspective. My perhaps narrow perspective is that in that decided Olympic Games, and also every 4 years, and you have the World Championships because they're rare, because the sample size is so small. That's where the magic happens. Everything's on the line for people that spend a whole lot, 20 years of dedication. Everything you have, every minute of the day is spent to that moment. When you think about gymnastics at the Olympic Games, there's certain sports where a single mistake, and that stress, that pressure, it can break people, or it can create magic. Like the person that's the underdog has the best night of their life, but the person that's been dominating for years all of a sudden slips up. But that drama can be beautiful. So I still like the World Championship, but then again, looking at all the draws, looking at like, well, the magic isn't quite there. So to me, when I see faster games of chess, that's much more beautiful. So that I don't understand the game of chess deeply enough to know because it has to be so many draws. Like, is there a way to create more dynamic chess? And he talked about random chess, like the random starting position. That's really interesting. But then, of course, that's like then you do have to play hundreds of games. But I think it's great that the world number one is struggling with these questions because he's in the position, he has the leverage to actually change the game of chess, as it's publicly seen, as it's publicly played. So it's interesting because he's still young enough to dominate for quite a long time. So I don't know. I as far as the fight between nations, I hope these have a championship, and I hope he's still a part of it somehow. I hope he changes his mind.
And
Comes back, some kind of dramatic thing. I don't know. But it is his heart is not in it. Uh, and then that's not beautiful. Right? Yeah, it is beautiful that the thing he wants is a great game of chess against an opponent that's his level or better. And that's a great that he's coming from that place. But I hope he comes back somehow because the World Championship is a special thing in any sport.
So you do wish that the person who wins the world championship is the best player in the world.
No, I hope that the best people in the world, the two best people in the world, are the ones that sit down. But the person that wins, the person that's the magic of it. That we know. I think Miles is so he really was the best person to win. Like that's why he was the large sample size. To me, there's some magic to it. The stress of it, the drama of it. That's all part of the game. It's not just about the purity of the game, like the calculation, like the pure chess of it. It's also like the drama. So like with the pressure, the drama, all of it. The shit talking, if it gets to you, mind games.
This is a part that's fun to watch, but let's to be played.
But that's why it's great. We can melt it. We can rise under that pressure. We can melt it. There's a lot of people that look up to you that are inspired by you because you've taken a kind of non-linear path through life. Is there any advice you have for people like in high school today that are trying to figure out what they want to do? Do they want to go to Stanford? Do they want to pursue a career in industry, or go kind of the path you guys are taking, which is have the ability to do all of that and still do
I always like the calculated risks approach where when you're younger, it's okay to take more risks because you have a lot more time, but there has to be a reason why you're doing that particular risk. Is it something that you've spent a lot of time already really passionate and working on, or is it just something that's trendy and you want to do it because you don't have a better option? And that's actually similar to what Andrea did when she decided to go streaming instead of school.
Yeah, it was the reason I got into streaming because I was initially going to go to college, but the pandemic, it was right at the beginning of the pandemic. So my classes were online, and I never thought, ever since I was 12, like my dream was school, and I saw myself nowhere else like going to university. And I thought of it kind of weighed out the risk. I'm like, well, if I take a gap year and I try to stream with my sister, what do I have to lose? I gained some experience working with someone who has a lot more experience than I do. And then I can go back to school after. And if I go to school right now, I do online classes for a year, and that's something that I could do at any time. So that's why it made a lot of sense for me to go into this. But of course, this is also a very unique opportunity, so I don't know how applicable, but I do think that calculated risk is a little bit.
So that is
Exactly. Sometimes. Exactly.
you also have you considered a career in professional fighting? I saw you take a self-profession class in jiu-jitsu.
Did you see the 10-year-old kid who
Yes, and apparently, but it's actually funny when chess it is like honestly one of my favorite things to do, and I have been testing it out in content. And I have a creator friend who's hosting a chess boxing tournament, but there's no woman who's could match me, unfortunately, because all the opponents are male,
Yeah.
and I can't fight a guy.
How does chess?
So you do a round of chess and a round of boxing, and we actually did a training camp for the sport. And of course, after we go into the ring,
Is this real? Is serious?
yeah,
We went to
it's
the London
amazing.
chess boxing club.
And like after
No,
we
it's
get
like videos of how it's
it's no, it's a real sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
But after you get really tired, you're more likely to make a mistake. They just got on the chessboard or something.
It was probably good strategy. Because somebody's car is you want to work on your chest.
They do both. They do both. It's very fun.
But yeah, for the content perspective, I'm sure we'd love to see.
I don't want to see it directly.
How to do it.
I would love to.
And she doesn't get it.
I would get.
Our roommate fought in a fight. She did end up winning, but seeing her get hit, I thought I was going
I just think it was so cool. She had no experience in boxing whatsoever, and then coming from someone in the content world where you started like waking up 6 days a week at 6 a.m. She's training every day, like like a real professional athlete. I think like it's such a unique experience, and also like a really test of how much you can like commit to this and progress. And I think that's really cool.
Did you ever end up doing the marathon with David Goggins?
I know I got injured, but I had to. That's on my bucket list just to see where your limits are.
You're ready to
What did you do leading up to this? What you're just gonna do?
It's not but I do run a lot to make sure like there's no like you have to have a base level of fitness to make sure your body doesn't really freak out. But other than that, 50 plus miles is just taking it one step at a time and just being able to deal with the suffering and all of this is the universe and tell you all the excuses like why are you doing this? You're supposed to be bleeding and part of the thing that makes you want to stop.
Sometimes it feels like you like
No, well, no, but the pain does seem to show the way. So what in my world, something that's really hard and that you don't have to do that you choose the right thing to do. And I'm not saying that's a universal truth. It's just if there's a few doors to go into, the one that I want to go into least is the right one. Afterwards, I would learn something from it. David Goggins, listen, we're talking about one to competition. It's a very numerical calculated risk. Everything's planned. I go with this. I just go over to how. I think 2 years ago, I woke up. It was summer. I decided to tweet. I will do as many push-ups. I don't know why I did this, but I will do as many push-ups and pull-ups as the speed gets likes, something like that, right? And then we got like 30,000. But for myself, I mean, in some sense, and then that's when I already was connected to David at that point, but that's when he called me. And then you have to do it. And I did it, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I got it. I did it for 7 days, and I got injured because I did about 2,000. No, you get injured doing some stuff. But this particular thing, I started doing. People don't realize they have to hurry back up. So I got like the overuse injury tendonitis on my shoulder. So I took like 8 days off and start again. And it took about 31 days to do. The number was like 6. And then it took like 3-4 hours a day.
Oh God! Sounds like torture.
And not, and the constantly asking myself, this is what this is what you doing. It's based on the couple. So, like, what? Because what is this?
Did you record it or you just
I did record it for myself.
now?
I'm doing this every day, and that's what it's like to be
Right.
doing stupid things.
Well, that was really important to me actually to not make it into content. I recorded everything. So maybe one day I recorded it mostly because it's really short. So one day so like I just so you actually enter this Zen place where with push-ups, where it's just like it's almost like breathing, get into a rhythm. You could do quite a lot. So I wanted to make sure like if I actually get this done, I want there to be evidence that I got it done for myself. Like I had this idea that I would use machine learning to automatically process the video to count it. But then like after like 10 days I didn't even give a shit about me personally. I didn't even care.
Likes versus likes.
Yeah. And then and David was actually that's when I realized like I really want to go head to head with them. Yeah, those kinds of people are beautiful. They really challenge you to whatever that is. It's like the thing is, physical exercise is a true easy way to push yourself to. Whereas in all other walks of life, it's trickier to figure. Like, how do you push yourself to a list of just hard to figure out. But
You think it's over dangerous?
yeah, and that's why it's beautiful. The danger you
Like, hey, I don't like that you're
Something-
enough as I said. Yeah.
like if you don't know how you're gonna get out of it, you're gonna have to figure out something about yourself. And I mean, one of the reasons I went to Ukraine is I really wanted to experience the hardship and the intensity of war that people are experiencing, so I can understand myself better, I can understand them better. So the wars that are leaving my mouth are grounded in a better understanding of who we are. I mean, the running a walk with your guns is a much simpler thing to do. A simple way to understand something about yourself. Music and nature. I think most growth happens with involuntary self-understanding. Involuntary stuff. That's what it does. I don't know. No, maybe it is. Maybe it's attracted to it.
What is it that your mind does when you're going through this?
I think it's there's like stages. First, all the excuses start coming. Like, why are you doing this? And then you start to wonder, like, what kind of person do you want to be? So all the dreams you had, all the promises you made to yourself and to others, all the ambitions you had that you haven't come to realize, somehow that all becomes really intensely visceral as this struggle.
There he is. How you living, Pimp?
When all of that is allowed to pass,
Ready to get your ass kicked or something?
with this clear
Nope, dude,
appreciation
he missed you. I thought about you earlier today.
It's just like, just live it. Just the moment.
Whoa. Dude, Zoom and I have been playing golf every night, and we also got into a new game. We got into Uno, and we are fucking really intense about Uno. I have a thing. When we play, I ask him to contact you, and he does. He says he does. While I set up the game, he's never contacted you. All right. Okay. Well, I know at least this one time. And well, I miss you. And what did we do? We got really into stuff. Hey, you want to play me 1v1 for old time's sake? And anything you want. Yeah, we can do archery. What's that? You can choose. I think that's just one there. I could be wrong, but you just choose. Yeah. How many are there? 33. I don't think that's really good. I remember like 40 was like really good. There you go. You did it 8 to tie. Oh, it just fucking blows me out. Maybe there you go. No one's had a close out there. We are rusty. Dude, ever since that one person beat me, we put up like 160 points. Oh my god, this is the thing that I remember. The thing that I remember about him was how quickly he could. Oh, that's what it was. He could move it so quickly. It just moved very, very fast. Like, you know how it takes us a while to move the thing over? His thing is like, I'm at a major disadvantage because you have me like that. Yeah, I think I made a mistake. I mean, I kind of forgot what we used to play. Oh, that's ugly. Still no ball drives. Oh, I, to tell you the truth, I would normally have messaged you. I really mean that. If Zoom had come in at normal hours, even like at this time. Oh shit! It was absolutely incredible. Welcome, Caspian City, just in time for mini golf. Yep, excellent. Oh, yes. Take it on, take it, baby. Like that thing that eats China. Looks like a fucking like armored dog. Yeah. Oh, can you send me that one? And then it's not like it. Yeah. Does everybody remember when Riser had to play? Riser's watch Caspian see where Riser hits this ball. He's gonna hit it right off the little corner. That's exactly what he's doing. That's some really good shots. What else to take? Many times I hit the tree. Oh, ooh, interesting. Riser. Oh, go ahead. What a fucking shot. That deserved to go in. Oh, dude. Fucking. Oh, what a great piece of advice. Thank you, Caspian. Riser, seriously, when Zoot and I have been playing, it's been at like 3 in the morning. Like, there was one time, that it was at like a normal time, and that's when I had. I cannot believe I tried to. Take it, especially not getting that automatic zero. Why do I get that? Word dog, 100%. They won't let that thing go. Oh, it's going to make it a tough shot for Tasmania. That saved me 2 points. Or, yeah. I saw it. It's cute. It looks like a beaver. Yeah, it's really cute. Why is it? Dude, the number 2 thing on that list is the Siberian tiger. So let's, once they do the woolly mammoth, then they're going to do the Siberian tiger. I misspoke. The Tasmanian tiger. Yeah. I really like that Riser did not have an absolute perfect track record. Oh, this one. Get in. What up? How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. What's good in your neck of the woods? What's good? What's good in your neck of the woods, my man? All right. How was it? Most people do. That's how you do it. Kick out, man. There you go. I don't understand why people think that's funny. When it said you have to be 18 and here. Okay, 12. 12 all you want. You don't have to do it in here. That's not funny. Well, you can't do things against the terms of service of Discord, which that is. You have to be at least 13 to be on this fucking site to use this, and then you have to be at least 18 to be in here. I just want everyone to know my shop. Oh, no. Look at this shop. Somebody take up that fucking. There you go. That's fantastic. Oh, wow. That's into going for it one shot down. Right? You need to get the shot. So, so the way that I've been playing, I try to beat him 5 times straight, and when I do, then I play Uno. Yeah. You want to play Caspian? Okay, so I'll just tell you some secrets to it. If you want, you take it for what it's worth. But, yeah, like, well, I don't know. It's like, you know, it's not exactly that. Maybe it's, I don't know. Okay. So you get what is, you call them premium cards, but I think they become special cards. All right. So the one that has like a knockout, like a circle with like a cross, like a like cross and circle is a skip. One that has a reverse. Uh, that's what okay, so the big things are if you have like a draw board for someone else, like let's say plus four, um, if you hold that until the very end, you can't lose. That's kind of something we figured out. Or like one that changes the color, you can't lose. So basically, it's not a bad idea to hold on to special color. That reverses the way it goes. Yeah, you have to play a two or if not, you can draw another one. So this is a skip. Then, then it's skip. So I haven't played with 3 people, which normally when I play with two, it skips and goes back to neutral. I guess skip and now it's like, one other thing, if you have a card that's like makes somebody else have to take extra cards, and they have one of those as well, then they can reverse it. So if you have one that's like plus four or plus two, and then somebody gives you a plus four, you can reverse it on them, and they don't have to take three. Yeah. So okay, so like there, if Caspian C would have had a plus four himself, he could have doubled that up on Rise. No, it would have been like, okay, so you put a plus four on him. Now, see how it just did 8 on him? Because you had a plus four? Right, it doubles up on him. Wow, Riser gets his first fucking win right off the bat. I should give you guys any secrets. So, like, no one's had to take any extra. Well, no, you got 6. Right, because we had each put down a plus 2. And so you put down a plus 2, and then Caspian C put down a plus 2, and then, so like, you must have. So you have something to block it. So then they all go to calcium C. Calcium C. Holy shit. Calcium C. Accept the invite. By the way, you can also just take it, but you don't have to play that. Okay, then back the fucking golf, dog. I'll whoop your ass in that. Catch me to accept the invite. They're not twitchy enough. Accept the invite. There we go. Okay. Did you answer his question though? His question, like, I don't think so. Or maybe he did, but how is that not gambler's paradise? How is that not gambler's paradise? It can happen, but there's no increased odds of it happening. Make it. Make it, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, what a great shot. How did you get more momentum going that way? No. Oh, wow. What am I doing? No, I actually just was thinking that it was going to be hard for me to get through there. This is my favorite hole. We got to fuck. Wow, you still did, and it turned out okay. Need a shot. Hey, Liza, did you see that type of son that going on? Charlie? Yeah, that's the scene. What? What? No, he's only like 12. What would you do? Girl has taken out. Like, what a shot. Yeah, I can feel that. Fuck! Everyone hates us for it. great shot. Riser has one, Rabbi has one. Captain Steve is looking to get his first win on this next game. Here we go, folks. Riser's very good at this hole. He's also good at that similar hole with a big spinny thing in the corner. Oh, wow. He's changing it up. Oh, what a great shot. Great shot. Dude, I might have to do the same thing. Oh, shit. Too hard. That's means if you didn't know guys are having if you wonder why this is so fucking good, I thought. Oh, what? I think it is. Hit my ball. Yeah, we are. We just don't. We don't use performance enhancing. Performance enhancing. It's all skill, baby. I love this hole. No, it's not. It's your iPad. Because when you play with a phone, you suck. One time you said you couldn't find your iPad and you started playing with your phone. Oh, you could text me. No way. You got fucked. I'll let no hole. Uh-oh. Riser, his lead is in shambles. Here we go. Here we go. Not what I wanted. Not the shot. Riser, you're going to be able to hit it in the field. Downward slope. You got this one, folks. All right. Oh, what a shot. It's $40. Yeah. What a good shot. They take advantage of lower socioeconomic class. Oh, fuck. Go, baby. Go, baby. Oh, dude. Right? Hit his ball. Or hit my ball. Don't hit his ball like that. Oh, open up the fucking thing. What a beautiful shot. That was red 23. Come on, baby. What the fuck? I hate this whole thing. What a fucking amazing shot. Dude, you just got the win with that fucking bullshit. Fuck. Go in the water, hit the tree. Short. Hit my ball. You did. Stop. Oh, I fucked myself. Make it. Yeah, not fun. anything, it's probably sports betting, which I don't know if you guys do sports betting. I saw something really interesting once. I was I was at a sports book with my uncle in Las Vegas, and we were just my uncle had these poker machines that he would only play at. They were only available at the bar, and he always said if they ever got rid of them, he wouldn't gamble anymore. But he would win like $10,000 quite often. I wouldn't say he necessarily did better than the house, of course, but he would win like $10,000, and then he would buy people and their family things. And so one time he was just playing that, and I was sitting next to him, and a guy at the bar started having a heart attack. And I got up and I ran over to him, and I told the staff that they needed to call an ambulance immediately. And all of a sudden, like all these people crowded around him, and the guy had a heart attack, but he survived. But it was just like something that we were not expecting, that someone would be having a heart attack in the middle of a casino. And I remember my uncle was like, normally people just let people do their own thing, but he noticed that and started telling the bartender that he was wrong. So It was not something like a pitch fire. I don't know if I saved his life, but he definitely got paid a lot faster. I mean, I think that people would have figured it out. But my uncle certainly thought so. My uncle was like, "That's my nephew. He saved this asshole's life." I have one other story. No, no, I don't. I don't. I just he didn't say that. He didn't say. He said. Uh, there you go. The other, um, the other story that I have, I don't gamble. I don't generally gamble, but um, when I just turned 21, and my uncle was turning 50, and he was throwing a really big party, and so like all my family from around the world went and came to Las Vegas, and we were having a really good time. Um, I remember getting pretty drunk because I just turned 21, and was like, all right, let's play some craps. You know how to play craps? And I'm like, I have no idea. He's like, even better. So he's like, I'm gonna give you $20, and we're just gonna see what happens. And I turned $20 into $2,600 over the course of like an hour, and it was just one of those things. Right? I just kept throwing the dice, and people started just like in the movies where they get around the craps table, and I kept saying like, "Whoa, what do you want me to roll?" And they're just like, "Shut the fuck up! Don't put the heebie-jeebies on yourself. Just throw the fucking dice." And it was amazing. I remember I got super drunk. They kept bringing me drinks because they want this guy to just keep his like looseness going. And I remember my uncle was like, "All right, so we're gonna cash out." And he's like, "Okay, so you've got to tip the teller or whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, like how much do we tip? Like 15%, 20%?" He's like, "No, $500." We tip him $500, and then we went back to his house, and I just remember calling my friend the next day, being like, "You're never gonna believe it. He's like, screw $20 for $2,600 and stop." And it was just like a movie where we must have had 25 people around the table, and everybody's betting on whatever I'm saying. And it was like it was definitely a rush. And so when I tell people that yeah, I made like, I don't know, $2,600 at a casino, and then I never have gambled ever since. They hate me because they're like, "You're the one asshole that actually made money in Vegas." And it wasn't like we used a lot of money. Remember, it was just $20. It's just kind of like, "Hey, we're gonna get going, but let's see how you do." And I fucking knocked out the party, and I still don't know how to play craps. like I've spent like not an entire year of my life in Las Vegas, but I have family in Las Vegas, so I don't visit them, but not quite often, but occasionally. And I used to go there for spring break and stuff. And I was there with a friend of mine, and we were on the strip, and this was in 2007. And all of a sudden, well, so like Las Vegas used to not have sports teams. It was actually like a very taboo for them to have sports teams or any sporting events because gambling was illegal and everything. And so we were walking down the strip, and all of a sudden, all these people started running back towards our way. We didn't know what was going on, but it turned out there was a shooting with an NFL player named Pac-Man Jones at the time. And hey, happy holidays to you, Mike. How you doing? Living the dream. Happy holidays to you. I hope you're having a great day. What's good in your neighborhood? Yep. Okay. Anyway, I was just telling the story about a shooting on the Las Vegas Strip that where I was. Then another cool story. There was when they both these casinos, they it's like a big event. So I've seen the Stardust imploding, and it's really cool. Yeah, and and there's like a huge cloud of dust that takes over, and it was very cool to see. I'd never seen something that big be taken down so quickly. It's just like one moment, it's a huge building that literally looks like it could have people in it, and the next minute, it's dust. And yeah, 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 right. One of the cool things that they did, like they had drones back then that they were being used for these things, but they took fireworks and they had like a countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 on fireworks on the building. And then it gets, zero and the thing comes down. Yeah, and they had this like huge, huge cloud of dust that it looked like 9/11. Just like it just came over you and everything was just like pulverized. And so everybody runs away from it and it's fun. I don't know, when's the last time they did one of those at BTV, remember? There were- There are. Yeah, exactly. And then they have to clean them all, like the exteriors off, or perhaps wait for which is still something to see. But for them to go as quickly as they go, it's wild. I don't know. Go ahead. They just closed down the like last summer, I want to say, the window, um, and but I don't think they closed it. I think somebody is going to be treating it. Oh, Chuck. Okay. No, we did not. So, family that I had, like their girlfriends, so they know that's just like a piano students. So they have like some, their local casinos that they go to. My uncle lives. My uncle lived in I don't know if you know where Stanley Mountain is, but it's like near Samstown. So yeah, and so um, at the time, I think yeah, exactly. It was a major um, sports book because they just opened it. But yeah, I mean they all kind of try to one up each other. I think I've been there a few times when it was like, oh, this is the biggest one in the world, and then like Stephen comes up there, this is the biggest one in the world, and then Jake Campbell, you're there, and then this is the biggest one in the world. I have not been um, since they, I would say it's been, I don't know how long it's been since but really, there's just not, I don't like, there's like a change in people's morality when I get there. I even just see it on the billboards. Like LA doesn't have billboards, it's just like women in bikinis and like call me through, that kind of stuff. It's like I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean the insurance. What? Yeah, I know. It's just I know that there are like children who grew up there. I mean, I have cousins who grew up there, and I just know that it kind of creates yeah, like in front of kids' faces. I don't know. I would like to have that. Um, so like, absolutely. And it's on the ground, and it's. I mean, yeah. And then I mean, I know how it works. Yeah. So basically, absolutely. And the way that those systems work, there's like, as I understand, they generally use immigrants, and they have to sit in the sun for like in the hottest temperatures, and they're just what do they call them? Flappers or clappers or something? Flappers. And and I don't know. I watched a documentary on it a few years ago, and the they're not they're not stickers. They're like baseball cards with hookers on. Get your attention. And if you're like 21 years old, it works beautifully. It works beautifully because oh, it wasn't that easy. it wasn't that easy. Like now it's easy. You can go on the internet and get anything you want. But 20 or 30 years ago, or even before that, it was you didn't have that access. So you were using like 800 numbers and like calling random numbers to get women to you. And the other thing is, it's prostitution is illegal in Clark County, so they have to either promote brothels outside of the county, or it's just kind of a thing like have a private dancer. Right. And the city changed. I know I've been like in different periods, and there was like a time when Vegas was very family friendly, and it was like going to Disney, like going to Las Vegas with pools, and we stayed at the Treasure Island when it was like in its heyday, and they'd have like you know like ship like pirate show. It was amazing, and I remember it was like yeah, I mean I of course have been to Disneyland multiple times, um, and Disney World, and I just exactly, exactly, exactly. And so there was a period of time when Las Vegas was doing its best to be family friendly, and then it changed. Then it went into the what happened in Vegas stays in Vegas was backfired in a lot of ways, because people would just take like just destroy the town, and then be like, "Well, what happened in Vegas stays in Vegas." And Vegas. But the saying was, "Yeah, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas." But I have to live with it. It's a local kind of phrase, and it just Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Not much of that, but I always do that Canadian accent when I watch the video. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Let y'all get experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. For the most part, at least Canadian people who I've met, I can't always tell that they're Canadian, except if they say a couple words here and there. And then it's like, oh, okay. A boot. What about hey? Sorry, dude. Lex Friedman had two dimes on him in chess. They're like chess grandmasters. They're not that good.
I think what meditation does in this most effective, it's just that pain is
How does she
carry us through and meditate. For me.
So,
Matt said there's no need to like, you guys agree?
they're beautiful. Here's what I'm
Why are we here?
I mean, to be like you expect, like, I don't know, chess people to be like super nerdy. I mean, generally they are, but these bitches aren't. No, they're not good. But they're pretty good. They're like chess influencers. I don't know. I fucking love Lex Friedman's interests. We're very aligned in things. Like he likes AI, he likes big data, he likes robotics, he likes like he's doing the interviews of like really big politicians. He had Benjamin Netanyahu, he had the president of Argentina on. He had just some really good people. And then he has these chess people on. He has like people on. He does really good debates too. I think I do like chess a lot. I do play. You and I used to play. No, we played more than 2 games, and I came to the conclusion that you and I are just about equal in chess, and just depending on who went first. Okay, well, I didn't know you became obsessed with it since we last played, but yeah, I mean, I play sometimes influencers on Kick, like people who play on Kick, and I'll play them, and then that'll be on video. I don't know if he's had the chance. So do you play on chess.com? Very nice. Do you know your rank? So you're getting pretty serious. Well, I like chess. I find it kind of can take up a lot of my life, and I don't want it to. I like listening to people talk about chess and the strategies behind it, the way people cheat. I find that to be fascinating. he had Lex Friedman had on the other day. Well, he had him on a few months ago, but I watched it the other day. Um, what's the big YouTuber? The big, what's the biggest chess YouTube channel? You know, Gotham Chess. That guy. He had that guy, and it was fascinating to hear what he has to go through. Just um, like just determining if people are cheating and all the different ways people cheat. I think that's almost more fascinating than the actual games because people just become so obsessed with just winning that there's a discussion of anal beads being used at length in that interview. There are the use of different computers, how AI now is basically better than any human will ever be at chess. It's surpassed as good as even Magnus Carlsen. And then you get into the drama that occurs where like he was so Gotham Chess was saying that he played someone in Indonesia, and this person like um, didn't have like a very good score or something, and this guy just ended up whooping him. And he reported the person to chess.com, saying like I think this person is cheating, and chess.com took down that person's account, which to me kind of seems like pigly or whatever. But then all of a sudden, I guess this Gotham Chess didn't know that Indonesia is like the fourth most populous country in the world, and all of this hate came on him from Indonesia, where he had to well, actually, this is how I learned about some of this stuff. He had um, he had to pay. Well, let me think how he already had somebody who promoted his channel, and he had to tell that company to do like location blocks, which really kind of opened up my mind to how these big YouTube channels work. Basically, they use a third party that is in really good graces with YouTube, and they allow these people to do have a lot more features that a normal YouTuber can't use. So, like what? Normally, you can't geo block people. Like, if you want to watch my videos, you can watch them anywhere in the world. I don't have a way to say I don't want these people to be able to watch them. But with that third party, you can do that, and you can focus on different segments of the population. All these kinds of things that YouTube does not allow. I don't understand why YouTube doesn't allow it. I know Facebook allows it. You can do that kind of stuff with Facebook. You can do that kind of stuff being like a cam model, but at least on YouTube you can't. It's just interesting to hear. And I think Lex Friedman is an intelligent person. He seems to me to be a good interviewer, and he's grown on me. When I first saw him when that I was exposed to him was on the Joe Rogan Experience. I just wasn't super impressed by him, but the YouTube algorithm kept feeding me his videos, especially when I fall asleep. I'll fall asleep with Joe Rogan or something, and then I'll wake and it's like I have watched six different Lex Friedman. So I started kind of getting into it, and then all of a sudden, I've been watching his stuff on repeat. The other reason why I watch his stuff is he has just one big playlist that I can just play, and it will just be podcast after podcast after podcast after podcast, and it doesn't stray from that. And I like that. I don't like it when I'm watching the same podcast all day, and then it all of a sudden thinks that I need to watch how to learn English. I get this all the time. It's like I don't understand this. I don't understand their algorithm, and or it'll just show me a different podcast. I would say most of them do. His is just another thing is his don't I feel age badly. Like Joe Rogan's podcast, I feel age pretty badly because he talks about a lot of um, like he'll talk. Yeah, thank you. Current events or things we already know the answer to. Like when I'm watching Joe Rogan and he's talking about something that happened in the past, it's like, I'm going to waste 40 minutes listening to this topic and I already know the answer. But Lex Friedman's don't age where, like, we notice that podcasters a lot of times, unless they're a current event podcast, they do their best to make their podcast timeless. Um, you're right. There are a lot of podcasts, the big ones that just have one playlist that you can play. But like at least with Joe Rogan, if I'm not watching the most recent view of them, then it kind of becomes delayed information. Right. So what I want to know is, what do you think of these drones, dog? You're the most skeptical anti-UFO person I've ever met in my entire life. I want to know what you think about these drones. There's like a huge, yeah. I've been looking. I've been looking since they've been released, and I haven't seen anything. I know they were seen in Temecula and like a little south, like off the coast of like Game of Thrones. But like in New Jersey, they're shutting down airports. They shut down an airport in Japan. They shut down airports in England and I think Germany as well. And that's just what I know. It's just getting huge. No, no, they don't. I don't know where you are. They don't shut down American airports unless there is like a homeland security threat. Well, they call them drones. They're not little though. They're like the size of an SUV, but huge. And I mean, I've seen them do all kinds of interesting things. I've seen them from planes. I've seen them from the ground. And this isn't just like 2 or 3 videos. This is like 300 to 500 videos of just like, we don't know what this is. They're over New York City. They're over New Jersey. They're kind of popping up in random places. They do. They do track them with their own drones, and these things shut down those drones immediately. They kill all of the battery power, and then they fall to the ground. I sent. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal today about these drones, or I guess it was yesterday now, that President Biden has requested information about these and contacted the Department of Defense 4 times, and he's being told that basically he does not have a need to know what they are. Well, that's what you would think, but they usually don't brief it. Right. Well, that's the thing. They call them drones, but that's kind of a bad name for them because it's confusing with normal people's drones. But the state of New Jersey and New York have put a ban on all residential drones or commercially available drones until mid-January, and these things are still all over the place. I mean, they had a meeting in New Jersey with every mayor of the state, like 100 and some odd mayors or something like that, maybe of every major city in New Jersey, and they're like, we don't know what these things are. They've had briefings from the Department of Has been seen. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I mean, they don't have an answer as to what these are. You've seen the interviews with people. Um, they say that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what these things are. They say there's no credible. say there's no credible. I would say they look more like human technology, except for a couple of things. They don't have any thermal signature or any radiation signature or radio signature. Yeah, so that means that they're basically not human. If they don't have, or they're, and they've also gone through all the things like they've asked the people in the Department of Defense and the White House. So are these man-made? They say no. Are these from another country? No. Are these some kind of classified contractor? No. But we can't tell you what they are. The only reason why I say I think that uh, they look. The only thing that I think about that makes me think that they're human, or no, I shouldn't say I don't think they're human. What makes them look human is the lights on. They use red and green lights, and that's generally what they do. No, it's. I mean, the argument is that they're just cloaking, so they. But I mean, the way that these things fly, they fly in a huge path, and then all of a sudden it'll move like 200 miles in the air over the course of like 1 second. It'll just move faster than anything that we've seen, like faster than any plane could go. And then they'll be flying in the air, and then it'll just shoot up into the sky 50,000 feet at like a matter of seconds. They say that I mean they are non-human. They're like non-human crafts. Basically, any human would get killed in these things. And I don't know what it's really of any time that they would have disclosure, it's with these things. Because at least in the United States, this is front page news. It is on every. Well, they did address that to some extent. They're like, hey, are these like Amazon delivery drones or Google? They're like, no, it's nothing like that. And the thing is, they're just like, the big thing they say is there's no credible threat, but we don't know what they are. They've tried to shoot it. No, I see it as what's known as soft disclosure. It's been happening for like at least 80 years, where little things are leaked out, and it's just the people in the know what's going on, and they are associated. It is, it is because this isn't the first time. This isn't the first time that this has happened in the United States. It happened in the 1950s above the United States Capitol, and it happened recently over here. Not necessarily. I mean, well, it's the biggest one that we've seen reported. It's just the fact that people have cell phones, they can record it now. In 1960, they couldn't record it as easily, so it would just be like, hey, there's a huge UFO flag. But it happened in the 1950s. It happened at least in the 60s. Uh, it happened certainly in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s had the Phoenix Lights, and then most recently we've seen these these this wave of drones that have happened since like November 16th. And it's really interesting. There was some guy, I don't know who it was, but who predicted this. He said like years ago, December 3rd, 2024 will be like a date where we will have like it's not that specific. It was December 3rd, 2024, but I don't know if he said he ever. He said that's a disclosure. And yeah, and it has been very, very accurate. And these things are every single night. And to the point where commercial drones are no longer allowed to be flown in New Jersey or New York, that they've had huge meetings with the mayors, but the president of the United States is not getting into. And um, but I don't know what they are. And just go to, right now, just go to Reddit. It's R, so I can tell you the address if you want. It's reddit.com/r/UFOs. Just go, I'll look at it with you. It's, okay, so right now there are 4 orbs plus a drone. And that's the thing too, that there are orbs as well. So that happened 6 hours ago. There's another one 2 hours ago. UFO sighting over White Sands in New Mexico. There's another one, right, orbs in Michigan. They have Tom's River, New Jersey, 12:24 at 6 p.m. They have a bunch of them flying in the sky there. The Bronx, they have them flying over the Bronx. This happened 5 hours ago. I mean, that's the thing. Normally, the UFO subreddit will be like one good sighting every 3 days. This is like 25 good sightings per day, at least. They have another one 5 hours ago. Another one, let's see here, 13 hours ago. I mean, these are over major, like this one's over Dallas, Texas. These are over major cities. You're not allowed to just fly over these cities at this low an altitude. In Germany, they had 149 incursions of German airports this year. Here's what they have one out of a plane. That's the other thing too. I've seen a bunch of them where people take them out of the plane. You can see it. Normally, you're not allowed to get that close to a plane with anything. And these things are just like trailing the plane and just running parallel to it. Right. I've seen a few videos like that. I see the one that you're looking at that was like 17 hours ago. There's another one, 14. So there's one 2 hours ago in Arizona, 29 minutes ago in Rotterdam. Uh, they're flying over a city, um, and that's the thing. A lot of like people will be like, "Oh, these are only happening in the United States." No, they're not. They caught the attention of the United States, but they happened over England. I mean, I think remember Riser? I showed you that one that was like a ball right off the ground that caught a lot of people's attention. You may not remember, but like it was taken from a plane, and it was like this ball that was like 2 inches off the ground. It was like a blue ball. Yeah, exactly. That happened like I don't know within the last 2 months. Ever since then, we've had just at least the United States, but really just anywhere where cell phones are available. I've seen them in China, dude. And not only that, but if you know who Rosie O'Donnell is, she spoke out about him. Dan Cook spoke out about him. Joe Rogan spoke out about him. In fact, I want to watch this. Joe Rogan had an expert on it today at launch. I just didn't watch it because I've been watching this chess thing on Lex Friedman. But let's see what Joe Rogan has to say about it. All right, so this James Fox, he is Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day. All day. Every time you explain it, UFO expert, a lot has been going on.
had, I know you ran into him. I had Brian Graves on this.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me, they're like, don't use this one elevator, it's really rickety. And it makes a lot of noise, and it's not very reliable, and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving, 24 hours later, I come down and get some coffee. And I was like, let me take the rickety elevator. I was like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button, I'm saying, I hear this, the door's open, I look, I see this shadowy figure in the corner, I'm like, Ryan Graves, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know, what are you doing? It's like, I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did. He told me that.
Oh,
He didn't
that's
tell me
so-
the whole story about the rickety.
Yeah. And he was like this shadowy figure up against the corner, like kind of just, I'm looking at him, he was looking at me, it was really funny.
We talked a lot on nonsense about aliens, but we also talked about the technology that he knows is state of the art when it comes to drones,
Yes.
and that some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. 'Cause
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
And they're the
is it-
size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean 50 suburban sized?
So check this out.
They're coming out of the ocean.
This is really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on Signal for a while now. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO crash in Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, I was like, he's really knowledgeable. And he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Like, you should track down this flight, it happened at this airport, go to this place. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. And he goes, and I'm also an experienced, I have experience by connecting. What?
Oh,
So
what happened to him?
he had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But anyway, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I'd really like to know how you did that. It's like, I know, like,
Bro, do you know what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
it's exploding all over the place, and it's getting bigger. I've heard California, I've heard Europe now, bases in England, New York, New Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Right, Patterson Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
That's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking, like, what's going on?
You know,
Who fucking knows?
I was super busy. I had the release of the film going on, so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world are pouring in, like, who's going with these drones? And I was like, guys, it's like a convention. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to keep on focusing on what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. And a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. And he's like, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay, well, that quickly kind of eliminates, something non-conventional in terms of propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise, and that would go silent.
What kind of noise it was making?
Like a propellers drones would make, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big, and they have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, half-flight drones for my films, is like you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are like hours.
Yeah,
They
5
go-
hours at a time.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on clear at times, and then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shape, and then I heard about the ones that really got me because I contacted Chris Miller, and I was like, Chris, what is going on? But I really rely on him for good information. And he's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional, some of them are misidentified conventional craft, but there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and Police Department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had Sugar at a press conference just like it was yesterday. And then he's like, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, the drones. He goes, well, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Why don't you just use UAP? I think we use the word drone because UAP is almost too scary. It's some kind of invasions.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous
Yeah.
phenomenon.
Yeah.
So it can that be kind of anything? It doesn't even know you're flying.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial. Well, it's
Right.
UFO, unidentified flying object. Then it was
Right.
UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water, right?
I feel like this is
So they said
nonsense.
anomalous.
Why don't they just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with other words, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien. True, but
Right.
like think of
People
this
still be jumping out of the windows right now if they said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World of Worlds?
Right.
People were like jumping. So I think they took it out. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. I think fear factor is weird.
Yeah. I can't help but cringe when you that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element. Sorry.
It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was reoccurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky.
Yeah.
I've always seen things. Who knows what they are, whether or not they're, a lot of people that see Starlink.
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day, when did it start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there like any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that 2019 is
mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. This grocery shopping drives you nuts. The lines, the chaos, the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I have something that this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003. And this is not an anonymous, but this is about incursions of her listeners. A premise individual that I met at Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Busatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event was known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned during the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the earth. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blogger form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, Aero, and the FBI. Aero's in the task force, all domain anomalous resolution office. After the initial event, several other UAP incursions took place in Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now remember, this is not anonymous reporting. They include a football field-sized craft with terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable base flight line before accelerating instantaneously and disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The object made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhoods, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath that these statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and witness, Jeff Lucatelli. Crazy, right? I mean, we're talking objects the size of a football field.
It's bananas. And then they took off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
Straight up in space.
So this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names, and they submitted to the new head of Air.
That's interesting because that coincides with Tic Tac.
It does coincide with
I
Tic
wonder
Tac.
if it's like, vacation season. You know, it's like every few years.
Let's go check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's just it's 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean?
South Africa one time, and that was like 22 hours.
Yeah.
I was like, the plane's gonna run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions have been taking place, and like here we are 20 years later, and only now really starting to talk about them?
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that if just describing it accurately it removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is.
That's a really good point.
Yes, you don't know what the hell it is. What are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that came. We don't know what the fuck it is. It's as big as a football field.
Yeah.
Shot off in the sky. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean? We have no idea. Hire somebody who understands this. And then they'd be like, fire him. Get him out of hospital.
I remember like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still naive, but I was meeting with a general, and I said, God, it'd be so amazing, the story is like so unifying, and we had this kumbaya moment, and discovering that, we're not alone in the universe, and wouldn't that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications for all of humanity. And he sat there almost chuckling at me. And he goes, looked at me, and he goes, you got it all wrong. You got to see this through our lens. I was like, through your lens? He goes, yeah, the military's perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this before. You just mentioned it. He goes, okay, imagine this scenario. We sit there and we say, my fellow Americans, it's been brought to our attention that there are craft of unknown origin whizzing around with impunity in outer space. They exhibit a technology that's light years advanced from anything that we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they try to be hostile? We have no visible means of defense against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired.
You're fired.
And someone like Trump will come along. Make a deal with the aliens.
But you see that predicament?
Yeah.
Like people always go, why the secrecy? Duh.
Yeah, you have to have secrecy because you got to imagine the job of a politician in general, right? Like you have to pretend that you're going to be able to handle situations that you well know you're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
If you're running for president, you know that you're not going to fix this economy. All right? Stop. Just stop.
Everything's going to go in a wave of magic wand, and it's all going to be taken care
You
of.
know you're not going to implement electric cars over the stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. There's not enough batteries. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether or not you have the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the aliens. Yes, let's do all you have to do is to say some bullshit like
And then
that.
someone probably bends his ear when he gets into office. He's like, yeah.
A good speaker,
Without that
like
disclosure.
J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very bright, young, energetic speaker. He can people that can talk to the aliens. He can convince people. He can convince people that he can unite us all.
Have you seen the program?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there is.
Explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about an alleged crash retrieval case that took place in Brazil,
Yes.
in 1996.
And your documentary on it. Which
Yeah,
is
moment of contact.
amazing. Amazing.
So we're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing the phenomenon, which touched a little bit on the potential crash retrieval program, but then it was like, then it was the crash retrieval over in Virginia, Brazil, and then I got hyper focused on that, and then I had sort of, it was a personal journey for me. Was okay, the elected officials, what do they know, and when do they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on your show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Grush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program and if the government does have definitive proof that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me. And a lot had happened since the release of the phenomenon and moment of contact. There was all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses. And then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Grush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that. Yeah. Right? And then just recently, just a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend. It was the first time in my 30 years investigating. I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about legitimacy of the phenomenon, as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand that feel like maybe these things aren't happening fast enough. Just a couple years ago, they didn't even admit that the phenomenon is real. Now there's people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So drip, 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 things are happening. They're not for the gene government.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mind-fucked? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, the United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During their official capacity, Project Blue, Project Sign, Project Rothschild.
Great fucking movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I heard that.
Yeah,
I don't remember who it was, though, but wasn't it a French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
It's supposed to be Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who is the scientific advisor of Project Blue Book all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And
that's right. That's right.
Yep. Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases, right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files. Even the description of what the entities looked like. Close encounters, again, close encounters of the third kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah,
and he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie of it. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what?
Most people don't know that.
It's a fantastic movie too. Because it's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs land. Like there's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us. That sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience.
Yeah,
they experience interactions, very strange interactions. And when they had those little orb-like things that were flying around the movie, that's all straight out of.
Oh yeah, oh 100%. I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot over in Europe, and he used to come for family dinners and always talking about. I was like, yeah, whatever. And then later on, when I started getting interested in UFOs, I was like, Michael, tell me about that UFO encounter you had that Red Orbit. It was just like it was in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Steven Spielberg's movie. I was like, they took those files directly out of Project Blue Book files and right on the big screen.
That's what the Foo Fighters were, right?
Yeah, Foo Fighters too. They have little warps.
Yeah, these
warps.
Fighter pilots are flying around. We're seeing these things with them.
But let me ask you, and this is why that I don't think it's a science thing.
I don't think it's a science either.
Well, the reason why I don't is because, I don't just believe Grush because he testified under oath and he's a high-level intelligence officer, and that's very impressive. I believe Crush because his claims align with my personal research in the field. Remember, I've investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I put out Moment of Contact, well, actually, when I went in to put out Moment of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with an alleged crash and why the aliens walking around the town for you and yourself? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? And you got access to like Harry Reid and these intel insiders. And now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad.
Who gave you that advice?
A lot of people did.
I wish you called me.
Well,
I was like, James, you can handle
you
it.
probably heard about Moment of Contact, and then you thought, this sounds too crazy. And
No,
next thing you watched it.
No, I thought, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know.
I always think,
and it does.
I always think that. But I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would never told you not to do it. You're really good at this. You know how to, you're really good at, explaining.
But you look at half the town talking about, including the
Well, that's an
mayor.
incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, everybody's in on this. This is crazy. Everybody's telling, and there's not one contrarian that comes out with, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism. Not one person. Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
You know what I mean?
I told you. I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and I wasn't done with it yet. Lou Elizondo was like, he's like, James, he called me up. He goes, I need a copy. I said, but the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough guy. I don't care. I was like, okay, what's the urgency? He's like, you don't understand who's watching this right now. So I was like, okay, so I'm giving him copies, and I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years that I think we're going to be having months after the release of Moment of Contact, a congressional hearing under oath that was a crash to the
What year did
biologics.
Moment of Contact come out?
It came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
He's been so dismissive of it all. Obama said a lot more about it.
Why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
He's like, don't talk
He's
to
in
Obama.
orbit right now.
He's like, really? That's the best you can do?
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the moon in a glass house.
Okay, let's see. If you're listening right now, you have nothing
Sir,
to lose.
You're the president of the United States, so release the hounds.
He's never running ever again. Exactly. He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any president ever, other than Carter.
To the advice at the end of the program by Senator Harry Reid, who's now the late Senator Harry Reid, and I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that, and I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the line. I think we're way beyond this point.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he was very cagey. He was very cagey. I've seen some things. They told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically, it was basically like neither confirm nor deny. No, there was no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not, you're going to do it to an actor or something. Shut up. So here's the thing. Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You'd fucking believe it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, this idea that, what did his eyes tell you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends on the person. It depends on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a lie, you're like, something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. But I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right? Yeah. He's always done that sort of career, right? Yeah. Being on The Apprentice, while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right? Yeah. So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, smoking a cigar, going, what do you think, man? I mean, if I was them, man, I would do what they're doing. There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But you got objects of unknown origin flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think it's much more interested because
That's a matter of national security. I mean,
It
people
is
are
now.
freaking out. Like, what the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine.
Well,
There's
he's
totally
addressed-
safe. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry about it. Remember, what was the Steven Spielberg movie with the shark, the great white shark?
yeah, Jaws.
Jaws.
Yeah,
Remember,
yeah,
they're like,
yeah.
everything's
The
fine.
mayor
People-
was like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everyone's saying people are getting bitten.
That's the perfect analogy, dude. That is the perfect analogy. That is it.
Everything's fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely
Nothing
not
to
nuke
see here.
sniffing drones. Come on, nuke sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear
Oh my
material is
God.
just stolen
Oh my God.
off a cargo ship? Whatever, guys.
All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because obviously what I do.
Of course.
And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second, I wish I could put boots on the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really funny thing. I actually in the program that I did now, and I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got
Tell people what it is.
okay, so. Basically, I was just talking about earlier.
Tell the people the title.
It's called the program. It's going to be on. It's on. It just came out. It's at number 1 right now. It's on
When
Amazon.
did it come out?
Yesterday. Oh, I know. And so it came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google because the algorithms are just trying to catch up with it on Google right now because everyone's like,
Nice.
I can't find it. Look up the program and then Google James Fox UFO documentary. The program, you will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it up. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made, and it covers what happened because everybody thinks the government suddenly had this epiphany to decide to be more transparent to the general public. That's not what happened. What happened is there were a couple of intel insiders in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, or so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton, I don't know for sure, definitely Chris Mellon, and they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times, right? So that happened, and it was exploded. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and when they knew it. And so that's sort of happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then in 2022, they're like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, I think he was of Wisconsin, I'm not positive. He spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real. It was slowly introduced, that we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program that was like maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of the names or anything they talk about were redacted. I cover that memo in the film. And then 2023, another congressional hearing. This time it was David Grush talking about the crash retrieval program. It's been a steady progression. And so a lot has gone on from
What up, baby? How you?
2024. And that is what this film does, is it covers behind the scenes
That's great.
efforts, bipartisan
That's like when you're next
group
to
of
the normal
lawmakers
path.
effort to find out what the intelligence agencies really know.
That's fine. Well,
Yeah, and people that were, and in one of them, there's an encounter. I think I remember you hearing about it because you wanted to get hold of David Grush, and so you contacted me. And I actually had a drone up in the air in England. I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing because that's what I was using as a controller for the screen. And I'm flying the drone, and there was a huge window, and I saw this window, and I was like, oh, that's gonna make a beautiful shot for the movie. It is in the movie. So I'm up there flying it, and the wind, the turbines are going round and round. And I can't quite tell how close my drone is to them. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh my God. I can't not answer this. I got to answer. So I answered it while my drone was up there.
Oh no.
And we talked briefly, and you said, "Hey, can you get me in touch with David Grush?" I said, "Yeah, I got a guy that can put you in touch with. It's Jason Sands." And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994 with this entity, alien, whatever you want to call him, in the desert.
Yes.
So that was a crazy story. Crazy. But in any case, so when you watch the movie in the program, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to these less funny little inside thing.
So it didn't
I was on the
crash.
phone, didn't crash, but I was on the phone with you when it happened. But when you watch the footage, it's like, wow, that's really close.
Is that guy public with that story?
So
Because otherwise I would discuss it.
yeah.
Because it
Yeah.
sounded so nutty.
No, yeah. Okay, so here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington, D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman, Jason Sanders, that we're using his name now, and Mellon looked at me and he goes, "This guy's story is pretty wild." I was like, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Really wild." We're sitting down having dinner. Chris Mellon orders a drink. He had tequila, so whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner, and Jason Sands was telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1994. It's one of the craziest stories, and I've been doing this for 30 years, and this story is nuts. Okay, you remember?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah. I went like this to my phone and was talking like this one.
yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. So I'll
It
give
was
you
one of those. Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
insane.
Yeah.
So
Tell everybody what you said.
I will. I'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why I can. Well, this is the reason why I can discuss it publicly. I know. The reason why I can discuss it publicly is because he was going to appear anonymously, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was torn. Because you got a statement from an individual, you don't have his identity. But I was in DC. I put the whole thing down. And I said, look, he was worried about his security. He was a whistleblower. He already testified to a number of Senate Intel Committee, Senate Armed Services Committee, and
All about the UFO phenomenon?
yeah, about the UFO phenomenon. They're part of the UFO task force. They found him, and he was giving them information and reporting on things. And so he goes, I'm really fearful. I don't know if this witness protection program is going to be that helpful. I'm just worried. I said, look, if you're concerned about the story getting out, not getting out. If you want, I'm here. You can come to our studio. We could film you on camera. If anything happens to it, it could be released. It could be a little insurance policy for yourself. He goes, that sounds great. Let's do it. So I did a whole film about it. And then I'm periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie as I'm making it, as I do on social media. And I posted this one scene, and it had a clipboard on it in the scene. Where on that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted it by accident. I posted the damn thing, and my phone starts blowing up 10 minutes later. You just revealed this guy. What are you doing? Take it down. Take it down. Take it out. Too late. So he's out there. He's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of giving the truncated version, he basically had to go through the DOPSR process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you can and cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically could talk about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to blurt out one particular word, which in the movie it's blurred out. We had to do that. That was DOPSR. So it was the winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base. Old school UFO. Oh yes, sir. Old school. It was a UFO. It was picked up on the base, and it was recorded by sensory data. It was picked up on camera, and a camera footage of it from different locations. And it looked like a weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it. It's in the movie. And the film is in the movie. The film footage that leaked from the base is in the
So you
movie.
can see what it looks like flying.
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of blurry in some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
It's in the program.
it's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually have the voices cleaned up. You can hear people talking about what the hell is it?
Is there a clip we could see online? Just so I can show you
God.
what it looks like?
Damn. Sorry.
Could you maybe just state the actual name of the incident? Maybe
Yeah,
maybe
it's-
find it?
Yeah, try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
People put stuff on
It's long and it's really, yeah, true, good point.
because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips up. So
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's other things on there. So in any case, so that video,
Bam, there it is.
oh, that's terrible. There's much better footage of it. Yeah, there's much better footage of it. It's in my movie. I had it cleaned up. But yeah, that's it, basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what it
Yeah,
looked like.
wait, the footage I have is way better than this. Yeah, sometimes.
So what did it look? Jesus Christ! You know what that looks like, Jamie?
Very weird shape.
Jamie, you know what that looks like? It looks like Terrence Howard's creation, doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What does he call it again? But it was those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Linchpins.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a drone, where it's propellers going all these different directions, and they sync up and they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So anyway. So it's footage. People talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's unidentified, and it flies around base, and that leaked. And the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later.
Can you explain? I'm sorry to keep cutting you off. Can you just say what it did, like how it moved?
It was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion. Didn't have any wings. It didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object, with weird shape, almost like a helmet or something, with things coming out of it. And it was just moving around the base. And nobody slowly. The time.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
So
it. That's exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big balloon.
You hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up, is they're all talking about it. Nobody knows what it is. And
So this is zoom. Is this why it's moving around like that? They're trying to keep it in focus. And
it's all Mr. Sands explains all of that in the film, the program he talks about it. So anyway, so this leaks. People's names, witnesses leaks, and 3 days later, he's in a convoy. Gesundheit. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps, in convoy on a dirt road heading out Nellis Test Range. And they see what looks like maybe somebody was involved in a plane crash, there's somebody that was struggling out in the middle of the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual. Like, oh, is that person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help. They look cold. Their skin had a slight blue tint to it. And they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, hey, stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out. And they pull the convoy over, and this individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door, and as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, he's got no effing ears. And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like, there wasn't any dust on it, no dust on the boots, and he was thinking, well, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of mutant. And he looks at him and he said his eyes were a lot bigger. It's all illustrated in this movie. And then he starts talking like, he said it was like a snake bite him, and he was just paralyzed with fear. It was really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this a mutant? Is this an alien? What is this? And I starts talking to him in gibberish. But he said he started to understand, like telepathically, everything this person, an entity, being, creature, alien, whatever you want to call it, was saying to him, and he was looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know tantalum, and Jason says, like, I don't know, I don't have any. You mean titanium? He's like, no, tantalum or something. And this conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little trap that looked very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And so he sort of stepped away, and everybody sort of came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other military witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize me because I'm reporting on a close encounter of the third kind. But this Jason Sands says he's willing to do a lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, and we have the names of the other on-duty officers. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to receive for reporting on this, is that other individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also met with people in the Senate Armed Service Committee, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, in the House, and they said Jason Sands is who he says he is, checks out, He's named previously classified programs. He's identified the guy's legit. His credentials check out, and so I opted to go ahead and report on it with the hope that more information will come out.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small number of these things where people have experienced this. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true, yeah.
Not all liars. I can't believe they're all liars. But imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe you. Not only that, but it can actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality of it. It's one of the things that stifled discourse on this until I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017, when they published that, all of a sudden serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before just for the ridicule.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the go fast video, you've got fighter pilots, Commander David Fravor. You have these people discussing these things openly. Like, okay, this seems like something that a serious person can discuss now. And so then it's open, but actually meeting one and talking to it, it's like the Varginha story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried the car and the cop died from some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with Rabbi, according to his family. He was greasy stuff on my skin. And he was rubbing himself down and he had the stench, smell, grease. Yeah. And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of actually going back to Brazil this month. There were a couple of forensic pathologists that are going to come forward and we're going to cover, kind of update the movie of movies. But it's an ongoing investigation.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Like imagine, like if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on that planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievably toxic. Anything that comes near you just gets cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk.
Right.
Have you ever had a skunk?
Oh yeah, a skunk got my dog once.
I check out this guy's garbage one time. He's like, hey, it's in my garage. You flip up the thing and drop it in there. So I was kind of hungover. We had a party the night before. And I went out to the garbage can and I kind of heard like some rustling in the garbage can, but I didn't really think anything of it. I lifted up the thing and then I heard some rustling again. So I'm sure I put my head down inside and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now, I held my breath and I closed my eyes for the last second and it went right through me. It penetrated my molecules. It was so powerful that it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Can you imagine just the smell? That's their way of defense. It's just the stench. It just goes through your body, like just paralyzing. That's crazy. Anyway,
you got it in the mud, huh?
I got it right in the face.
How long did it take for you to stink? Because you spent 2 weeks.
It was several weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato, and I tried the baking soda.
I think they have the special soap now, just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped, she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain, and she went out in the backyard, and I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white. And she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right in the side of her body. Like, she tried to turn away, but it got her all over her body. She was wet with skunk spit.
Oh, really?
It was so nasty. I had to take her inside, and I had to do it because she was my dog. Even though I was 13, I had to, cover her with tomato juice and wash her down. She still stunk. The whole house stunk.
That's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip this a couple years ago, and I looked over and I was like, did we walk? Dude, it was like 9 o'clock at night. We were exhausted. We packed everything up. We had the car ready to go for the next morning. And I was like, did we walk there? We're taking our dog. So I was like, oh, it's 9 o'clock outside. And I hear him like, row, 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 and he goes, row, row. And I thought, oh my God, he's fed. Somebody just ate him. I was like, oh my gosh. I ran out there, looked for him. I was running in, and he shoves the bed covered in skunk. The whole house, it was so strong. It's unbelievable. That smell is just
it's so incredible. It's the way something screams to me. You know, like animals, like bloodhounds and bears, they have the insane sense of smell.
Oh God, 100,000 times stronger than ours.
Right, but they can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes. Oh my God. So think about that. So if a skunk gets hit by a car a mile away, you can smell it. Have you ever driven in your car?
Yes,
I don't know
yes.
if it's mild.
I could drive over it and my car smells like it.
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where a skunk got something, you could smell it.
Yeah.
For some strange reason, it permeates. Like it carries more than any other smell. With dogs, that's how they smell everything. They're like, oh, Rothschild. You know, like they can smell things that you can't even imagine they can smell, especially like a bloodhound. And then a bear can smell like, what is a bear's like ability to smell above a bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was
Sharks in the ocean sense blood from miles away. Right?
miles, insane, miles away. They can smell blood miles away.
God, something.
I remember. Look at this, 300 times. Look at this. This is crazy.
Wow.
Bears is the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, average dog sense of smell is 100 times better than humans. A bloodhound is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 7 times than a bloodhound, or 2,100 times better than humans. Unbelievable.
That's why they say when you go camping, put your food up in a tree or something.
Oh,
right?
100%. You have to.
You can't have the tent at all.
Oh, when I was a kid, we went camping, and the bear broke open a cooler.
Wow.
Yeah, people just had regular coolers.
You'd have like a little cookie in your pocket and be in bed and be in your tent.
Yeah.
And you're gonna have an issue.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I remember when I was a kid, I went camping and they were like, "Don't have any food." I was like, "Yeah, I'm like, no, but that's not." They were really adamant. I was like, "These guys making such a fucking bear's not gonna smell a cookie in their pocket." Like,
Yeah.
of course they will.
They'll look at that like a wonton. Like, look at that soft outer layer and just meat inside of it. They're gonna look at that tent like, look, it's trapped in there.
Gosh.
The meat is
Oh my
trapped
God.
in the tent. This is crazy.
What was that one movie called where they got the grizzly man or something?
Yeah, grizzly man. That's
And they came and got him. You remember that?
Well,
He
it's a
thought he
lot
became
more
one
than
with the grizzlies, and then he got eaten.
It's a very complicated movie. That's a Werner Herzog film.
Yeah, one of her.
Yes, it's a really
And
funny
the camera was rolling,
movie.
and they played it.
Sort of. The camera was rolling, but the lens cap was on, so there was an audio.
So it's just audio.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
The
Is it
audio,
exactly
by the way,
like the
folks, the audio you hear on the internet, that's fake.
audio?
That's not the real one. The real audio, Werner Herzog told the lady to destroy it. Destroy it. No one should hear
So he
this.
heard it.
Yeah, he heard it. It's long, because bears don't kill you, they eat you. Like a salmon, they don't kill salmon. They just put their paw down and start pulling chunks out of it. That's what they do with people, too.
That's terrifying.
Well, they don't have any predators, so they don't have to kill things and then, worry about someone taking it from them. You're not taking shit from a bear, especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So, like, all the other animals have to worry. Like, mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. And apparently, in the areas where wolves have been introduced, it's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally do. Because mountain lions will kill like a deer or 2 deer a week, something like that.
And to eat with them.
Yeah,
2
they
deer a
eat
week. That's a lot of meat.
Well, a big mountain lion is 150 pounds, and it's a big cat. Their cats are they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. Bears eat little berries, they eat much shit, not cats. So the cats are killing more because the wolves scare the cats off of the kill. So if the cat's on a kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just get the fuck out of there. Like,
Because he feels they want to defend himself against the wolves.
Exactly, because wolves have packs. So there might be 13, 14 wolves and one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of there. Cats run from dogs, right? Like, they have a fear of, like, canines, and I think it's from wolves stealing your food. So, like, that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to tree them, because otherwise you're not going to find them. If you find a mountain lion,
by tree them.
you have to get the dogs to bark them up a tree.
Oh,
So they run up a tree and then they shoot them up a tree. Yeah. And it sounds cruel. But listen, they have to do that to manage the populations. If they don't, they start eating dogs. That's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to people to kill them. Because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation. Because they'll start killing livestock, they'll start killing dogs. In the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in like San Francisco, half their diet was pets.
Really?
Half their diet. Half their diet was house cats, dogs and cats. That's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around just eating dogs. You leave your dog in your backyard, gone. Happens all the time.
Wow.
It happened to my dog.
Really?
Yeah, my dog in Colorado got eaten by a mountain lion. Yeah, it happens.
Oh
all.
God, I feel so bad for my little guy.
It's
I
terrible.
I'm not going to protect my little feller. You know,
Yeah.
one time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me at the time. He was in that little pouch, you know, that little pouch for everybody in the front. Like he was like probably like maybe 2.5. And I was hiking this mountain pretty daily. It's funny actually because when I went up there without him, I was like, well, this is why people hike with weights on. This feels amazing. I can run up this mountain. Anyway, I was going up the mountain, and I had my dog, a little Duke, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and I come around this like good luck. It's a pretty exposed up to these some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day, and I see this leg of a deer, like just fresh killed, blood on the ground. I was like, God damn, what the hell? The hell? Wow, that's fresh. It's like, huh? Like, kind of keep going, and from around the corner, there's a long straightaway. The hill goes up like this, and I see what looks like a big, like greyhound dog, kind of like light brown, kind of walking kind of back and forth like this with a tail. And I was like, man, what the hell is greyhounds doing out here? Like, what the hell is that's another lion? I was like, holy shit. And the mountain lion turns around, looked at me, and I had my kid. I was like, shit. So I grabbed my dog, and I turned around, and I started running. And I knew that I shouldn't be running. So I'm running, going, I shouldn't be running. I shouldn't be running. I know I shouldn't be running. But I wanted to get around the corner and get it out of its line of sight. And then I go, well, if he comes up on me, I'm going to have to throw my dog. I was like, I looked at Duke, and I said, if it comes down to it, Duke, you're going to have to take one for the team. You know,
That's a horrible
It was
choice.
a horrible choice, but I had my son. And like,
Of course.
I get it. But I remember
throw my
looking at
dog
him too, and I was like looking at my dog, going, "Oh man, this is a horrible decision I have to make. But if it comes down to it, I'm gonna have to sacrifice you, buddy. I love you." Yeah, but it didn't come down to it. But I remember running, going, "You're an idiot, James. Why are you running that?"
You can't run. Well, that's the problem with mountain bikers. They get got because when they pass by a cat, it's almost like rolling a ball of yarn past a kitten. They are predators.
And they'll catch bikes.
Oh yeah,
They
they
run.
get people on bikes. Yeah, that's happened a few times. They get people on bikes. They get joggers, people on bikes. They think you're running away from them.
Could you
Can't help
imagine what it's like to be running for your life, having something like that chase you?
Yeah, I can. I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen them.
I'm
I've seen 3 of them in my lifetime. Only one of them scared the shit out of me. I saw one in Colorado. I saw one in Montecito, like Santa Barbara area. It was small. It was small, until like 50, 60 pounds. And then I saw one with a buddy of mine, my friend Colton and I. We spotted one under a tree that was 30 yards away. And we were in a truck. It made me shit my pants.
Wow,
It was
this is
so
big.
big. This one was really big. This was a mature male with a big pumpkin head and huge forearms like a fucking bodybuilder. It was freaky. It was freaky to see because, you know, it was, first of all, it was dusk. So the sun was going down and the lights of the truck, even though it wasn't quite dark yet, the lights of the truck were making his eyes glow.
Oh my god!
And you could see him with the naked eye. But then I put my binoculars on. And so I've got these 10-power binoculars. And I was zoomed in on this thing's face. And I was holy.
Looks like he belongs in Africa.
Well, he belonged right where he was,
Yeah.
man. We didn't belong there.
Hey, let me tell you a really cool story. That's a UFO, the best UFO picture I think's ever taken.
You have it? Can I look at it?
Yes. No. We're going to look for it. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all? Or?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, find the program trailer. I'm going to tell you about this. So, yeah,
let's just watch the trailer.
All right, let's watch it.
Exposing the secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story was kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
Instruments report there is something there. There are flight characteristics that we can't explain. UAPs are unexplained. It's true. They need to be investigated.
Here we are having a hearing where just a few years ago we didn't even acknowledge that these things were real.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs? Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
You're telling me people have come forward claiming first-hand knowledge of craft of non-human origin.
That's correct. We have sources who have asserted not only that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals. Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came to some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human. I'm sure you're being
because the American people are being lied to. We are the American government, and we are open, and we're going to be open about this.
It's been revealed non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. It's only part of the story.
The Pentagon, the CIA are going to have to answer to that.
Some are risking everything.
Have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life?
Yes, personally, to uncover the rest. What is being done to verify the assertion that the U.S. government has spaceships of non-human intelligence in their possession?
That kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs.
I would go to jail for saying things that I've been exposed to in the program.
Bro, is that Mick Jagger? Was that other guy Mick Jagger?
Isn't it amazing? That's Hal Puthoff.
Hal Puthoff?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Mick Jagger.
Doesn't look like Mick Jagger.
That's not Mick
That's
Jagger?
Gary McKinnon. He's
Oh.
the biggest computer hacker in history.
Let me see what he looks like.
He almost went to jail for life because he was like, I'm going to find out what the government knows about UFOs. So he hacked into the systems, NSA, CIA, DIA, where is it? Yeah, you want to see that really cool picture?
No, in the film.
Oh, yeah, he looks like
towards
towards the end. Yeah,
he
no, he
looks
totally looks like
exactly
Mick Jagger.
like
It's really
Mick Jagger.
funny you should say that because
I totally thought it was
I saw it. I'm like, wait a minute, that does look like a rock star. He is a rock star in the UFO community. It's coming up. You'll have to pause it quickly when it hits. But Gary McKinnon took it upon himself, a computer hacker, to find out if the government had proof of alien visitation. And he spent a couple of years hacking systems, and he got paid in it. There it is. That was it.
Bro, that's
Mick Jagger.
That's
Doesn't
Mick
it look
Jagger.
like it does look
That's
like
Mick Jagger.
It's
Mick
so
Jagger's
funny.
in the UFOs. You should just only show that clip, like they do in horror movies where the mask is not that good. It's real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. But I was going to tell you, there's a photograph of a jet circling. Can I go into a little bit of detail? Because everyone's always worried about, where's the good evidence? Where's the good photograph?
Show me that photograph.
Yeah. So it's, there we go.
But this was a lost photograph that was recovered.
Yeah.
correct?
You know about this?
Yeah, I know about this.
Okay, so I heard about this in the late 90s.
Tell me what about it.
Okay, so there was a guy, Nick Pope, who investigated part of the UFO desk at the Ministry of Defense in England in the late 90s. Mid to late 90s. Maybe as late as early 2000s. But in any case, and I was interviewing him for a number of my films. I did a lot of the Blue, I know what he saw, before I did The Phenomenon. And I asked him, hey man, you were part of the UFO desk at England. What was the best case you ever saw? And he goes, oh man, 1990. He didn't give me the town, it was Calvine. But he said, Scotland, there were two poachers. They called them hikers, but they were actually poaching. And so made me think about this when we were talking about animals earlier. And he said it was late in the afternoon from the place. I now know it's called Calvine. And they came upon in this relatively remote area. I know because I hiked out to the exact spot. It's in the movie, and they came upon this diamond-shaped or disc-shaped object that was quite large, that was hovering silently, really close. I mean, close. And they were scared to death, and they were kind of hiding out underneath this tree, and they're looking at this thing, and what are we looking at? And I was looking at this thing that's silently hovering. Remember, this is 1990, right? And one of them had a camera. And just as he was considering taking his camera out, a military jet came in. Turns out it was one of those Harrier jets. They think it was a Harrier jet. And it came out into the scene and it flew all the way around the disc. And as it did so, the guy mustered up the courage, came out from under the tree, and he snapped 5 or 6 photographs of this object suspended in the air. And it went, so the disc is here, and the plane is flying around. It's click, 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 click. And the reason why I know this is because the individual who kept one of the prints, thank you very much, Craig Lindsay, our press officer, and thank you, David Clark, for uncovering this because it's the most amazing picture ever. And the 2 hotel workers just outside the town of Calvine, Scotland, came back and they were like telling their co-workers, oh my God, we encountered this thing, there it was. So they go to the local newspaper and they were like, hey man, we just filmed something in the sky. We had 6 prints of it. It was 35 millimeter film footage, right? And they're going to go public with their story. 2 witnesses, broad daylight, a UFO points of reference with a military jet flying around, 5 or 6 prints. That's pretty solid evidence, right? So the local newspaper was like, they're about to go public with it, print the story, and they were like, well, we need a statement from the RAF. So they contacted the press officer, Craig Lindsay, and they were like, hey, what do you make of this UFO these guys took? And Craig Lindsay goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the picture. You haven't seen it? Well, let me send you a print. This is the newspaper. Sends him the print, big print like this, the one you see today. And he's like, holy shit, the hell is this? He's already a press officer, Craig Lindsay. So he starts getting in touch with the MOD, and he goes out and he investigates this, go talk to witnesses. And he goes, well, they told him what happened. And he goes, well, what kind of noise did it make? They said it didn't make any noise. No, he goes, no noise. That's impossible. An object that can hover like that in the sky for that period of time, and we thought 34 years ago, they made any noise? And the witness said no. So he was like, holy shit, this is crazy. So he takes a color Xeroxing machine and he sends it to the MOD in London. And he says, hey, there's a case that you might want to check, you might want to look into. And here's a Xerox, which is really crappy. It's just a scanned Xerox, like a fax machine over the MOD. He said he went from the office where the Xerox machine was, and before he could get back to his office, his phone was ringing off the MOD. And the MOD basically stepped in, took over the investigation. They said, you can step down to Craig Lindsay. He steps down. He keeps the print, right? He steps down. They take over. Witnesses gone. 5 or 6 prints gone. The story tells, right? So 30, and we rumored about it because Nick Pelton talked about this case in a book we wrote called Open Skies, Closed Minds. And then I talked to him about it in late 90s, and I talked to him about it again in the early 2000s, and I was like, Nick, especially in 2007, I was like, tell me about this photograph. He was like, oh, it's incredible. We had a big poster of it on the wall of the MOD, and I was like, well, where is it? He goes, well, I don't know. I stepped down and went over at the UFO desk, and I said, well, they didn't just throw that away. Why don't you get in touch with the people that were there and find out? He's like, oh, David, I can't just make these inquiries. We killed the story. And it's like, so it was incredibly frustrating. So discreetly for over a 20-year period, I was making inquiries because I don't like letting things go, right? I was like, this issue exists. Oh, the hell, let's get this one out there. But the story went dark. So David Clark found Craig Lindsay, and the way he found Craig Lindsay, the guy that kept one of the prints, he said he got a declassified government document out of the MOD's office that had redactions on it. And one of the things it said was, it was 1990, and it said, RAF press officer in Scotland, blacked out, said that blah, 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 blah. And he was like, oh, who was the RAF press officer in 1990 in Scotland? Craig Lindsay. Boom, contacts Craig Lindsay. They started communication going. And then after
So much for redaction.
yeah, so much for redactions, right? And so this whole dialogue starts going, they're developing it, and then he goes, well, gosh, I guess I might have one. Turns out he ended up keeping one of those prints, which he had. And that story broke probably 2 years ago. David Clark, again, I can't thank you enough. You deserve accolades for this. And so I flew to England, I met with David Clark and his crew, the people that did the analysis work. Then I went up to Scotland. I met with Craig Lindsay, the art press officer, gave him the first and only on-camera interview about it, what astonished him about it, the analysis work they did on it, what the witnesses said. But we didn't have the witnesses, the people that took the photograph. We didn't have them, but I was going to report on this anyway, just because, wow, this is the picture that we've all been waiting for. This picture is phenomenal. But if you don't have provenance and you don't have the background story on it, it could be AI, it could be right, it could be a hoax. Some people call it a reflection, not a hoax. So I'm ending production of the program, and I get a text from David Clark, and he goes, something big is about to happen. And I said, what? He goes, just sit tight. I can't go public right now. Something big's going to happen. There's a new development. And this is just teased. Well, I'm coming out with it. I promise.
He teased you.
He did tease me. He did tease me. But I was like, well, I'm almost done with the movie. And if this is something I can include in the movie about the case, please let me know. So long story short, this guy, Richard Greaves, who was one of the hotel cooks, worked in the kitchen with the photographer, with the two witnesses that took the photograph. And Richard Greaves came forward on print. When I contacted David Clark, I was like, hey, can you give me an interview with this guy? So he kept putting it off, and then finally, I was like, I wanted to be persistent, but I didn't want to annoy the guy to the point where he's like, hey, you know what? You're being annoying, you know.
Yeah.
But I got right up to that point, right, where I was like, I was wrapping the movie's done. I want to get this movie out. All the people that participated want to get out. And then I finally sent him one final text. I was like, look, I'm really sorry to pester you. I know you're probably really busy. I really appreciate the fact that you even said it immediately, but that you would give me an interview. And then probably about 10 o'clock that night, I'm in the edit room buttoning the film up, and all of a sudden I get a phone call, and he's like, I'm just coming out the problem. I'm ready to go. I was like, okay, grab a camera, roll it, let's record this. And he reveals that he knew the witnesses. He worked with them in the kitchen. He gave all the specifics, provided their names. And then he said that 4 nights after they took that photograph, they were all on a cigarette break at the hotel in the evening, pissing rain. He said a car rolled up. There were 3 guys in it, a driver and 2 men in the seats in the back. They roll up. They come out. They say cigarette break's over. They pull the 2 witnesses aside, and they grill him. And you got to hear it directly from the horse's mouth. Richard Greaves said that when they were all, the people that were not involved in the incident were told to go back inside the hotel, which they did. They looked through the window and they saw in the pissing rain, it said they were out there for 10 or 15 minutes in the pissing rain. And that these guys, they came back inside and they were white as a he literally goes, they came back inside, they were white as a fucking ghost. And which we all get a good laugh out of. But and then they started drinking heavily, and within a couple of weeks, they vanished without a trace, and they've been gone ever since. So we report on this, and yeah, that's a replica. That's a replica. That's a replica from Nick Pope, who did it for some series, talking about it, and that was before the real photograph was found and printed.
Let's see the real photograph.
Yeah, show the real photograph again. I got it in there. It is. Yep.
Okay, so what was he doing? Show the fake one more time.
Yeah, that's what it's a recreation before we got.
So was it just recreating what he remembered?
Yes.
Let me see the real one again.
Pretty damn good, isn't it? Did he remember?
Not bad. Not bad. Missed the barbed wire fence, but not bad. Put in a bunch of bullshit background.
I went to the exact location. That
bullshit he put in there. Put in beautiful nose.
I know. and that fence is still there. There was a
back room.
Yeah, that fence is still there. I took a.
So what is that jet in the background?
A Harrier jet is what I'm told. They're 99% sure.
And was that Harrier jet trying to figure out what this was?
Well, like I said, in the other prints, according to Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, he said the other 6 prints or 5 prints had that Harrier jet in a different position. So he said it was the Harrier jet flew around checking that out.
Now, where are those other prints?
We have other MOD. Just they were gone. They killed the story. I mean, the guy at the MOD worked for Nick Pope double, but they did everything they could to squash it because everything they probably have a the ways from. Of course they do. Of course they didn't build it. They killed the story. Yeah, that's a really crap copy. You're looking at a really bad print.
Could you zoom it in?
I've got a much better version of it.
You got it on your phone?
I do. Yes.
This image is it's weird.
Yeah, it's
hard to see what you're looking at. You know?
It's yeah. Well, let me show you a much better copy of it. Let me just scroll up here because I've got a really good. I got the original print of this copy, but people talk about the more compelling data and the length. So this is the photograph that I took at the site. You get an idea of that. Okay. See how it's right? How similar, right? Yep. And then here it is. Here's the print. I could text that to you guys if you want.
Yeah, text that to me.
I'll text it to you guys.
It's very interesting.
Very interesting case. I mean, I think it's one of the best photographic cases because you're not dealing with just a UFO. You've got a military jet in the background. And if you have a date and a location, guess what? That pilot's still out there. That pilot probably got it on radar and probably got gun cam for
he's still alive.
He would have been probably young, right? Pilots are young.
Sure.
He would have been in his 30s, maybe early 40s, and that's 34 years ago.
Right.
So chances are he's still alive. They're pretty fit, right?
Yeah, maybe he's in the 70s.
Okay, I'm gonna text this to you right now. Here we go. Boom. You should have that. Can I get you all? Can I get all of them to you? And here is a picture of Craig Lindsay. This is great. You'll love this. Okay, this is the guy that kept it. You didn't? I wonder if it's because I have my phone on airplane mode.
Yeah, take it off airplane mode, bro. I told you.
Okay. Oh, you did?
I was trying to explain to you.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's off now. I'm sorry.
Otherwise, it won't actually send it.
Oh, it won't. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Right.
It's like dealing
See,
with my dad.
I know. It's so bad. I know. You were telling me how to do it. I was like, I haven't done that before.
It's funny, people that don't understand how to use it.
Tell me if that goes through. Okay. Great.
You need me to send it?
Okay, you do it. And there's that one, and there's flip left to right on it. But, it just goes to show the lengths that the intel community, the Ministry of Defense, the DoD go to hide the more compelling photographic data because it's so easy to complain. Oh, if they were real, they'd be good. Well, there are some really good prints.
So exotic. You guys are looking at other stuff.
Yes.
I found drones that you can. I don't know that for commercial available.
Did you get all the ones you wanted?
But you can have a drone up for 24 plus.
That didn't send it to me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Am I sending it to the wrong company?
Let me see your number. The number you have.
Okay. Well, I have it. I definitely have it on Signal. Here, you do it. Here. Okay, you take over. You drive. Because I'm clearly failing at this one.
Just gotta check to see what I sent it to. So
Gee.
I changed the number. You can get weird.
Oh, I can totally imagine.
This is separate. I found some drones that these companies say that you can take off anywhere. They're showing them taking off from like small platforms in the ocean. They can stay up in the air for 14 plus hours. They're
Yeah.
small and they do have propellers, obviously that.
Mm, yeah. And like I said, I mean, it's not the question is are all of these drones, explainable by aliens? And the answer obviously is no. The question is, are any of these bona fide UAP? And there's definitely some evidence to suggest that's the case. But again, there's always misidentification of more conventional stuff, right?
Right.
And there's always, and then there's a stubborn 4%. I'll give you an example. This is something that I've discussed a little bit recently. Do you find it okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Finally got that enigma worked out.
Yeah, it's just your 5G is very slow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're using AT&T with the
Wow. I'm using Verizon. Yeah,
Verizon.
really?
Yeah, it's just very slow.
Do I have what do we call it on?
I actually accidentally sent myself these other ones of the guy holding it up too.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's Craig Lindsay.
So, I'll send it to you.
So let me tell you a little story. It's pretty cool, which I never thought that this would happen. There's a guy, Kirk McConnell, who's on service committee, and he participated at the very last minute in my film. He's in the trailer. And he, in an official capacity with high-level clearance, he had been investigating UFOs ever since the New York Times article in 2017. So he was behind the scenes 2017, 2018, tail end of 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and then he stepped down. And he came through some intel folks. We got in touch. I said, hey, man, my film's almost done. If you want, I could squeeze in one final interview. He decided to participate. Up he went. We became friends. We've been talking. And he said, hey, I could probably arrange a meeting because there's some mutual interest in some UFO cases and evidence that I've been going after as a civilian. But he goes, hey, on the inside, if you want, I can hook you up with the heads of Arrow, the new heads of Arrow, John Koskowski, and this other guy, Ryan, who was Air Force Office of Special Investigations. This was just a couple weeks ago. So I went to the congressional hearings, which was incredible. And people say, oh, it's a big nothing burger. But you know what? It's very exciting. Seeing people testify under oath is crushed through the program. Seeing a rear admiral, Tim Gallaudet, saying that they're under the water. I mean, it's pretty fascinating stuff. So I had to apply for a security background on me, which was about 48 hours. And then I got approved for that. And then I showed up in a ring across the street from the Pentagon. And I had to go through the metal detector. And then there were these kind of exciting for me because I'd never had this kind of experience before. There were these glass tube type things lined up like in a row. And only one person can go in at a time. The doors open just like the Star Trek. You can walk in and the door closes. The other one opens to the other side. Then I had to get rid of my phone and everything and leave it outside and then go into a SCIF, which is a sensitive compartmented information facility. The SCIFs are super top secret, whatever. And I got to meet with the new head of Arrow, John Koskowski. I was like, I can't believe I'm in the belly of the beast. this is crazy. Like I thought, how could I'm a civilian. I don't belong here. But we started talking, just very nonchalantly. I said, hey, you guys got to throw us a bone. I said, we're not going away. The story is not going away. And I said, and what ultimately we're dealing with. I mean, obviously, the vast majority of UAP or UFOs can be and have been explained away in down to earth conventional terms, right? There's a stubborn core, 15, 20%, that really defy conventional explanation, not because of a lack of data, because they truly can explain what these things do. And you know when you that many people are. These objects exhibit technology is just light years advancement in the air. And it's been well documented since the 1940s. There possibly some people would say way before that, but modern day UFO wave, no question. So there's two stories. One is someone's been in possession of this revolutionary technology for 85 plus years and kept it secret. Or two, they're all alone, right? Yeah. And it jives. So I said to the gentleman very candidly, we're probably dealing with a small percentage of our time. And what's the plan to tell the general public? This is just a couple weeks ago. And he looked at me and he goes, James, I can't part my hair without approval from the DOD. And you can quote me on that. And that was him, in my opinion, telling me, hey, this is structured in a way that my hands are tired. I can uncover all the things in the world, but I can't tell the general public or even Congress without the DOD approving it first. Yeah. So that's what's kind of happening right now. And one of the reasons why we were so fortunate to get the number of let's say whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers or people who come forward in the program is because they were super frustrated with the previous head of ERA, which is a guy named Sean Kirkpatrick, which basically just kind of blanket, denied pretty much almost everything. And people were extremely disappointed with that. But
just like Google.
Yeah, kind of like Google. Yeah,
Google has done that, right?
Yeah, but yeah,
again, it brings us
everybody's doing it. Not everybody's doing
right. There's a bunch of. Well, I think now also with the internet, there's ways to get information out that's much quicker and cleaner.
No question.
Than trusting a reporter.
Yeah.
And your life's in danger, and the reporter gets threatened, and now things just kind of get out.
So well, I've thought about this, like going back to Brazil, and I thought, I'm obviously going after additional eyewitness testimony, going after the photographic stuff, and those of you out there that are like tired of hearing about it, well, I spent 20 plus years in search of the photograph that I featured just now, that one, with the background story on it, provenance, that sort of thing.
Jimmy, look at the one that I sent you. It's a better version of
it. And so I thought, just because you can't, after a year or two, haven't successfully obtained stuff. So this is a better version. Yeah, it's a better version. Like you can see the granular of the film footage.
It's weird. It almost looks like there's something in the back.
It does look a little bit like that.
A propeller or something, like a Jetsons type of.
But let's just say,
nothing was silent.
Silent. According to the witnesses, it didn't make any sound. Hovered there for an extended period of time. And when it took off straight vertically like this. Straight up.
Fast?
It started going faster, and it was gone. Yep, that was Craig Lindsay who interviewed the witnesses who told me that. And it's so weird though, according to Richard Greaves in Scotland, the Americans got involved.
Of course, we get involved in everything.
Yep, they showed up and they intimidated the shit out of the witnesses. And I know people can criticize me for reporting on these alleged men in black, but it's not me saying it, it's the witnesses that were saying it. And I did it full bore for the first time in the order of contact, because I remember hearing these stories for decades, and my father was like, "Screw, you're going to think I'm crazy if I report on this." But this lady, who was the mother of two daughters, saw that these visits, and intimidation, and I was like, "Screw it, I'm just going to report on this, and I'll just take the criticism." And then I wasn't expecting this to be the case with this photograph, but lo and behold, it was. But anyway, it's a huge story. In my opinion, they can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's coming out, and it's drip, drip, drip. But I have to remind your audience, people that are feeling impatient, that we've had 3 open congressional hearings in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
We hadn't had it in over 50 years prior to that.
It's definitely, even though it's still difficult to get information and figure out what's actually going on, there's way more open mainstream discussion of it.
And it's frustrating at times. I get it. People are like, "Oh, well, why are these people? Why can't they just say? Why can't David Grush just tell us?" Well, I like to remind people that the DOD has stripped David Grush of his clearances and won't allow him to get into a skip. This is one of the things that I talked to this guy, Brian Benner, who appears in the movie Politico, and he goes, if Congress finds out about it, one thing we know on the Hill is that you're going to find out about it. They can't keep it secret. It's going to leak. So they've been doing everything they can, and they're edging this DOD to prevent Grush from going into a skip with members of Congress to release and reveal the classified details necessary to verify his claims. Okay.
If you've been keeping this under wraps for 60 plus years or whatever they've been doing,
Yeah.
would you really tell AOC? Would you really pull her aside and tell her?
Well, I mean, any members of Congress with the proper clearances and feel like they want to have that information. I mean, you got
nothing
Mace.
wrong with her.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
even saying
yeah.
her. I'm just saying pick a young one.
Well,
You're going to give them all that information.
Exactly. They don't want them to have that information. There's no question about it.
I would. That's what I would imagine. It's probably why they won't let Grush get into a skip.
So here's another thing I'd like to mention is that David Grush claims that he gave even the street address to the ICIG, which is Thomas Margine. That's the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So I'm asking members of Congress to support our efforts, for Chet, who's been amazing, regardless of the politics. The guy's phenomenal. He's been really pushing for transparency. He's a super solid guy. You got Mace. You got Muskotsky. This is from Florida. Garcia from California. AOC, New York. Luna. And, of course, you got the Senate side. You got Rubio, who totally knows where this stuff is. Rounds, Schumer. And if you look at the NDAA, you can see the language in plain sight. I mean, it's phenomenal what's going on. And I think that our elected officials that are really pushing for transparency need to hear from us, need to hear from the citizens and know that we support their efforts and that we have their backs and continuing to push for transparency, to push to find out what the hell's going on. I mean, imagine if it's true. Imagine if we have spaceships and we have biologics, bodies. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is not just implications for the United States. That's global implications. I mean, the impacts, the ripple effect that we have around the world for that confirmation to happen.
No doubt.
It would be huge.
Well, the human race deserves to know. It shouldn't be unelected officials and Defense Department people that know about this stuff. That's crazy.
I totally agree.
Unless this is what I had a conversation with Brian Graves yesterday. The way I would argue it, if I was a military person, I would say this is a national security interest. And we are trying to back engineer this stuff. We're not successful. If China steals our data, if Russia can back engineer one if Iran gets one for us, we're fucked. Because these things are insanely sophisticated.
We would obviously weaponize the technology. That's obvious. It's like 101, right? The basics. I mean, if you could put a nuke on one of those things, I mean, the exhibited technology, people that have witnessed this stuff say it goes from a standstill to outside. I mean, these objects, what was it? David Fravor said it went from space,
50,000 feet above sea level,
to sea level
in 1 second.
In 1 second.
Yeah.
That's insane.
We talked about it yesterday.
You did? Yeah.
It's insane amount of speed. And the way Ryan explained it in terms of like the amount of force you would need is equivalent to how many nuclear bombs did he say? Something insane. Like the entire nuclear arsenal has to be to generate that kind of power. Whatever it is, if these stories are true, it's doing something that we don't understand. So if it's ours,
yeah,
I kind of get why they wouldn't want to spill the beans. My thought once was, what if this is not weaponized with our current technology? Like, what if these things are our drones, but they don't know how to put a weapon on them? Like, because whenever you do,
I have a problem with that
speed.
I have a problem with that theory, and the problem I have is that the United States government has documented close encounters of the third kind. That's beings connected.
Right.
That's their own files. I mean, it's not
you little bitch.
Right. So it's not just these objects exhibiting revolutionary technology for at least 80 years, right? No wings, no tail, no visible means propulsion, the ability to hover, it's moving out of sight, right? It returns at high speed, the vehicle's like boom, that kind of stuff. But you also have reports, credible reports of beings connected to some of the craft. And that's documented all around the world. So that eliminates, right?
If it's true. See, this is the whole thing. Like, just because somebody's written it down somewhere doesn't mean that someone didn't write it down as a psyop. Someone didn't write it down to discredit other people with a ridiculous story. One way to discredit a credible story is to attach it to a bunch of ridiculous stories. right? So if I was gonna hide some sort of technology, one thing I would do is connect it to a bunch of kooky stuff, a bunch of psychic stuff, remote viewing, just a bunch of things that people like very easily dismiss. UFO abductions, UFO encounters with an actual being. Well, but put a bunch of stuff in there that like makes people go, "What? Is this real?" And just enough so that you can hide the real stuff in there.
Well, I think
And again, I'm playing devil's advocate.
no, I totally hear you. And again, I've said this already on the show. I say the show is like the reason why I believe David Koresh, who testified, not just
Why believe David? But David doesn't have first-hand experience.
I know, but the reason I know, but the reason why I believe him is because it aligns with my research in the field. Remember, I spent over 12 years investigating on and off with my buddy Marco Leão in Varginha, Brazil, that UFO crash case, and really found out last minute, the last time I was there, that the Americans were involved. So I was like, oh my God, the rumors are true. You know, the Americans really are. Do you see, like, obviously looked into Roswell for years. I went to Roswell for 50th anniversary.
This is how the deal works, bro. You want the aid? We get the UFO. We give you the aid, but if you crash UFO, you fucking call us.
Yeah.
Stay out of there. Don't be carrying that dude to the hospital. Leave it to us. And we'll just scoop that up and shut the fuck up. What do you think about that? One of the crazy stories is that there's a building somewhere that's an enormous building that was actually
built around the UFO.
The UFO was too big to move. You heard the story?
It was reporting on News Nation with Ross Coulthard. And Ross Coulthard is incredible.
Seems legit. He's got an accent.
He's got great accent.
He's got an
He's
Australian
got really
accent.
It's not quite British.
We believe you
But
if you have an accent.
But it's close.
You're more credible
There's
than a
something
New
about
York
There's
accent.
something about a British accent that just adds credibility to anything.
Like some guy from New York. So we got this fucking car.
Right, for sure.
We
Right?
put
This
it over
thing is
here.
absolutely huge.
This spaceship's so fucking big. You can build a building around it.
But they talked about it. Now,
What is this building? And where's it supposed to be?
I don't know.
Oh, you're holding it back.
No. I haven't, but I don't have the same connections on that one. But I'll tell you a case that I do think needs to get looked into.
Oh, you see, you're gonna move us around.
Yeah, because this is a craft.
He's a big government agent, this guy.
So there's a memo in the program that was through the adoption process was released. Unfortunately, some of the names are redacted. Christopher Mellon obtained it. It was from correspondence he had with a high-level government official back in 2020. It just got approved for release maybe a year ago. It featured in the doc, and in it has the names of not just the gatekeeper, but other people with names who found the gatekeeper through the craft particular program. I'm told that unredacted versions of that have been handed to select members of Congress and people that are investigating through the physical capacity of the government. But in it, they specifically mention a case, not crashed, a landed case happened in 1953 at Kingman, Arizona. So I've made some inquiries with aerospace folks that I've been meeting with quietly, and I'm like, what's this case that you guys keep talking about? Was it Kingman, Arizona? They're like, no, it was like it just landed and left. I was like, well, how do you know that? Like, what do you mean landed and left? And they're like, well, the doors are open and then nobody home, and they walked off. I said, you mean somebody just flew this thing down, landed on the ground in the desert in Kingman, Arizona in 1953, and they left the doors open and left? Yep, that's pretty much what happened. So
they left the craft there.
Somebody they flew it down and left a craft on the ground. I was told that, and I wouldn't be repeating this if I didn't think there was some serious credibility to it, but apparently
it does not align with how Diana Pasolka and Gary Nolan have started describing these things as donations.
Well, the individual that I talked to was so funny because this individual was like, not a scratch. I go, not a scratch, but not a scratch on the. No, it was perfect. Didn't have a scratch. It's like, oh my gosh, this sounds like somebody who's more than just heard about this. But one of the aspects of it didn't have a scratch on it. So I think that's a case that I think that.
So the first-hand witness had no scratch?
I don't know if it was the way they described it.
This is the problem. This is the problem I have with all this stuff.
But here's the thing.
If you were Travis Walton.
Yes. Okay. Love that guy.
I love that guy too.
Fascinating.
I really enjoyed those. You got all of them. That's Travis Walton. All of them.
Oh, no way.
Yes, way. You got it from Travis. It's him staring at the sky.
Oh, my gosh.
when he was a young
I
man.
went to the location.
So that is, I'm interested in that because that's a firsthand witness.
Yes.
Right. That's a guy.
Yes.
He's explaining his bizarre experience. He's
Yep.
told the same story
No question.
for whatever, 50, 60
Forever.
years, whatever the hell it's been.
1975.
Whatever it was since he got abducted, almost 50 years. So this guy was there. That was his story. I'm interested in that. When I hear a guy told a guy that this is what happened, this is how he described it, I'm like,
super
So
frustrating.
talking to Jay Sands,
Yes, firsthand.
firsthand,
Yeah.
what?
Yes, face to face.
Tell me what it was doing. What did it look like?
Yeah.
He said he
nuts.
thought it was an adolescent too. He didn't think that it was a full grown one. He thought it was young.
Well, he's got an illustration of it in the documentary. And I tell you, it's one of the crazy. I remember after
Can
he
you
was,
imagine?
I know. I was like, this is true. I was like, this is crazy.
Can you imagine
Face to face
seeing that person?
This is something that we didn't reveal in the documentary. It's really funny. He thought that this individual was suffering from frostbite or something really cold, hypothermia. Skin had a blue tint to it. So he took his jacket off, and he very insistently put the jacket on this individual because he was thinking this person's really, really cold. He's been out in the desert, probably had a plane crash or whatever.
Right.
And so he's putting his jacket, and the person was kind of resistant, but Jason says, and I insisted, I took one layer of my jacket and I put it around this individual, and that individual left with the jacket on. So I jokingly say, where do you think your jacket is now? He's like, probably out there in Elstari or God only knows.
Or right here.
Or
This is the thing that gets
Right
me.
here.
Logistically.
Yes.
Okay, if these things are coming from the ocean, just logistically, you'd have to have a large ship. So we were talking about this with Brian yesterday, and I was saying, like, if they had a battleship, we'd be able to see that, right? Like 100%. So it'd have to be a submarine. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, what if there really is some sort of a civilization underwater that has existed, coexisted with us forever?
Did you hear about the testimony by Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet just recently in Congress?
Is this the one where the thing's moving underwater
Yes.
500 miles?
Yes. He's reporting.
Explain to me what he said.
I don't have all that you
Just
can
what you
remember.
remember.
Yeah, what I can remember basically is confirming that we have objects that are exhibiting a technology underwater that defies any conventional explanation. Things that are just virtually impossible. Like so much faster than the fastest submarine or anything like that. And they're really big.
Yeah, it's moving as if there's no resistance underwater.
Yeah,
Right?
and then
so
they
moving like a fighter jet would in the air. It's moving like that.
Yeah, I'll call it transmedia or something.
Yes.
But confirmation. I mean, and I actually spoke to Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet on a couple of occasions recently, and I thanked him for coming forward and testifying. And he said, I felt an obligation to do so because a lot of my men, the pilots, were coming forward, and I wanted to back them up. And so that's why he stepped forward. And
well, if you're coming here from somewhere else and you wanted to hide in plain sight, you would hide in the ocean, especially if you have the technology to like completely negate any of the effects of the water and the pressure.
At least explored this place on Earth.
Yeah, we can't get to it. We don't have the technology yet. They know we don't. They know it's really hard to get a submarine out to wherever the fuck they would be.
Went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Cameron by himself. I would never do that.
He's a wild boy. Yeah,
Doesn't he have like 35,000 feet down?
That's something bizarre like that. I mean, that's those poor
Would
folks.
you go down in a submarine by yourself?
No, definitely not a homemade one like the one those people died. Yeah, but there's another thing about that case. When the people went down that submarine, apparently, I guess it's the Navy, has some sort of very sophisticated underwater audio sensors. And they heard the implosion, and they knew about it like immediately.
And didn't report on it.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with reporting on it is that you have to report on your technology now. So I don't even know if this has been confirmed, but this is what I had heard.
Methods and means, or
well, it's got to be top secret. Like it's got to be one of those things where if you're going to reveal that you heard that, you have to have clearance to do it. You probably have to run up the ladder.
One of the reasons why we know about overhead satellite imagery of UAP is because of Ratcliffe, who was former head of OTNI. And he came forward, and I remember it's funny actually, it was classified. And Christopher Mellon participated in this latest production with me because of Ratcliffe revealing it on Fox News. And Ratcliffe basically says, yeah, we have overhead collection satellite data of UAP that are pretty fucking far out. And Yeah, that happens. So they're talking about this. But getting back to your point, because I know you said you were frustrated. You're like, oh yeah, it's just another anecdotal piece of evidence, piece of testimony, third party, not firsthand.
And that's why I'm frustrated.
No. What I'm saying is I totally agree with you. I'm frustrated. As somebody who's been chasing this story for 30 years, I too want access to the better, more compelling data. That's why I chased after that photograph that I showed you earlier on for as long as I did, because I hear about something, I go after it. But I want to remind your audience, you can't go after something without knowing that it exists. So you get the leads, we're learning more about the programs, we're learning how these programs are hidden, these WooSAPs, they're waived, unacknowledged special access programs, probably hidden somewhere in the deal. I know it sounds crazy, but at least giving some guidance to where are these things, how these things are hidden, where they might be found. We reveal there's a gentleman in the film called Maybe X. And people are like, such another person testifying anonymously. Well, yes, true, but he gives us specifics on telling members of Congress where to look to find this specifics. JWICs, what is it? And this is where to find the more compelling data. I'm going to read this because it's important that people know that. He's saying, look, I've seen it, and this is where it is. It's called the official UAP data is kept either in SIPR, Secret Internet Protocol Router Network, or JWICS, Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communication System, that's used by the DoD and only available with SCIF. The SCIF, Sensitive Compartment Information Facility. So, is it frustrating to hear that people criticize? Oh, it's just another person. But he's saying, I've seen it. It's phenomenal. He gets descriptions in some of the stuff we saw, and he's telling members of Congress, if you have the clearances, this is where it's being kept. So those are very good specifics. And again, I remind you guys, like, okay, so just be patient. This is not a 100-yard dash. We're running a marathon right now. And also be patient. We are.
We're trying to get back to what I was talking about earlier. Logistically, if you're letting something go from the ocean,
yes,
and you're flying it out of the ocean, logistically, you would have to have some sort of a large craft out there that's going to house these things, or it's going to launch from it, right? If that is actually,
Oh, it's even the drones you're talking about right now.
Right.
Yes.
So either they're ours, and if there are ours, how do they hide the fact that there's a battleship out there? Is that possible? And if it's from a submarine, how do they develop a submarine that can launch 50 car-sized or SUV-sized drones from?
Yeah, that's one of the things that Christopher Allen said to me this morning. He goes, that's the one element or aspect that really is a head scratcher. Because,
but this is the question.
50 of these things coming in off the ocean. That's just confirmed.
Right.
No one's
But here's the question.
Yes.
Is it possible to classify the location of a U.S. battleship that's capable of having these things?
So big.
How could you how big would it have to be to launch 50 drones?
God, dude, you're talking, I don't know.
But that's the question.
A lot of drones, especially the size they're reporting. They're talking about drones the size of an SUV.
Right. So let's imagine you. So when you take a ferry, how many cars can ferry fit on it?
I take a ferry all the time in Mark.
Like a big one, like a legit one, like a European. 50 cars?
The one that's medium legit, I put 25, 30, maybe 40, 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
So couldn't you do that with drones? And couldn't you have something that's a little larger than the average ferry? So you wouldn't need a battleship.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that in the residential areas? Why would they have everybody scratching their heads? All these press conferences. You're talking about the head of the gang of 8.
Okay.
Right?
But if they need to control those skies, if they are really looking for a nuke, okay, let's imagine that this story about a Ukrainian nuke from the time when they disarmed them, there's one that's unaccounted for. This is one of the stories that's been on the internet. It's true.
Yeah.
That it's unaccounted for, that they think it's headed to the United States. If you were trying to find that thing,
like a dirty bomb?
Yeah, or like just a regular nuke, that if you're looking for gamma rays, like you could devise a drone that could search for that, and you'd fly it over an area, and you wouldn't care whether people freaked out, because it's more important to find this goddamn thing. Right? So if you have this technology, it's some skunk works.
You can't do it from space?
No, I don't think so. I think you have to be there.
Certain proximity within.
I think
to pick up whatever. Did you bring this up with Ryan Graves?
Yes.
What did he say?
You mean he doesn't know either?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't think so.
Everybody
He
that I
doesn't think
trust
that's
is
the issue.
people in the FBI, people that I communicate with out there. I'm like, what is going on?
It almost seems too sexy that the United States has that kind of ability and they're just flying these things around and that they're doing it for that specific reason to find a nuke. It's like that we have this kind of technology that none of us were aware of. That we have these drones that can shut off when you come close to them. The lights shut off, they disappear. They
go dark.
avoid tracking. The RF signal doesn't show up. They're cool. They have some sort of cooling mechanism in them, so it's difficult to see with infrared. I don't understand any of that. He was saying that's above what we can do right now. He's saying but they're not moving in a way necessarily that's not possible with drone technology that is mainstream. But there's some aspects of the way they move and what they're doing that doesn't lead them to believe that this is current state-of-the-art technology.
There's no, they even I had some people tell me, like, even if it's conventional, it's highly advanced conventional.
Right, but let's look at China. Like, China has highly advanced drones.
Yeah.
Their drone, we were talking about this as well, that the bottleneck in America was the FAA. The FAA put a lot of restrictions on the manufacture of drones and how you can do them, what you can do. China doesn't have any of that, so they're full steam ahead with innovation. If you look at what drone manufacturers in the United States have been able to do, and then imagine untethered, if they weren't fucked over by all these regulations that got in the way of innovation. You obviously you have to have one because you have some commercial drone that someone can buy that can move 500 miles an hour and fly through the air and stay up there for 6 hours at a time and film video of everything and anything. Well, and you can't control it. You can't block the radar screen. You can't find it with infrared. That's pretty nuts. So I would imagine that would not be a thing they would want in the hands of the average American person.
But why did it just start happening fairly recently? And when I say this,
well, I'm saying if it's Chinese. If it's Chinese, if they're unburdened by our regulations, and that not only do they have the help of the government, they have financing behind them, they have an imperative, they're told what to do.
They're flying it over Langley, they're flying it over.
Wouldn't you do that? Just to fuck with these people?
What's the golf course that Trump has?
Yeah, it's a golf course. Yeah.
What's that called? Westminster? Westminster, something like that. They're flying over that.
Yeah.
The president-elect. So it's
Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems in last year, December 2023, says Sabrina Singh, Pentagon spokeswoman. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we have kept our eye on. Well, thank God you're keeping your eye on it.
Yeah, we have no idea what they are, but they're fine. They're
Right.
right.
This is the third year in a row. This has been happening right around Christmas time.
One of the reasons why I wanted you guys to hear that account by the guy at Vandenberg Air Force Base, this is not anonymous reporting. The guy's giving his name,
right,
and he's talking about objects that are the size of a football field.
Yeah,
hovering over a silo, Mars control area.
That's also the Phoenix Lights. They described them as size of a football field or larger.
Oh yeah, I interviewed a guy. There was a case that happened right here in Texas, Stephenville. Ricky Sorrell is one of the best witnesses. I love the guy. He was a hunter, and he's like James. He's like, you could have landed an airplane on this. I said, you got to be kidding me. No, man. He goes, I stood under this thing. He goes, it was so big. I was standing under it, and he had his rifle. And he's standing under it. He's looking up, and he's looking to the left. He's looking to the left, right, back, forward. Can't see the edge of it in any direction. So he grabs his hunting rifle because he was hunting here. This is 2008. Grabs his hunting rifle. No. So he holds his hunting rifle, his rifle up, and he's looking through the scope. And he goes, James, I'm a metal worker. I work with metal. I know what metal looks like. And he's looking through the scope, and he goes, man, there's no rivets, there's no seams, there's no weld marks. He's like, there on the belly of it, it's reversed, like recessed cones. They're like bigger, and then they got smaller as it went up through the belly of the craft. He's looking up at him, his fingers on the trigger, and he's like, man, wasn't that hard? What would happen if I just pulled the trigger here and I would ricochet off or hit the belly or something? So he's looking at it. He was just about to pull the trigger to check it out. And he goes, maybe this isn't such a good idea. I interviewed him in 2008 when this was going down. And then about a year later, I was doing some follow-up interviews for a film I did in saw. And I had this gentleman walk up to me. And I was filming in the downtown square in Stephenville, or it might have been Dublin. And This gentleman looks at me and he goes, "You Mr. Fox?" Yes. And he pulls out a badge and he shows me his badge. And he's like, "Can I talk to you for a minute? I'm Officer so-and-so." And I was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell did I do? And I said, "Yeah, sure." And we walk off to a cafe and he goes, he's looking at, he had his back to the wall in the cafe so he could see everybody coming in. And really paranoid. And he said, "You know Ricky Soares?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "That guy's telling the truth." I said, "How do you know?" He goes, "Because the whole police department saw it." I can't remember if it was Dublin Police Department or Stephenville. I think it was Dublin. Police Department. He goes, "Yeah, man, he said we were sitting over the patrol cars and this object was like a floating department store. I mean, it was absolutely colossal city. Check out my radar gun, pointed at it, and it was doing 22 miles an hour. And they said it drifted off. And one of the officers, I don't remember the name of the gentleman, took his dash cam, and he flipped it up and he filmed it. And apparently, one of the biggest mistakes this individual made, this police officer made, was that he didn't make a copy of it because the local Air Force base requested that film footage to go. And so I've been telling people that to go after that stuff exists. But my point is, this object was so big, people claimed the first-hand witnesses that you would land an airplane.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that? Those are the cases
of see that. That's the thing. Like if you see that, do you even tell people? You sound like a kook.
Yeah.
Like if I saw it, if I was outside in the desert, and I was just chilling, and something so big that I couldn't see the edges of it, flew overhead. I don't know what to tell.
He said when it took off, he was like this. He goes, "James," and Ricky didn't want to give me an on-camera interview for the longest time. He said, "I'm not coming forward. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going public." I worked on him for 8 months. Finally, I got the green light. Flew back out to Texas, got him on camera, put him in the movie. But he said when it took off, it went from this, a complete standstill, and it went straight up, like a slight angle, but straight up and down. He goes, "James," I said, "describe the acceleration." He goes, "Well, I'll tell you, the best way I can describe it is had I blinked, I would have missed it. That's how fast it took off." So from here, like that. He had helicopters hovering over his. I know this sounds crazy. People are going to be like, "Oh, this big," but he had helicopters flying over his property for a while. Right around the time that I was trying to get him to go on camera, he came out in his underwear and his shotgun late at night with his helicopter spotlighted him up, and he ended up calling the local Air Force Base and said, "Stop flying over my house at night." And they said, "We suggest you stop talking about what you saw." And so he was kind of spooked. And about 8 months later, he finally decided that he was going to go public with the story. But everything you lose, nothing you gain. You get this countless reports of these cases, and they're around the world, right? It's not just the United States. I've demonstrated that time and time again.
But there's more in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Well, I mean, one of my favorite cases, Rue, Zimbabwe. That's an amazing case.
Right. But there's more sightings in the United States than anywhere else, right?
There seems to be an attraction, almost like a moth to a flame with nukes. Somehow they're interested in our nuclear capabilities. And I remember interviewing Rothschild, who was the launch control officer, who described this whole event at Rothschild Air Force Base in the 60s, where these UFOs were witnessed on the base, and then all their men and missiles started getting shut down. And I remember saying to him, like, "Well, what's your take on that? Like, what kind of, he goes, and I realized why this individual was a launch control officer, because he was so measured and so calm and so cool. And he goes, "Well, James, the message I got was kind of clear. It's almost like taking matches out of the hands of a baby."
Yeah.
So, with the phenomenon, you look at what they do, right? And that says some things. They've done some pretty brazen events, right, over the decades. But you also look at what they don't do. Because if the phenomenon wanted to end this, secrecy once and for all they'd have to do is hover over the Macy's Day Parade or the next big Super Bowl, and it's game over. They don't do that. They've done some pretty brazen things, right? I mean, case in point, March 13th, 97, over the state of Arizona, including the governor, Fife Simon, witnessed that massive. There were a number of UFOs witnessed, but the main one, was this big boomerang shaped craft, and even the governor said it must have been at least a mile across from the tip that floated. And I actually interviewed people that worked at Luke Air Force Base at the time, and they said that they scrambled jets to intercept this thing. And I interviewed a number of people that saw it. craft. I mean, they stood on that light down on the walls and watched it float over the top of it. And apparently, according to this individual that I met in the late 90s at the Air Force Base, he scrambled the military jet to intercept this thing. He came up on it, could have landed on it. It was so big. And it went from moving very, very slowly to accelerating like warp drive. Boom, just gone. When the jet came back to the base, the Air Force Base, they had to carry him out of the plane again because he was so shaken by his.
Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't have that. You know?
Can you imagine having to keep that secret?
No.
Can you imagine, like, could you imagine taking
Well, the governor went a lot, right? The governor had to stand up with a rope, a guy in a
dressed in an alien suit?
Yeah, an alien
Mike
costume.
Simonson. Yeah.
And
I
then,
hammered him up.
well, then afterwards, once he left office, then he talked about it.
Yes.
He talked about seeing it.
Yes. Yeah. I
wonder why he had to do that.
I got. Oh, well. So I interviewed. I was the one that got him to break his silence after 10 years, and he told me, and I don't necessarily know that I fully believe it, but he told, because initially when it happened in March, remember the vast majority of people are out under the night sky. You get a glimpse of the hellboat coming. So it was witnessed all the way across the state of Arizona, and even in Nevada, something like that. And yeah, there he is. Mike told me that it was growing hysteria, but initially he had set out, and he said, "We're going to find out. I'm contacting the Air Force Base, the Pentagon, and all these various services, and we're going to get to the bottom of it." And then I don't know how much longer it was. Was it later that day or the next day? He had an unscheduled press conference, and that's when he had his aides dressed up in an alien suit and made a mockery of him. And I can assure you, pissed the hell off his constituents and witnesses all across the state of Arizona. They were furious. And I confronted him on that 10 years after the fact because I was pissed off. I was investigating that case when it happened in the 90s. And I interviewed a lot of really good witnesses. And he said the reason why he did it was because of growing hysteria. So he wanted to calm down the hysteria. But did he get a phone call just saying, "Hey, kill the story"? I lean in that direction, but he's never, even when we're having cocktails together, he's never confessed that happened. But it in itself is suspicious the way it went out.
It's a little weird, especially considering he actually saw it.
That could have been a turning point in the UFO phenomenon reporting, era, right? Like suddenly you get this massive sighting, which would happen today. We would have been covered by, everybody's phones or whatever. But if the governor had come forward and said, "Yeah, we need to know what that thing is. I'm a former captain of the Air Force and a pilot, and I saw it. I don't know what the hell that thing was."
Is there any footage of the actual thing, the triangle boomerang?
There's some footage floating around, and I featured some that I know what I saw. You get an object in the night sky with lights that, and I, at the time, in 2009, I did some kind of enhancement. I'm sure the software is a lot better nowadays. It looks like a big draw, like a boomerang. Yeah, but more angular. It looks like maybe this. Maybe this. My drawings are terrible.
Like that? Look up the screen.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that image in the far left, that's the
and there was
that's it right there.
So
right?
yeah, and here's something that kind of throws off the trail here because, excuse me, the object came down of the state of Arizona. It went from north to south.
Is that legit?
On the right there.
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't say. I'd have to really do a deep dive into it. But let me tell you what happened, because this is brilliant. So what happened was, got this massive object from around 5:30 at night in the southern Nevada, and then it drifts down very slowly across the entire, from north to south, across the entire state of Arizona. And right around 7:30, 8:30, the Barry Goldwater mountain range, which is the direction it's heading in, the military decides to drop a bunch of flares. And so people are like, "Oh, there it is." And a bunch of people filmed flares. So in my opinion, it was a diversionary tactic, really done, because why the military suddenly decided to drop flares in the shape, somewhat in shape. So I think that some of the footage that you've seen out there is military flares, but there was an effort. Well, if you want to get into it right now, but there was an effort by the so-called M&B, which the MIB, these Men in Black, or whatever unknown government agency they come from, to that took some footage that I was learning about during my investigations in the 90s, and then you're looking crazy. So the first time I really heard a really credible report of the MIB, and I decided not to report on it, was when I was in touch with a woman who was councilwoman, Frances Baldwin, who was one of the few officials in Phoenix area that was saying, hey, let's investigate what these people are claiming to have seen. She's not saying the aliens are real. All she's saying is, hey, these people have a right to know what's going on. Let's launch an investigation. She was lambasted by the media, made fun of, ridiculed. But as a result of her inquiry, public inquiry, putting it out there, one of these individuals reached out to her. And I know this because I know her friend Spalding. I heard the whole story. And he was a Vietnam vet, and he was on the roof of his house with a tripod and a camera, maybe trying to get a clip. He was trying to film the tailback car. And he had walkie-talkies, and he was monitoring the truck drivers driving up Interstate 10 from Tucson to Phoenix. And so he's monitoring this, and he hears these truckers talking about a massive UFO, and he's like, shit, that's heading right towards my house. So he's like, I'll film it. So he had a camera ready to go, and the object went right over his house for him, and he filmed the whole thing. And he goes, yeah, I filmed the whole thing. It's pretty spectacular. And I know that you were watching the investigation, Frances Baldwin. Would you like to see it? She said, yeah. So they made arrangements, but he was going to drop it off at her office. Either later that day or first thing the next morning, two representatives, and it was July at this point, very hot, two men in dark suits showed up at his house, and they said, hey, he was apparently relieved. It's only one of these. They were quite menacing looking. Didn't really say a lot. They said, we're from Frances Baldwin's office. We're here to pick up that footage. So he gives them the footage. He said, the only question they asked him is, did they make any copies? And he said, no. And so they take the footage, off they go. Well, he doesn't hear from Frances Baldwin. He's like, what the hell? So a couple days go by, I think possibly up to a week. He calls her up and he says, and Frances will tell you this, she'll validate what I'm telling you. He says, hey, what'd you think of the footage? She goes, well, what do you mean what I think of the footage? I never got it. You were going to drop it off in my office and you didn't show up. He goes, well, I didn't have to. You had two men from your office show up. And pick it up. She goes, I didn't say anything around your office. And I know at the time, in the late 90s, I've heard a couple of stories prior to that, and I thought, this is too out there. This is too outlandish. No one's going to believe this. I have no proof of this other than her testimony. Screw it. And I didn't report on it. But hearing those cases over and over and over, it's like, there we go. Once again, the so-called evidence that could prove or disprove one way or the other something truly extraordinary took place in the skies over Phoenix back in 1997, vanished. But there is some that slipped through the cracks that's out there. You just have to do due diligence. And I don't have the time to sift through
those images that we're looking at. They look too clean.
Yeah, I don't know what's AI generated or whatever.
Or what could have been in the documentary, like a recreation.
I know when I saw featured some of the footage, I covered that case extensively. So if anyone's interested in the Phoenix Lights case, but I can tell you,
how many people saw it?
Oh, thousands. I talked to another woman, Stacey Rhodes, and her daughter Emily, and they said they were driving on Interstate 10. And she goes, look, James, let me tell you how big this thing was. I said, how big? She goes, first of all, there were people stopped on the freeway, just like stopped as this thing was a close encounter, slow moving. She goes, I could have held up a newspaper like this and looked to the left, looked to the right, looked left, and she said, I couldn't block this thing out. That's how big it was. I didn't take a sample. It was gunmen black. It was witnessed by a lot of people. That's why I said there's some events that have happened over the decades that are pretty brazen. That's one of Hudson Valley is pretty brazen as well.
I just wish I knew if it was true.
Well, when you get thousands of people saying the same thing, if you see thousands of people saying the same thing, including the governor,
You get so invested in it, you go, what happened?
The governor.
Yeah.
The governor.
The same guy who came out with the fucking guy dressed up like
Yeah, I know, but I got him to come clean 10 years later.
Yeah, but so he's already not credible. Well, he already bullshits. He does. He bullshits. He definitely bullshits.
He definitely bullshits.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So when someone bullshits about that, then they bullshit about anything.
But true. Yeah, but I mean,
Again, just playing devil's advocate.
no, I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
You guys have been on limelight a while. It's a good thing to talk about now.
There's no smoke without fire. There is so much evidence in terms of eyewitness testimony and radar, some photographic, not as much as we'd like, that something truly inexplicable is taking place in our airspace. Right?
For sure.
Something that, after careful examination, something that, not because of a lack of data, in some instances, but that after careful analysis and research, investigation, that comes out the other end and says, I can't explain this. This is going to have to be one of those unknowns, or falls into that 15% category of cannot provide a terrestrial or conventional explanation for. And those are the cases that I suggest we have been going after for a long time.
So is all this disclosure and all these discussions on television now and all these meetings and hearings, you think we're on an accelerated path? You think this is all good, right?
I'm convinced of it, yes.
But do you think that there's a real possibility, like within the next few years, that they just completely drop all the bullshit and come clean about this stuff? Or would it take some sort of extraordinary event where they had to admit it? Something much bigger than this drone thing?
Well, in some respects, there has been. I remember I interviewed this guy, Nick Pope, at the MOD years ago, and I was like, this is the time when we were pushing for transparency there. France was releasing previously classified documents on UFOs, les ovnis, as they say. And the MOD followed suit. They were releasing previously classified documents, slowly putting it out there. And at the time, it was rather exciting. I just did a big event at the National Press Club with Leslie King, and it was like this whole movement. I was like, oh my God, it's happening, right? Mm-hmm. But it kind of petered out a little bit. And I remember asking this guy that used to work the UFO desk at the MOD, Nick Pope, and I said, Nick, do you anticipate this any type of disclosure? This is like 2009 or something, 2008, 2009. And he goes, James, no. He goes, it's going to be disclosure with a small d, not a big D. It's going to trickle out slowly. You condition people, get people prepared, test the waters. One of the things that we explore in the program, and I've never done that, is the politics of disclosure. It's a far more complex. This is suspend judgment for a moment and assume that it's real. Okay? But there really is an NHI, non-human intelligence aspect to the phenomenon. Right? Let's just suggest it's real. Now, how do you disclose that to the general public? What about the impacts on organized religion? What about the impacts on financial institutions? What about the fact that we'd have to confess that we don't have full control over this? I mean, those are real considerations. And it's not just the United States, right? This involves the planet. This involves only the planet.
I wanted to ask you about this.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I do. I totally understand.
More complex than you think.
Oh, I totally get that. How does Russia handle these things? How does China handle these things?
Well, there was a case in China that happened in 1994, right by the time of rural Zimbabwe, also in 1994, called Meng Jiao. And it happened in the Black Mountains, and it was a landing, alleged contact, close kind of the third kind. Funny because it happened right at the same time of Africa. Similar message that was conveyed. I went to China. I met with an active general in uniform, talked openly about the UFO phenomenon. Mm-hmm. They were pretty open. I went to Russia in the late 90s, and that was right before Putin. It was right around the time when Putin was coming in, and that was a period of openness. I went to Star City, Russia. I interviewed Cosmonaut Pavel Popovich, a number of generals, and they were very open about it. In fact, they said to me at the time, if you're here to discuss whether or not the UFO phenomenon is real, the doors are over there. We're here to create an international coalition of international exchange of information and talk about the implications of the phenomenon, which I thought was amazing. This is like 25 years ago, right? So now I don't think things have changed since Putin's been in office, but that was back in the late 90s. I mean, there have been congressional hearings in Brazil. Mm-hmm. There's been an effort. We should. They had hearings back in 1978 at the United Nations. These people, So there's been an ongoing effort for this stuff to come out. I just think it's different this time. To me, it feels like they're not gonna. There's too much momentum behind it at this point, and there's so much legislation that's written. There's too much that's come out, and it's too important. Look, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, if you can just imagine for a moment, if it is true, and if the U.S. government does in fact have irrefutable evidence that we're not alone in the universe, that's so significant that we all have a right to that information, and that we should continue to support this unprecedented push for transparency with our elected officials and get to the fucking bottom of it. Why not? Right?
Yeah, I think the general public knows going to disagree with that.
Yeah, and then new administration's coming in. There's there's Ratcliffe and Rubio. I'm telling you, Rubio knows a lot. I know that. I know because I've talked to people that have debriefed him and been in the room with him during the first.
You haven't talked to him?
No, I have not. No, I have not. But I talked to people that were in the room when he was being briefed from firsthand. I'm told that there were, I'm going to say, right around 12 firsthand people that have had behind closed doors meetings, firsthand people that are concerned about their secrecy, concerned about their safety, concerned about the implications of them coming forward and going public. That they don't quite have. This comes from a very good source of information. That the witness protection program and the legislation that they've created around them is not quite there yet. It's getting closer. They need to continue to work on it.
You don't mean like witness protection program, like
Whistleblowers. They have whistleblower protection.
Right.
So sorry, I meant to say, excuse me. Yeah, whistleblower protection. It's not right in place. One of the things I really wanted to mention is that there is a gentleman, a young man who's 30 and he feels like he's old. His name is Jesse Michaels, and he's got this new shrimp called American Alchemy. New, a couple years old. Why is it old? Because when you're 30, you feel like you're old. Really? Well, I did. When I turned 30, I was like, I'm 30. But just 10 years earlier, I was almost 19, right? Or 11 years earlier, I was 19. Right. Even for a teenager, suddenly you're 30, you always think like 30. And I was talking to him not too long ago, Jesse, and I said, he's like, yeah, I feel a little old. I was like, dude, you are just getting into your prime, baby. He's rocking old time. But I really wanted to, this is a guy who's young. Julian Dory is also doing some amazing work on this in podcast. But he's young and he's doing a deep dive into the implications and he meets with aerospace engineers. The guy's, Jesse, you're a phenomenon. Keep rocking and rolling. I want to tip my hat to you. I don't know if you've seen this guy or not. He's doing deep dives into what's happening. Maybe he's documenting it with these podcasts, and he's doing a fantastic job. And I just going to tip my hat to the guy because he's 10 times smarter than her, and he's young and he's a force to be reckoned with. And he's really he's answering all the questions that you are. They're exploring all these issues that you and I are talking about.
Well, I'm glad there's people out there pushing it. And I'm glad there's guys like Rush that are sticking their neck out, and guys like you who are making documentaries about it. It's the subject is much more open to discussion, like I was saying, amongst serious people.
Yes.
Where it didn't used to be before. And now I think with this drone thing, I think there's so many people that are going, okay, even if they're ours, or they're China's, or what's going on? Like, why are there so many of them? What are the answers, and why can't you tell us? Is it because they're searching for a nuke? Jesus Christ, maybe we should warn people and get the fuck out of here. Is that really what's going on? Like, if it's not, what is going on? And if it's not ours, what are they? And how come you can't track them? How come, what kind of...
Very bizarre.
It doesn't even make sense.
It
doesn't make sense when you think of the capabilities of the United States military. It doesn't make any sense. They can't figure out what's going on. I think what Trump said is probably correct. That the government knows. They know what's happening, and they don't want to tell people.
Why wouldn't he know? He could tell us. Why wouldn't he?
I don't think he knows yet. I think until he gets in office, he can't speak about it at Mar-a-Lago.
I saw that. But did he say?
Well, let's watch it. We'll watch it.
Yeah,
we'll pull the speech out.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if you. Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, essentially, he was saying that he knows that the government knows what's going on, and they're not telling us. So that means they're not telling him.
So they're not telling him.
No, I don't think until you get into office, you're not the president, right? So he's the president-elect. I don't know what kind of
clearances that he has.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
I'd be very curious to know what he knows.
Right, especially with this, like, who do you even ask? Like, who is the person that can lay out the information? Like, which department, which agency?
Yeah, right. It seems like they're so compartmentalized.
Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Can you comment on the drones and flying the government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to come. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows, and our president knows.
Our president.
And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because it was the enemy that blasted out. Even if they were late, they blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, they happen to be over Bedminster. They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I would spend the weekend in Bedminster. I decided to cancel my trip.
Yeah, I think I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster.
Yeah, I bet someone told him, Mr. President, it's pretty important that you don't go to the golf course. Yeah.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah. Hey, so what does that mean?
I gotta, if you don't mind, I was contacted. I went to this
Are you gonna switch something?
Well, no. This is all about exactly what we're talking about. This is something that I really need to put out there because it's very important.
Okay.
And it's an unprecedented effort spearheaded by this woman, Andrea, who runs a number of communities on Reddit. And she said that they're banding together for the first time ever, biggest grassroots campaign for government transparency. This is happening on Friday, the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And this has the potential to reach millions and millions of people. It's the most unprecedented event on Reddit in history. And I'll post all of the necessary information on X because this is a very grassroots effort. And I'm
What are they doing?
at James C. Fox on X, formerly known as Twitter. It's the Reddit community is banding together for a huge grassroots campaign for government transparency. So basically, all the various platforms on Reddit, like paranormal, UFO, they don't usually get along too well. But they're all combining their resources and they're getting together for the first time ever. And to push for government transparency, there's a couple of government insiders that appear in my film that will be appearing on this to answer questions and what steps need to be happening, what's going on today. And this is happening on the 20th of December, 3 p.m. And I'll be posting more information, the very specific details on X at James C. Fox. I just wanted to get that out there before because
Well, the more of this stuff that happens, the better. The more people demand it, the better. The more politicians hear from the people and want to. I mean, especially politicians that are up for re-election, they want to show that they're doing what people want them to do. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but obviously, I'm very happy that we're hearing much more about the subject in a serious way.
yeah.
Whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah, well, I really encourage you to watch the program.
I will, 100%.
I went bent over backwards, put together and explain everything in layman's terms, what's happened from 2017 to today, because it's unprecedented. We're living in an unprecedented moment in history. There's an unprecedented push for government transparency, and I want to continue supporting our elected officials' bipartisan effort to get to the bottom of this. And I especially want to throw a shout out to Representative Burchett because you're killing it, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, Jamie, why don't you use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what's going on with the drones in New Jersey?
I'd be very curious to hear about that.
Yeah,
It's a damn good idea.
and maybe then ask Rob. But ask ChatGPT what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey. We'll just see what ChatGPT
So
says.
tell me how that works.
I don't know.
So it's AI, right?
And what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey? Let's see. So what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT is going to search the web. Let's see. Numerous drones have been reported from New Jersey on the East Coast. It's incredible how fast this is. Look how fast. Look at this. This is incredible. They found no evidence suggesting a threat to national security or public safety. Despite these assurances, some local officials and residents remain concerned. For instance, Belleville Mayor Michael Melham speculated the increased drone activity might be related to the search for missing radioactive material from the medical facility in New Jersey. Additionally, the public figures like Bethany Frankel have shared unverified theories about the drone's purposes, further fueling speculation. The situation is evolving, and authorities continue to monitor and investigate new reports. Residents are advised to report any suspicious drone activity to local law enforcement, avoid taking matters into their own hands, like shooting them down. People are shooting them down. So they shoot them down. They're eating the dogs. It's everything to shoot down drones as it could pose safety risks that violate laws. Now it asks ChatGPT. Oh, let's just keep going with ChatGPT for a little bit because you're asking me again. Ask ChatGPT, if I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town? Yeah. If I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town?
Should I evacuate?
Yeah, should I evacuate? Let's say evacuate because get out of town is like a colloquialism. Should I evacuate? Okay.
This is easy.
At this time, there's no official recommendation for residents of New Jersey. Follow official updates. Yeah. Okay. As a precautionary measure,
Are you sure?
Are you sure that
You always have to ask him.
no federal evacuation orders? Okay, it knows that there's no federal evacuation orders. If you were going to give me advice, would you tell me to leave the East Coast? Advice is from Joe. Based on the current information provided by trusted authorities, there's no evidence of an imminent threat. Yeah. Could you imagine? Put this in. Could you imagine a scenario where these drones are actually looking for a nuclear bomb? And if so, would you advise me as a preemptive measure to evacuate? I type so much worse when people are watching.
I'm so impressed at how well he's typing. Actually, I really am.
While it's possible to imagine scenarios involving drones searching for dangerous materials such as a nuclear bomb, there's no verified information suggesting such an extreme situation. Yeah. So how about this? I think, type this in.
I think I put it in grok and fun mode. And
But hold on a second. But try this.
Say zero non-human intelligence.
Listen, I think the drones are looking for a nuclear bomb, and I am going to leave New Jersey. Where should I go?
Call Montana.
How far away should I go? Leave New Jersey as a precautionary measure. Here are some suggestions for places to relocate temporarily.
He's doing good.
Head west. Okay, so now we're getting better. So now it's saying go further away. Colorado, consider, scroll back up so I can read that, where it's in Colorado. Consider Durango, Grand Junction, or areas outside Denver. These are safe and equipped with modern infrastructure. I'm telling you to move. This is telling you to get away from big cities.
Durango.
Tennessee, the Smoky Mountain region, and Gatlinburg or Knoxville provides natural beauty, lower cost of living, and a sense of isolation. They're telling you how to rebuild civilization. Okay, if a nuke goes off,
Where to go?
if a nuke goes off on the East Coast, type this in, Jamie. If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, where should I be to be safe?
Oh my gosh.
If you're concerned about potential nuclear incident, here's a list of safest options based on geographic, environmental, and strategic factors. Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, sparsely populated, vast distances from major cities and military targets. Towns like Bozeman, Jackson Hole, Sandpoint are beautiful, remote, and away from the fallout paths. Jesus Christ.
I'm curious, what would happen if you asked ChatGPT, is it? GPT, if what percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
Okay, that's a good one. What percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
I'm really curious.
I know,
Yeah,
let's
but
see what it
still.
says. Because a non-human intelligence remains unknown and speculative. Current investigations by UAP research of the U.S. government emphasize the following: most UAPs have conventional explanations. Us project bullshit.
It's all presented. 5 to 10% of UAP cases remain unidentified, even after thorough analysis. These cases, I was like 15 to 20, but yeah, that's 10%.
Evidence inconsistent with known technology, inconclusive evidence for non-human intelligence. Most UAP cases are publicizing the government as not officially. Okay. Type this in. Commander David Fravor encountered a tic-tac shaped craft in 2005. 2003 that defied our understanding of known physics. Period. What do you think he saw? In
2004, I'm sorry.
The tic-tac-shaped craft remains one of the most compelling and well-documented UAP cases in our history. Key details of the encounter. Craft describes smooth, white, oblong, resembling tic-tac, no visible propulsion wings or exhaust, but extraordinary flight characteristics. Accelerated instantly from a hovering position, descended from 80,000 feet to near sea level in seconds. Frege reported the object mimicked his movements during the engagement and then vanished at extreme speed. It's possible the craft was an ultra-secret military project, either U.S.-based experimental aerospace technology, or developed by another nation. However, the extreme flight performance raises doubts. Thus, advanced technology would suggest a significant leap beyond publicly known capabilities, which is inconsistent with current engineering limits. Sensor anomaly or perception issues. Yeah.
I asked the head to narrow if they could explain that one, and they said no.
Don't type this in.
It's really a case.
If all accounts of the capabilities of the Tic Tac craft are true, what are the possibilities that it came from another planet?
It's because the rules are for enthusiasts acceleration hypersonic speeds without the propulsion, no heat.
Say it loud, so we can hear you.
Okay, so if the accounts of the Tic Tac's craft's capabilities are accurate, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without physical propulsion, no heat signatures, and defiance of inertia, then the possibilities of origin being extraterrestrial or from another planet become a viable hypothesis.
Here's why. The physics of the Tic Tac craft, reported behavior of craft suggests technology that operates beyond our current understanding of physics and propulsion systems. No visible propulsion implies propulsion system unrelated to conventional jets or rockets. Instantaneous acceleration defies inertia in Newtonian physics. Achieving this would require manipulating gravity or space-time itself. Silent operation, no sonic booms despite hypersonic speeds, points to a technology that likely eliminates air resistance, such as surrounding itself in an electromagnetic field or bubble. This level of technological advancement far surpasses anything developed on Earth. If true, such capabilities would suggest a highly advanced civilization, perhaps thousands or millions of years ahead of us scientifically. If true, where do you think it came from?
And this was 20 years ago.
I know, but if true, where do you think it came from? How about this? It's still typing. Jesus Christ.
Final thoughts. Yeah, it's writing a whole term paper.
Yes, it's amazing how fast it does. It's amazing how fast it does. Tic Tac. If the Tic Tac UAP is real and the accounts are accurate, then its origin may very well be extraterrestrial or involve unknown physics and technology that we haven't begun to comprehend. The extraordinary nature of the case suggests an equally extraordinary explanation. What do you think? Why are you asking me, bitch? Your ChatGPT. What do you think? Does extraterrestrial visitation seem plausible, or is there another explanation that resonates more with you? So just type this. I believe it seems plausible that they are extraterrestrial in nature.
Good luck, as I said.
If true, if true, where do you think they came from?
That's it.
Identifying where they might come from involves exploring nearby stellar systems, known exoplanets, and plausible scientific ideas about interstellar travel. Here are the most likely possibilities. Nearby star systems with habitable zones. Alpha Centauri system, 4.37 light years away, closest star system to Earth. Proxima Centauri, potentially habitable planet, exoplanet, orbiting Proxima Centauri within the habitable zone. If life developed there, it might be technologically advanced enough for interstellar exploration. So it's giving me a list of all the different possible star systems. This one's only 39 light years away.
What was the closest one? Alpha Centauri was that? Was that 4 light years or something?
I don't know. Scroll back. Let's go back a little bit. 3.9 million. 4.3.
Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light years.
Pretty close.
Wow. But here's the crazy part.
Pretty close.
Remember the twin paradox theory? They say that if you get like 2 twins, right, as kids, say one's 10, they're both 10, and you put one in a spaceship that travels the speed of light for 1 year, he would come back with an atomic clock on board that spacecraft a year older, he'd be 11, and his brother would be about 8. I can't wrap my mind around it.
Right. But
But
that's
they say it's pretty much fact.
but that's speed, right? I think what we're talking about is different than speed. I think it's instantaneous relocation.
Right. So,
So I think I think instead of like
manipulate the space time between 2 points.
right. So I think the idea is that instead of a rocket that goes 5 million miles an hour, just shoots off of Earth and keeps going until 5 million years from now it runs into this planet. I think it's different from that. I think if I had to guess where something can manipulate gravity and space, what it would do is instantaneously appear in these new places.
And you've talked to a lot of physicists about this kind of stuff, huh?
I have, and the way they explain it is baffling. And Bob Lazar's version of it is baffling because Bob Lazar's version of it that he told in 1989 kind of makes sense when you talk to people that are trying to develop some sort of a gravity or warp drive. But the way Bob Lazar explained it is that this element, when bombarded with radiation, creates this, I'm not really butchering it for sure, creates some sort of a gravity field that allows it, the way he described it, like if you took a mattress, a very soft mattress, and put a very heavy bowling ball in the middle of the mattress, it pushes the mattress down to that area. And it just like folds time.
Right. So you go from here to here, but when you stretch it down, suddenly those 2 points connect.
It folds it. Yeah.
Right.
And so wherever it is, it's here. So it's not like it's going a million light years.
So it's
a
malleable.
million light years an hour. Yeah.
Space is malleable.
Exactly.
It's just,
well, it makes sense if you think about how technology scales, and if we do. I mean, Ryan brought up this yesterday as well, that there was research and there's papers written about the idea of having some sort of a gravity drive or having some sort of a gravity propulsion system, something that doesn't rely on conventional, rockets, pushing gases up the back. Sure. Exactly. And he said that this is something that was discussed a long time ago, but then it just stopped. And we brought it up quite a while ago. There was an episode that we brought up a paper that was written in the 1960s about gravity drives.
is that by Hal Puthoff?
I do not know.
Because he's a propulsion expert in terms of the propulsion behind the physics behind UFOs.
Yeah.
And I tried to get him to explain it to me in sort of conventional layman terms, and of course my tiny little brain. But I felt like I almost grasped it for a moment, but the amount of power that it would take to create that gravitational field around the object. And he said that's why you see them doing these maneuvers that look like it defy physics, right? And everything inside the craft would just splatter. That you're immune from that on the inside.
Which also would make sense. Right, but that would also make sense if you had something like that you could go in the ocean as well. Right?
Yeah. So
because whatever's around you wouldn't matter. Because you're not affected by it.
Right, you're somehow creating a field around you that's immune to
right. That would be the only thing that would make sense for how it could move so fast underwater.
Atmosphere, space, water.
And how it would be transmitted.
Yeah.
You go from space into the water. It's unaffected by gravity. It's unaffected by all the things around it. It creates its own gravity field and allows it to just pass through things.
I remember Kirk McConnell, who sat on service committee who investigated UFOs from 2017. I talked about it earlier. But he said that they were picking up Aegis radar systems were picking these objects up from space. And they were shooting down from space all the way down. They'd loiter for as long as they wanted to, go in the water, come back out again, shoot back up into space, and they would just do it like, all day long. And there was nothing.
Well, we can't see that, right? If someone does have, if there's someone in the military that does have some like super advanced satellite reconnaissance imagery of these things, I could see why they would hold that back. I could see why they would think that people aren't ready for that. I could see it.
Do you think Elon is?
He's real cagey about it.
He is cagey about it. He's got deals with the DOD. And
that's probably why. I'd be cagey about it too.
He knows more than what he's saying.
This is what he said. Aliens are real. They're very subtle. That's what he was saying. I was like, I don't know if they're subtle. Phoenix Lights wasn't that subtle. That's aliens.
I heard from some people around him that because of his contracts with DOD that he kind of keeps quiet about it, because
I'm sure
everybody talks about, even Ratcliffe talked about the satellite imagery of UAP. If they're picking it up, why wouldn't his systems pick it up?
He hasn't said a peep about the drone thing.
And you haven't asked him about it?
Nope. If you wants to tell me, he'll tell me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be annoying. But publicly, like on X, has he said anything about the drones?
Something a couple of weeks ago, I believe. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I'll check my numbers. There's a big drone storm or a big drone fight coming. And people are taking out. He knew this was happening.
Drone fight coming?
Well, he has been real public about the idea that building manned fighter jets is at this point kind of foolish, and I think he's correct.
So unpiloted mode.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Takes the fun out of it.
well, it takes the biological mistakes out of it. Is what it does.
Right.
It takes the human mind out. The human mind is very fallible. We already know that AI systems, like Mike Baker explained to us, that AI systems with fighter jets beat actual fighter jet pilots 100% of the time. So when they have these simulated, dogfights, when they take AI fighter jets that we have right now, they beat our fighter jet pilots, the best of the best, 100% of the time. So they don't have any biological limitations in terms of what they can do with G forces.
Yeah.
So you have that, right? So all you have to do is make the equipment and the materials robust enough so they can take insane speeds and not blow apart. But it certainly would be way easier to do that than it would be to get a human being to be safe.
It's so much less badass, though.
So what is he saying? Oh, so he clicked on it. Future wars are all about drones and hypersonic jets. So this is us talking about that. This is us talking about fighter jet pilots by humans will be destroyed very quickly. So he talked about it. So he put a clip up of us talking about it on the podcast. This was in November 28th. And so neither side is air superiority, and tanks are easily destroyed by missiles. So that leaves infantry and artillery, basically World War I. Drones are not yet available in sufficient numbers to matter, much like aircraft in World War I. A defense in-depth trench war means, and that's one example.
That was like 2 years ago.
So did you get the impression when you spoke to Elon about UFOs that he knew more than he was telling you? You said he's cagey?
Yeah, he doesn't even entertain the idea of UFOs.
So if you bring up the Freiburg incident, he'll just say, no, it didn't happen, or it
doesn't seem interested. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine what you're saying is true, that it's not wise for him to discuss it. That's what I would imagine.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. If he wants me to tell no one, I'll tell no one.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me and say, don't tell anybody, I won't tell him. But I'm not going to ask him. I think his position as, being the guy at SpaceX, why would you fuck around with that?
He's got too much at stake.
Yeah, it's way too much at stake.
Yeah.
Also, if anybody's going to find out, he's going to find out. If there's something going on, if something legitimate going on. The guy who can catch rockets with a crane, that's the guy. He's going to know.
I thought the first time I saw that it was an AI generator.
It seems
I was watching them come down, and I just thought that's
the ones that land before that. Those are
insane.
insane, and now you can catch them. Then you don't have to land. It's nuts. Like what he's done is accelerate what we are capable of doing far beyond what NASA was able to do just a few years ago. So
I used to have a neighbor that worked for Elon Musk, and he drove Tesla way early on when Teslas weren't that many out there. And I was like, well, you got a Tesla? He's like, yeah, I actually work for Elon Musk. And I saw him a couple years later. I was like, hey, you're not driving Tesla anymore? He goes, no. He goes, I don't work for Elon anymore. I was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? He goes, well, he worked so hard, and his expectations were so high. He goes, I was at the hospital with my wife, she was giving birth to her first child, and Elon's like, I need you in the office.
Oh, Jesus.
he said, he goes, a guy's got an incredible work ethic, but it was too much. He goes, I'm at the hospital. I don't care where you're at. Just go work. It's like pretty cool. I mean, wasn't he sleeping in there? He was sleeping in there.
Sure, yeah, he was sleeping, working 16 hours a day and sleeping on the floor.
That's commitment.
Well, he demands out of other people too, and maybe you want that, and maybe you don't. And if you don't, you can't work there. It's just that simple. Like if you want that, hop on in. If you're a single guy and you don't have a wife and you don't have children, but if you do, oh boy, that's not a life for me. I don't want that child.
I think the closest thing to a spaceship on wheels is a Tesla.
Oh, they're amazing.
Pretty remarkable.
I had 3 of them. This is my 3rd.
The acceleration is incredible. It's like a gut punch.
Yeah, and they're getting better. They're getting the autonomous driving is incredible.
I remember when somebody said to me, step on it, show me the acceleration. And I stepped on it, the Model 3 performance. It
seems fake.
I got nauseous.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite ready. I turned myself to the side with stuff, and I felt nauseous. I was like, wow, I'm my motorcycles, I'm doing all this other thing, but now I prepare myself for that. That's really fast. That's super bike fast.
It's crazy fast. And it can actually, the beautiful thing is you can merge on the highway and you don't see a douchebag. It's not like, it's not really loud.
It's just super quiet.
Yeah. It's all of a sudden 100 miles an hour. What happened?
Yeah, I remember I got a ticket years ago on a motorcycle. The guy that bought the bike had it loud, so I ended up getting rid of it. It's too loud. And I got pulled over, and the cop never even saw me. He just heard me. And he wrote me up exactly how fast I was going. He's like, "You're doing 90 and 35. I'm like, "I was?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, I can hear you." I was like, I went through the gears and I put it quiet. So, yeah, that's quiet is nice. Quiet has its benefits.
Well, it doesn't in a motorcycle, though. You want to go out.
That's true. That's true. I drive like the invisible man when I'm on a motorcycle. You have to. Yeah. I've had people look me right in the eyes and they pull right out from me.
People want to.
T-bone, side swipe.
And also, people are like, how many people are medicated?
I don't think they see you as a threat. I think they see it as like, oh, you're almost like a gnat or something. I've learned, and I tell people to ride motorcycles. I've been riding bikes for 50 years. As soon as you get on that bike, you become the invisible man. Right?
Pretend no one can see
that no one can see you. You'll live a lot longer. Yeah. You can make eye contact with somebody. Doesn't mean they see you. Right. I've had people pull out in front of me, like I said, T-bone and all kinds of crazy accidents over the years.
I wish they weren't so dangerous. I would love to drive.
Oh, they're amazing. I know. You just have to, like I said, you just,
Yeah, until you're not. I had 3 friends. I was getting my motorcycle license. So I was doing, it's a while ago.
10 years.
So it was a couple of us that worked on Fear Factor, a couple of guys that worked on set. We all decided to go and take lessons together. And shout out to Peter. And he wound up getting his motorcycle. He kept driving it. And, but one of the guys we worked with, he crashed his bike and fucked up his shoulder. And then one of the guys who was fighting for the UFC, Frank Mir, he got hit by a car. He got T-boned and ran into his femur, snapped his femur, and he almost lost his leg. His leg was, and it fucked up his career for years. So there was that, and then I saw a guy on the highway that was covered in a blanket.
Oh god!
Yeah, he was alive. You can see, but his leg was so fucked up that they covered it in blankets, so the passerbys wouldn't rubberneck it. There's 3 of those, and then another friend of mine saw someone get hit. Saw someone get rear-ended. Someone not paying attention to their car, rear-ended the bike, and had the guy flying through the air at a red light. So that was enough.
Yeah, I know. I became a dad, and I had 2 motorcycles right before I became a dad, and I sold them. And then after 10 years, I was like, maybe I could get just like a dirt bike. And I really enjoy riding it. There's nothing like it being on a motorcycle. So
imagine you get a dirt bike and a mountain lion takes you out.
I have a dirt bike with a motor.
Yeah, they even have a motor. I don't know if a mountain lion would be scared of a motor.
I'd be allowed about it.
I think most of the time they get bicyclers.
Yeah,
most of the time they kill bicyclers.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
So let me ask your honest opinion. I know we're wrapping up here.
Okay.
If you had to say whether you believe or you didn't believe, and look, you can't make any definitive statements. I get that. But you're very influential. You've done more for the push for disclosure. I hate using the word disclosure. It's got to be because I've got a bit of a connection to it. A push for government transparency on this topic, right? If you had to say something truly inexplicable that most likely would lead to NHI or non-human intelligence, or not conventional, what would you pick? Ultimately, that you think that there is possibly a non-human intelligence behind this, but that there is not.
I wish I could be definitive like that.
I know you can't be definitive.
I don't. I try to stay as open-minded on this as possible, which means I fluctuate back and forth from fully believing to fully believing it's some military experiment and it's a bunch of our stuff. But then there's stories like things like the Tic Tac, where you go, okay, 2004. How did they do that in 2004? Is there a propulsion system available in 2004 that's that far advanced? And if so, how come there's so little evidence of it in a practical use? Like, how come that technology? You would think that technology would take so much money to develop that you would do something with it in 20 years. You wouldn't just have it and just be flying it around like a drone every now and again.
Yeah.
It would seem like there'd be some sort of a practical application for something like that.
Yeah.
And it would seem like the Manhattan Project and like the stealth bomber, eventually you find out that it's a real thing, right? So 20 years is a long time to not find out that something's real.
Well, how about if we take it up to a lot longer than that? What about the
Oh yeah.
1952, two consecutive weekends in July over the White House and the Capitol.
Yep.
And that was, we had a press conference about that.
Sure.
I mean, in general, that basically admit that they're real.
Kenneth Arnold, you know,
Kenneth
those
47,
stories.
that was phenomenal, yeah.
And then you got to go to the Bhagavad Gita. You know, like there's stories of things.
The historical stuff's incredible, isn't it?
Like, think of the guy that showed up with the blue skin. Is that an angel? Is that a devil? Like, if you were living 4,000 years ago, you're one of the people that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Give me a go.
Yeah, what is that? What is that visitation that you've experienced?
With a craft that would be,
right.
Connected with God.
Right, and also the story. When you tell the story, like what is this? Like, and then someone illustrates it. What is it even? How does it even relay in words? Especially if you're using the words of 4,000 years ago. What are you describing? And if they really have always been here and they've always been visiting us, that's probably how you would describe it. You would describe it like Ezekiel did in the Bible.
Yeah, you know, I was in Africa investigating the alleged landing of some kind of the third kind. The Blue Zimbabwe Aerial School in 1984. I wasn't there before, I was there much later. And the teacher, Judy Bates, who's now the head principal, and she was sharing with me these drawings the children did of the alleged creatures. They were amazing, these drawings, big eyes, and big heads, almond-shaped eyes. And I'm looking at these drawings, one at the other school children, was phenomenal. And she came out, took photographs of them. And then a month later, I went to Australia and I was investigating the alleged lighting in Abbott Westall Primary School in 1966. And that was incredible. I was investigating and showing some of the drawings of the aliens, alleged aliens that I just had investigated in Africa. And some of the people were like, oh, wow, these drawings are amazing. They look like the Wangina cave art. I was like, what? The Wangina cave art, the Aboriginals drew these things, and so they pulled it up, Wangina. The parallel, there's thousands of years ago, right? These cave paintings in Australia, the parallels, the consistencies, it was the comparison of the two was like, let's take a look at those. Yeah, look up Wangina, the cave painting, UFO or alien.
There's most likely something there. I just don't know, and if it's a thing. So let's say it's a real thing. Is it from another planet, or is it more complicated than that?
It's more complicated than that.
Yeah. Well, that's John Mulaney's. Yes. Yeah. Very bizarre.
Right. I mean,
super bizarre. Look at the three of them. Yeah, the one in the center, Jamie. Yeah. Look how weird that is. That's so fucking weird.
Look at the one with the dark black eyes.
Look
right?
how pale they are too. It's like, yeah, it's very weird.
And then there's that one with the big dark eyes, right? Down, just go straight down, up, down, yeah, right, up to the right, right there. Look at that.
It's very weird. Very weird. And it's also very weird how this is 4,000 years old, and then Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the 1970s.
4,000 years old. And I'm telling you, I could show you the drawings. One of the witnesses,
very weird.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal.
Listen, man, thank you for everything. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure. I mean, your fucking dogged determination to get this stuff out there. It's very important.
You promise you'll watch the program?
I will 100% watch it.
Comment on it.
I will. Thanks, sir.
Awesome, brother.
Appreciate you, James. Thank you very much.
So much thank you.
It's on Amazon, the program. And then Moment of Contact is probably available everywhere.
Yeah, and The Phenomenon.
Yeah.
I know what I saw out of the blue.
Okay.
50 Years of Denial. Oh my God, I know.
Yeah, you've been deep in this rabbit hole for a long time, sir. Thanks, James. Appreciate you very much. All right, bye.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour. October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October...
But I do know that